Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 8th Annual Prop Trader Special Event, How to Pass, Profit, and Prosper, brought to you by Traders Corner. I'm Anthony Chapman, and I'll be your host today. We are absolutely thrilled to have you with us for what promises to be an action-packed day filled with valuable insights from some of the top minds in prop trading, futures, and automated trading strategies. If you're serious about leveling up your trading career, whether it's passing valuations, staying funded, or scaling up, you're in exactly the right place. Each of today's presenters brings something powerful to the table, proven strategies, real-world experience, and most importantly, actionable ideas you can start applying immediately. So let's dive in. To kick off our event, I'm excited to introduce our first speaker, Michael Katz, CEO of Trade the Pool. Michael brings over 17 years of experience trading stocks and futures and has helped countless traders succeed through better risk management, sharper strategy, and developing strong trader habits. Today, he'll be sharing the strategies of the most profitable prop traders, including what separates the break-even traders from those who consistently pull profits month after month. So let's give a warm welcome to Michael Katz. Michael, it's all yours.
Welcome, everybody. How are you doing? Thanks for the intro, Anthony. Okay. I'm going to share my screen for a second. In the meanwhile, those of you who are here, if you can share with me a little bit about your experience. Are you trading stocks, futures, Forex, option? Let me know in the comments, in the chat. What exactly are you doing? How long you've been trading? And we'll get this party rolling. All righty, just gonna share my screen and we'll start. Okay, so great. So like I said, thanks so much for having me today, guys. Dedicated to stock traders. So if you trade in stocks, we are by far should be your choice as a prop company. For those of you not familiar what it is, a prop firm, I'll talk about it in a second. Today I'm going to share with you the strategies that our top traders are using every single day. We're going to see some of their live trades that they taking right now or took before, and we're going to understand a little bit more about what it means to be a successful trader. I'm going to share with you a lot of the knowledge that we as the company gathered throughout the last 3 years with more than thousands of traders, active traders, and more than 600 traders, funded traders that actually making profit in the market. So we're going to share that. If you have any questions, feel free to drop it in the chat, and let's go. All righty. Okay, so for those of you not familiar with the term prop firm, obviously, if you're in the States, then there are a lot of local shop companies that basically fund other traders. You will get to go into the office, sit with the traders among you, and basically trade the company's capital. But this is only if you can prove that you are a profitable trader. In most cases, they would look for 3 to 5 years of profitability. So in that case, obviously, a lot of the traders are not qualified to really trade with a local shop. But a few years ago, roughly 10, 12 years ago, the online prop industry grew or started, and they basically brought the same concept of the prop. So you can trade the capital of the company, but in order to qualify for that, you don't need to show 3 or 5 years of profitability. You can actually pass a test, which we call it challenge or evaluation. And once you pass the test, then the company gives you funds to trade on. So this is basically what we're doing as Trade a Pool. And our service is for stock traders. Most of our traders are based in the US and Canada. Obviously, in the States, you have the PDT rule, which means that you need to have at least 25K in your account in order to day trade. And with us, you bypass that because you're trading a pool account. So in that case, you, like I said, need to pass an evaluation, pass a test with unlimited time. Once you pass the test, we give you the funds, and then we split the profit. Just to say, like, maybe if you hear it for the first time, and this is by far a revolutionary solution that we brought to the table, because up until today, you had to risk your own capital when it comes to trading stocks. In our case, you don't need to do that. The only thing that you're paying is a fee to test your skill. You can be from everywhere in the world, and we have guys that have been trading for 3 months on a demo account or even their own capital, and then once they join us, it's automatically shift their mind because you're now not risking your own capital, you're risking the company's capital. So this is a completely change in the industry of the stock traders. I've been trading for the last 17 years. I wished I had something like this when I started, no doubt about it. So we're going to talk about a few things here. Like I said, analyze some of our funded traders, the profitable funded traders that actually got paid, more than 600 that we have currently, and thousands of active traders that either passed the evaluation or got funded and didn't reach yet a payout, or had a few, but not a whole lot. We're gonna talk about we're gonna see some 5 to 6 figures. The average is around 14,000 a month. And you know, this is something maybe to talk a little bit more about, because a lot of the times you will watch YouTube and see some guys driving Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and we all looking for that 7-figure trader or 8-figure trader. But at the end of the day, if I would tell you that you can make $13,000 a month, or even $5,000 a month, right? Most of us will be more than happy to do that. So in your mind, like, the mentality that you need to have as a home-based trader is not really focusing on how to become a 7-figure trader. A 7-figure or 8-figure is like the LeBron James or Michael Jordan of the trading, right? Most of us won't get that far, and that's totally fine, because we are all okay to be second or even less than that when it comes to trading. Because like I said, if you can make $5,000 or $6,000 or $7,000 a month from trading, that should be more than enough for most of us. The risk metrics that most of them follow, it's on average is a 1.8 risk reward ratio. Some of them are doing more than that, some less than that. We will look at, like I said, their accounts and really analyze the stats from it. And most of them are trading, or the average is roughly $180,000 of capital that they're trading with 3 years of experience. And again, we have traders, our evaluation basically, or the capital that we provide, goes from 5K all the way to 200K. And you can scale your account once you reach a 10% profit. So every time you will reach a 10% profit, we will basically give you more capital and more daily loss allowance to trade on. So the average is 180, but of course there are many above it and below it as well. We don't do, Larry, we don't do futures currently. We're focusing on stocks, ETFs. We have 12,000 symbols to trade on. So you can literally trade everything. If you trade futures, you can trade the QQQ, the SQQQ, TQQQ, UPRO, all of those guys. Alrighty. Next move. So when it comes to learning for someone, obviously you want to learn for someone experienced, someone that actually proved himself or showed consistency. I've been doing that, like I said, for a long time, but these guys are doing it right now on a regular basis. We have Armo, for example. With most of our funded traders, I will do an interview, me or some of the guys here will do an interview with, and we will share it also online. So if you go to our YouTube channel, you will see lots of funded traders interviews. Some of them are payouts. guys that talking about how they got paid, how they reached that, or some guys that passed the evaluation, passed the challenge, and then basically move to the funded phase. So we have guys from there. And just to share a little bit, so especially for those of you not familiar with the world of prop trading, every trader will get his own dashboard, and through the dashboard you can see the achievements. So this is one of the guys, Jordan Gremley, been with us for a while, and these are the payouts that he got in the last roughly a year. Roughly a year, almost a year now. So you can see 4,000, 9,000, 3,000. You can also see 13, and just yesterday he asked to withdraw another 13,000. So that's Gremlich. He posted also on social media. You can see that as well. We have guys obviously that likes to keep it, keep their privacy. So in that case, this is one payout of $34,000. It passed the evaluation. You can see the funding certificates, basically the number of times he passed the evaluation, passed the test. So obviously a lot of them, and we will talk about it in a second, a lot of them are doing a few evaluations, not just one, because they want to have a few accounts. So trading on a few accounts will give them basically more buying power. And of course, from time to time, you might lose that account, and then you go back, do the evaluation, reach the funded account again, and potentially reach the payout. So this is one payout that he made. Another trader, Taylor, which I have an interview actually with him next week. So he also pulled some nice number, 18,000, 2,400, 2,000, 3,000, and also, as you can see, funding certificates here. He also made a few attempts or traded a few times until he passed the evaluation and got few funded accounts. And this guy as well, 10,005. He also asked to withdraw $22,000 just yesterday. Once he will get paid, he will have another certificate like this. And basically, this is, like I said, the achievement is the place where you can see your achievements, right? Michael Tarantula, the guy that you saw just a minute ago in the previous slide, 25K, 7,005, 12,000. He's been with us for roughly 2 years now, and is super consistent, continue to trade in the right way. We will see his account in a second and go through some of his trade. So this is what amazing about this. When you take the risk and you actually remove it, right? Because when you trade in the company's capital, you're actually not using your own capital, so you have enough capital to trade with, meaning it's worth your time. Because when I first started to trade, I actually traded with $10,000, and it wasn't enough to make real money, right? You can make maybe $100, $200 in a trade, but when it comes to really trading on capital that will worth your time, you want to trade with something larger. Sorry, like 25, 50, 100, 150, something that can move the needle. And in that case, we provide that. And besides that, like I said, when you take off the risk, when you remove it or cap it, then you can actually focus on your trading and not about, am I losing or winning? It's actually about, just focusing on what matters the most in that case. So let's move forward. And again, if you have questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. And I'll go over them from time to time. Yes, we allow shorting. And this is, if you already, Michael, if you asked about it. So this is something very important when it comes to trading stocks. And we will see that in a second with our funded accounts. We allow to trade on penny stocks, short penny stocks, meaning, and you don't have any locate or a hard to borrow fee in that regard. This is why a lot of our traders, our funded traders and generally traders love to trade with us, because we allow that option. Strategy number one when it comes to our funded traders is definitely risk management. It's above all. We understand that every YouTube channel will talk about risk management in some way, but I can easily say, and again, I've been interviewed them for the last 3 years, basically. So I get to really listen to them. Some of them are, like I said, go to our YouTube channel, those that okay with that. Some others I will interview and it will stay in our system for privacy matter. But they all repeat the same patterns, right? They will have some differences, but there is a core to it, and that's risk management. The focus will be first on risk, meaning when it comes to taking a trade, you don't think of where do I make the money, but actually how do I protect it? Once the trade goes to your favor, then you start to think more offensive and not defensive, right? So this is something that repeats itself over and over again when it comes to our funded profitable traders. They first think of the risk and then how much can I make out of it? Now, when you have that mentality that you want to protect the capital first, then you find yourself becoming better and consistent. And the second thing will be the buffer builders. Those guys that are trading with us, they have a system. They crack the code, to say. Basically, and Armo, the guy that I showed you before, he talks about it. I did like 2 or 3 interviews with him that is online on our YouTube channel, and he talks about it on and on. The way he built his buffer and provide himself a cushion, because once you do that, you give yourself enough space to play around with, and even if the price goes against you, or you have a bad day, or even half month of a bad streak, then you still got something to hold you and protect your capital, right? So for example, there are traders, funded traders, maybe new one that not familiar with the process or the concept of buffer and cushion, that will reach a target, will make, let's say, $5,000 and withdraw everything. We'll take the full 5,000 out and that's it. But then when you start trading again, the next day after you took out 5K, which is amazing, but after you took that, now you start all over again. Comparing to our consistent funded traders, where they actually build in that buffer. So if they reach 5,000K, $5,000, they're not gonna withdraw everything. They're gonna withdraw 2,000 and keep 3,000 in their account. They will make $10,000. They're going to withdraw $6,000 and keep $4,000 in their account. Once you create that buffer, you give yourself enough space, like I said, that even if you have a few bad trades, you will still be in the game for the long run and not blow the account. And obviously, it makes sense, I'm sure, to all of you guys that listen in right now. It's harder on the psychological aspect of it because, you know, obviously you made 5,000, you want to take home something. But the idea is, as long as you continue to grow and keep something in the account, you actually give yourself the opportunity more and more to be wrong from time to time. And also on the psychological aspect, once you've done that, you again build up the way you approach in trading in general, and can actually give yourself that consistency or build that consistency for the long time. One more thing that our traders are doing is position sizing. You know, as I said, I've been interviewing, and also obviously as the CEO, I'm working consistently with our risk and trading department. Every day on a regular basis, we go through tons of trading activities, accounts, specific orders, specific trades. And one of the things that will separate the two, the funded traders, the profitable traders, from others that will blow their accounts, will be their position sizing. Some traders will go and try to do the all-in trick and try to pass the evaluation just like that with one trade. First of all, we have a minimum of 10 trades that you need to trade in order to show some consistency. But the other part is those that will do that, the all-in thing, will blow their account in most cases, if not on the evaluation, on the funded account. But the guys that I mentioned just a minute ago will actually use calculators and understand, like I said, the risk parameter more to really take the right number of shares and build that position. That they will scale into the account and scale out to the trade and scale out to that. So they will start slow and build that trade, and then as a filler, right? And then it will go to their favor. They will add more and a little bit more then, and a pullback. They will add more and so on. They will play and build that position and not do what the others will do, which is, you know what, I have $2,000 of buying power. I'm going to click the mouse key and go with 10,000 shares all at once. In most cases, those guys with the 10,000 shares at once will blow their account. The other guys that will start with 500 shares, then another 500, another 5, 1,000 more, and so on, they will be here for the long term. The way you build your position could be a lot of the times through ATRs, for example, and you can calculate X amount of your account that you want to risk from that account. So if you're trading, for example, $200,000 account, then you can take, and you have $2,000 of a daily loss, because you do have a daily pause, actually, a daily pause for each day. So if you have $2,000 that you can risk per day, then obviously you don't want to risk the full 2,000. You want to give yourself at least 2 or 3 attempts before blowing the entire day, right? Before reaching that daily pause. So if you have 2,000, you would, in most cases, you will start with 20 or 30% of risk. So let's say $400, $600 per trade. And that way you give yourself enough space, again, to be wrong on what you're doing, because of course, a lot of the times we will have, no one will have 100% of success rate. So it makes sense to give yourself the opportunity to be wrong again. Let's see if you got any questions, guys. Bobby, I'm talking about my company. It's called Trade the Pool. A time frame requesting funds. You mean getting, Pam, you're asking about the payout, I guess. Every 14 days you can ask for withdrawing your funds. And it will take usually between 2 to 3 business days until you get it. Alrighty, moving forward. Strategy number 2, mastering a niche market. And this is also something that you will see that will repeat over and over again. Basically, 80% of them will focus on 1 or 2 sectors. That means that they will go either on, for example, penny stocks or small caps, not necessarily penny stocks, but small caps. And some guys will focus on those NASDAQ tech stocks, only Tesla, only NVIDIA, AMD, whatever it is. But in most cases, you won't see a mix of all of them, right? Every one of our traders, those that really succeed, will find their own special place where they can focus and be the best of, right? If you take, you know, we are in the playoff right now in the NBA. So if you take Steph Curry, of course, he can go in to the basket, right, and make a easy floater. But in most cases, this guy is a 3-point shooter, right? So again, the same concept is here as well, right? If you are focusing on small cap, then you become better at what and on the way they react and move throughout the day, right? And you understand it more clearly. If you only trade in NVIDIA, then you're focusing on that. You understand more clearly when they are pulling the reg, when it's the right time to buy the breakout or the pullbacks, the reversals. You just get familiar more and more with that ticker, and then it makes more sense. So in that case, a lot of our traders doing exactly that, focusing on a niche and not doing word of everything, trying to take something of everything. And that goes to the deep sector understanding. And one more thing that is super important, and I saw it throughout my years, as a trader myself, like I said, when I started, obviously I tried many strategies, many indicators, literally all of them, tried to work myself out of a terrible situation of losing, of course. So you switch strategy, everyone goes and try this path of becoming successful trader. Then you try a lot of stuff and learn from different mentors. But as you grow older, I guess, you realize that the more noise you have, meaning more indicators you have, the less successful you will be. So the fact is that most of our funded traders, those that are really profitable, they will focus on 2, maybe 3 things in their chart. So there will be obviously price section, so everything involving volume, the movement of the price, momentum, liquidity levels, supply, demand, this area. And then maybe they will add another indicator like the MACD or RSI or VWAP and such, but not a lot of them and not all at once. And this is something that when I had, before becoming the CEO of Trade a Pool, I was the head of the traders in a local prop firm here. And one of the stuff that I realized that a lot of the traders that are coming in actually using so many indicators that they don't really see the price, right? They don't see the candle. They actually looking at the RSI, ADX, MACD, all of those at once. And in most cases, it won't last for a long time because it makes sense. The price creating those indicators, not the indicators create the price, right? So if you know how to read the chart well, then the indicators will give you just another push, but not really be the main thing. So this is, a lot of the times, this is what I see when it comes to our traders. Strategy number 3 is data-driven decision making. You can easily see, and like I said, if you listen to our interviews, the interviews that I did with the funded traders, a lot of them talking about using analytics. So they will go and put their trades on a trading journal. We are working with Trader Sync and Trader View, VUE. And those guys, they just exporting all of their trades, put it on a journal, and then they can realize what they're doing right or wrong. Are they trading the best way through 9 a.m. to 10 a.m.? Are they trading better small caps compared to large cap? A lot of information you can learn throughout the data. And once you do that, you realize, like I said, where is your sweet spot, and then you can actually attack it over and over again. And eventually you will find also points when you need to get yourself a better, to become better at, and then you will start shifting it as well and try to fix that, basically. So a lot of the guys that we're working with are basically using the analytics in order to become better. Backtesting, finding a strategy, going back 5 years, 10, 20 years, and actually testing it to see the result. Sentiment analysis as well, looking at social media, and of course scanners and use to find the right asset to trade. And basically, and we will see an example in a second. Strategy number 4 is adapting, right, and learn and continue to learn. And this is something that we as Trade a Pool really focusing on. Obviously, we have the funding, and you're not risking your own capital, But besides that, we have a huge VOD on our YouTube, but also a VOD on our website, a library with more than 200 videos of our funded traders, of webinars, risk management, everything involving that. We're super keen on learning more, and our traders do the same thing. Even when, you know, like I said, I've been trading for a while, and even then, even now that I know what I already know, and I can say that I'm a good trader, it's still always ways to become better and to improve yourself. It doesn't mean that I need to find a different strategy to trade on, like to test on, but it's actually taking the same thing that I'm doing and really crafting it more and more and fine tuning it. So, so this is something that our traders are doing the same, either adapting to new market conditions. You know, since Trump joined again, we saw the market super volatile since February roughly. The market is dropping down, bouncing up like crazy, even today, right? So in that case, we are continuously working on learning how to work when it comes to different market conditions, and also crafting our own strategies. So either by seeking feedback from other guys on Discord, for example, we have an active Discord community. A lot of the times they will send us emails and set like a meeting, one-on-one meeting with one of our guys or with myself, and we will always try to push them forward more and more. Bobby is trade that pool, the first one that you write, yeah. And this is something that you can definitely wanna keep an eye on when it comes to your trading, just adapting to new environment and also continuously learning and crafting what you are doing. Strategy number 5 will be psychology and disciplines. Of course, in that case, you will hear a lot of them when I'm asking them in the interview. I'm asking them about how do you go by, you know, just controlling your emotions. Some will say, you know what, I'm bad at doing that, right? I'm bad of controlling my emotions. So what they will do will just close their computer and go for a walk, right? Take the dog for a walk or something like that. Some of them will do some meditations before the market will open. Everything related to visual, right? They will close their eyes and see themselves doing what they do throughout the trading day. Obviously, after the trading session is over, they will again go into a little bit of meditation just to get themselves back to the ground, because we all know how hard it is to trade and how stressful it is. And of course, we need the balance, like in anything in life, we need to find the balance between the extra adrenaline rush when it comes to trading, and then later on to drop it a little bit and get back to the real life, right? I'm going to share my screen for a second and show you guys, before moving forward, show you guys a few, like I said, a few of the stuff that the guys from our trading, from our funded traders. So let's go here, basically. This is one of the guys. This is how it looks like, the dashboard of a trader. This is specifically Jordan Gremlich that I showed you before. He's trading $300,000. And here's the full dashboard. So a profit that he need to reach, like I said, 10% in order to scale, to continue to scale. He actually started this account with 260,000. Max loss that he cannot breach, a daily pause, the risk that you can take per day. And this is statistics, and a very nice chart going up. You can easily see very consistent, right? Not a whole lot of pullbacks. 1, 2, 3 on the risk reward, and 69% success rate. So he's basically aiming to nail it and take the profit super fast, right? Compared to someone that maybe will have like a 50% success rate, but actually will go for a better risk reward ratio. So this is also something that you can consider. We have traders, profitable traders that are doing 40% or 50% success rate with higher risk reward, or the opposite, as you can see here on Gremlich. These are some of his trades. I sorted it by P&L, so you can see he's not making huge money on each trade, but he's making lots of trades, right? So $500, $600, he did have $1,500 on one, but basically most of them are around that 500 mark, and this show a lot of consistency, right? You can also look at the quantity, the number of shares that he's buying, and he's basically buying, you know, between 600 to 26 at the top. So he's not all over the place. He's very consistent. He really knows what he's doing, and he's doing it bit by bit. He's not looking for that home run. This is not about it. You're not trying to become a 7-8 figure trader. You want to stay consistent for the long run, so you got to build it properly. So trading mostly small caps, as you can see it, either by the symbol or by the price, except for maybe Bull, which, you know, that was an IPO and a few days after. But besides that, a lot of small caps. Mostly, as you can see, most of them are short. It's actually got me out of the, I need to log in again, but it's basically, most of them are shorts. So like I said before, for those of you looking to short penny stocks or small caps, this is definitely it. Another trader that I showed you is trading 160,000. It needs to reach 16 in order to move to the next round, or to scale the account, basically. Had a rough time at the beginning, very sideways or choppy, and then found this rhythm very nicely. 35% success rate, very low, right? But 2.9 on the risk reward ratio. So again, like I said, you can find yourself either as you can find your trading or your you know, your behavior as a trader. Are you more into a success rate or risk reward? This guy is also shorting mostly penny and small caps, bigger numbers, 4,000 at the top, but still, besides this one of 300, the rest of it are around the 1,000, 2,000, very consistent, know exactly what he's doing. Very nice numbers as well. And we have a few others. 260 is trading on. Currently got few open positions. These are the open positions from today. I don't know why I'm one share. I think it's a mistake. But besides that, 3,000, 1,000. Again, staying pretty much consistent with the numbers, and also putting up big P&Ls. Small caps, shorting for most part, as you can see, 64%. So this is a decent rate, but risk reward 1-to-1. So again, looking for that, nailing it and taking the money and get out of it. Again, also sideways here, but then he found your rhythm. A lot of trades, as you can see, many trades throughout the day, and this is the way he goes about it. This is Michael Tarantula that I showed you before, 53% and a 1.2. And you can see it, not every time it will be a perfect chart as you saw before. He had a nice move to the upside, all the way down, and then found his rhythm again. So very nice move here. And Michael is trading some small caps, but also large. So he's been trading, if I recall right, roughly 15 years. So he's obviously knows what he's doing. So from time to time, he will mix like KPL, AMD, Tesla, but a lot of the times he would look for those small caps. You can also find these interviews through our YouTube. And lastly is Sabrina, one of our one of the successful female that we have in the company, and I love it. We definitely need more female representative. She pulled 15,000 in her last 2 payouts, and she actually, what she does is actually shorting small caps, but she swing it. It's not a day trading. We have 2 options. We have 2 plans. One is the day trading account, and the other is a swing account. So you can choose whatever is more comfortable to you. Going to the charts, I'm going to show you just a tiny bit. I know we have only 5 minutes, so I'm going to use them to show you some trades that they took. I opened 2 trades here that the guys here that I just shared with you took. And it looks very similar when it comes to, at least on the small cap side, right? A lot of them are shorting them. So it's super similar to in each trader. When you look at it, it will be very similar, the same concept. First of all, they're not looking for pullbacks. They're looking for reversals. In that case, because it's, you know, a penny stocks or a small cap, it will shoot up 300%, 500%, and then will drop a classic pump and dump. So in that case, they will not look for, in most cases, they will not look for those pullbacks and try to maybe buy the breakouts and such. They will actually look for capitulation when the price will reach a certain level, a major key level, and then will start to short it. So in this case, they took a short at 56, so 1056. Once it dropped, a tiny pullback, continuing basically the reversal, and then the next move to the downside. So this is a classic example. And like I said, we're going over their trades over and over again every single day. So you literally see the same pattern and the same behavior. The price going up, they either try to nail the top, for those of them that really try to have a higher success rate, or they will wait for a tiny pullback, sort of like a ICT, we'll call it, and then take the short side. Same concept also here on the TGL, for example. So a nice move through pre-market, and yes, you can trade pre and after market with us. So a nice move and push to the upside on pre-market, price reaching a certain key level, and then look for the downside, looking to short it either at the top, or in that case, it pulled back, and then once it started to reverse again, they took that short. Some of them, if I'm being honest, and looking how to improve them and try to find ways. So this is something that I do again in the interviews. I will find what is the weak spot and try to give them some tips or advices. And what I did see, that is a lot of them will take their profit really fast and won't wait until the price will really decline, right? So the risk reward could be much higher. I can understand definitely that success rate is appealing to most of us as traders, and myself, I'm looking for higher success rate, but you still want to leave something on the table in order for the trade to really work in case the trade really decline or push super high. Alrighty, so I see you guys have a few more questions. I will go over them because I see that the time is running out. If we have a few more minutes, we'll scroll it down. So this is definitely the takeaways that you want to take from this. Risk management first, specialize in a specific market, a specific niche, leverage the data, adapt to changes, and discipline. And again, this is coming from traders that are doing it over and over again. And this is amazing to see. It's not just one trader that you learn from, because we as a company learn from all of our traders every single day. So you can actually know that this is not a coincidence. This is something that will stay and super consistent. Okay, let me see some of your questions. Okay, David, we're talking about stock trading. Many funded traders seems to be successful shorting small caps. If I do not, yeah, Roman, you're asking about not trading small caps. I actually always push them to try something else, not just shorting those small caps. I gave a few examples of those because they are great at what they do, but we do have other great traders that just trading, like I said, Tesla, Amazon, Google, focusing on large cap, or just going for the stocks in play and looking for the one, for example, right now in earnings, looking for the one that popping up or down and trading that. The idea is that if you take the asset or take the sector and focus on that, then it doesn't really matter which one is that, as long as you're focusing on that. And of course, take the other stuff that I talked about into consideration. Edmund, you can trade classic pre-market at 4 a.m. Eastern, all the way till the end of the post-market. Henry, most of them are what we call, you're asking about, is the strategy rule-based. So most of the guys that I showed you are actually what it's called discretionary traders, meaning they don't have a specific rule to get in or out, but they actually have the concept, right? And this is also something that I really understand and connect to, because once you understand the price action, you don't really need a specific rule to click the mouse key. You need the understanding that this is the right area where the market should shift, right? Where the stock should start declining. And once you understand that and you have this concept, then you can start building your position according to the risk management, position sizing, and the rest of the stuff that we talked about. We are using a platform that's called Trader Evolution, and we are currently working on bringing a few more platforms as well. And we're talking about, Georgi, we're talking about stocks. So if you want to trade indices, you can definitely do that by trading ETFs, QQQ, like I said, SQQQ, TQQQ, UPRO, and the rest. We have 12,000 symbols. Guys, so first of all, thanks so much for listening and be with me. Go to tradeapool.com if you want to check us out. You have 14 days free trial. You can test the platform. You can play around with the dashboard, the stats, and then figure out if you want to join. We just launched a program which gives you a 5K to trade with. It's not a whole lot, but it gives you the opportunity to actually, with $47, actually the opportunity to test it out. I would, if you're new to trading in general, I would recommend doing the 5K, and then when you feel comfortable, go with the bigger size. Don't try to, like I said, hit home run. The idea is consistency. Those guys that I showed you been with us for at least a year, all the way to 3 years when we launched Trade a Pool. So in that case, it's important to build it and not just try to, grab everything all at once. Thanks so much for listening. And Anthony.
Right. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Cool.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Michael.
So much, guys.
Yes, thanks for being here, Michael, for those powerful insights and for the generous offer you've made available for our audience today. Truly valuable information for traders who are looking to thrive in prop trading. Up next, we have another phenomenal speaker. Our next speaker is Melissa Armo, the founder and owner of the Stock Swoosh. Melissa is a seasoned expert on trading institutional money and has built an outstanding system around the Golden Gap strategy. Today she's going to show you how to learn how to short on the side of institutional money, an incredibly timely topic given the current market volatility. Please welcome Melissa Armo.
Testing, can you hear me?
Hey, hear you.
And where is the thing to put my slide up, Anthony?
Let me get that for you. Should be able to now.
Perfect. Let me know if you can see my slides.
I could see it. Can the audience see it?
Great. Since we're starting a little late here, you want me to, it's 12:05, okay, Anthony?
Yeah, that works. Thank you.
Okay, great. Perfect. Thank you so much. Great to be here. Very interesting times. Market gap down this morning. We're going to talk about gaps today. We're going to talk about shorting, which is my favorite topic. And of course, 2025 has been an amazing year to short. Part of it was tariffs. Part of it's been economic data. People worried about the Fed. There's lots of things going on right now in the market. And again, I prefer to short. So today I'm going to talk about shorting stocks for fast profits in gaps on the side of institutional money. And if you have any questions, there's me. As we go along, you can email me at melissa@thestockswoosh.com. You can call me at 929-3200-GAP. And you can follow me on Twitter, which is now X, or Facebook, YouTube, or Skype. So again, I appear on TV, talk about the stock market, which is really interesting because everyone's been wanting to talk to me about tariffs. And, you know, whether you follow the news or you don't follow the news, you can always give a reason that you could specify you're taking this trade because of X, Y, Z on a fundamental reason. But that's really not why I decide to take trades. I decide to take trades based on technical analysis, or what I call advanced technical analysis in the gap. And right now it's earnings season. If you're trading right now, you're aware of that. If you're not trading, you're thinking about getting into it. Earnings season is the most advantageous time to trade. It's the most profitable time to trade. Notwithstanding the volatility we've had to start off the year, we had very big moves in stocks in the market even before earnings season started. Tonight is two of the biggest earnings, Microsoft and Meta, and then tomorrow night is Amazon and Apple. And so even though we're getting into the summer, it's actually a great time to trade. And trading is a great summer job because I like to do day trades. I do options too, but I do the fast, quick day trades in the morning where I'm in and out of trades very quickly, usually in the first half hour of the day. And again, it's a great summer job because I'm usually done by 10 a.m., 10:15. That's how I'm able to be here with you today before lunch. Because if I was trading all day long, every single solitary day, I wouldn't be able to teach classes or do webinars on the side. So it really is a great summer job, but of course you have to know how to trade in order to make money. And you have one goal when you trade, and that's to make money. So a lot of times people are looking to buy the dip, particularly with the sell-off that we had. That to me is not a strategy, and I'll explain more about that in a little bit here, but in some markets, that works. And what type of market would that work? Very, very bullish market. 2024 was a bullish year. 2023 was a bullish year. 2025 has not been a bullish year in the market, okay? So again, if you are someone that veers to the long side, that usually focuses on going long, you may have difficulty this year making money unless you learn how to short. So learning how to short is very, very important. And again, you need to know how to do that in order to be successful. And if anybody has any questions, you can plop it in the chat. Anthony, I don't know if I would see people's questions in the chat, if there's a separate chat for that. I only see your chat with me, just to let you know. I don't know if there's another chat. If anybody has questions, they can ask me when they go along, but I don't know if I can see them. Anyways, if you're thinking about doing this for a career as a trader, you need to know, again, how much time do you have to devote to trading every single day? How much time do you have to devote to trading each week? And then can you make the time, the necessary time to actually learn it? So my class where I teach my method is once a month on a weekend. The class for May is this weekend, May 3rd and 4th. So you'd have to have one weekend, Saturday and Sunday, to devote to learning it. And then you'd have to have during the morning between 9:30 and 10 available to trade. So whether you want to do it part-time or full-time, it's one of those things where it is a nice career because you don't have to work 40, 50 hours a week. The market isn't even open that many hours a week, okay? Now, again, it's one of these things where if you're in a situation where you're happy with your job, you like what you're doing, but you just want to make extra money because of the times of the economy, or you're retired, say, for example, that's okay too. That's fine too. You need to have your goals set out, how much money you want to make, and again, how are you going to achieve those goals? So I know we're deep into 4 months, which is hard to believe, into 2025, but I did put the stats for last year in here so you could see an entire year stats for the day trade room for the whole year of 2024, just to show you for last year, my average risk of my day trades was around 3,500 last year. I bumped it up slightly for this year. I made over 901,000. It was a 69% win ratio for the year in the room. So I call trades in the room live, the entry, the stop, and the exit, if you decide that you want to join. I also do options. Again, my options are a newsletter. You don't have to be in the room, but it's the same strategy, the same system based on gaps, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. These were the stats for last year. Again, I'm risking more in my options, around $8,000 a trade. So it was over 3.8 million for options. Again, I was risking more, and my win ratio was slightly better for the options, so it's a 7%. So again, what does that mean? That means for every 10 trades you take with me, figure 7 are gonna win and 3 are gonna lose. And that's the way that you have to size yourself. So last year's results, 2024, all of day trades and options for the entire year, over 4.7 million was a good year. But we're off to a good start so far for 2025. This is through yesterday, actually. We did eat. I didn't put this trade in here, but you can look up the chart. If we have time at the end, I can bring it up. We shorted EAT yesterday. It was a nice short. It was an earnings trade. Like I said, it's earnings right now. And again, I bumped up my risk slightly for 2025 because I had a good year last year. 469,857 for 2025 room results, 69% win ratio. And for options, we've got a huge start to the year. Huge. So already on pace to eclipse last year just because of the fact that we've had so many moves in the market. There were moves to the downside that happened a few weeks ago. We captured that. We were already in puts before those moves happened, and they were huge trades. So again, I've kept my risk actually pretty much the same for my options, around 8,000 over 2.1. And we're at a 76% win ratio for options this year. So I hope I can keep it up all year like this or get up to 80. It's been a phenomenal year to do options. One of the reasons that people love to do options is because you can trade options with a $2,000 account. You don't need a margin account. You can open up a cash account, or you can trade your IRA. But for me personally, the reason that I like to do options is because of the fact that I can hold overnight, okay? And again, that is something that, you know, for me, I find advantageous. Most people, they'll like to trade options because you're not on margin. So whatever works for you. You know, but so far this year, year to date, 2.5, good start to the year. Great start to the year. And again, earnings season, 2 big earnings out tonight, 2 big earnings out Thursday night, more data out on Friday morning. We had data this morning, two data points this morning. This is going to continue to be lots of chances for you to make money and opportunity in the overall market. But again, like I was saying, if this is really something that you want to do, you need to put your whole self into it. It doesn't mean 40, 50 hours a week. It means having a positive attitude, being committed to it. Again, all of the things that you would normally do in any career. You know, if you took a brand new job and you started a new job, you wouldn't be positive and happy about it for a day or a week and then say, oh, I hate this thing. Which unfortunately was a lot of people when they start trading, they don't know what they're doing. They don't have the strategy. They start losing money because they don't know what they're doing. And then they have a negative attitude. Don't let yourself go down into that. You want to have a positive attitude, and you want to keep that positive attitude because it's very important. Because if you go into that negative attitude, it's going to be tough for you to pull yourself up and around from it. And again, I've been teaching people for actually 14 years now. So I understand going through my own process and teaching people for a long time now how people can very easily get into that negative attitude. And then it takes a lot to pull themselves around. But what you can do to pull yourself around is actually start winning, because it's amazing when you have a series of gains or winners, even if it's a little tiny gainers, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you have a series of winners that will really help you to get to the point where you can realize that you can do it. Because in order to become successful, you really need a positive attitude, you need a system, and you need a niche. So what is my niche? Shorting, number one. And number two, I focus on gaps, okay, which is something very unusual that not everybody does. A lot of people are looking at different indicators. Like I said, they're looking at support and resistance, or buying dips. I'm looking at the gap when I look at a chart. And again, I'll talk about that a little bit more here in a minute. But you can make money in the market. People do it all the time. Unfortunately, not everyone does. It's always going to be the way that you have more people that lose than win, and the people that win make a lot of money. It's always the way. So again, it's a zero-sum game. It's from the movie Wall Street. Michael Douglas said that. His character in the movie said it's a zero-sum game. You want to be a winner. You have to have the drive, the ambition, and the intellect and the know-how. And if you're one of those people where you're like, I don't know where to start, I don't know what to do, again, following someone that knows what they're doing, that can mentor you, is the most important thing. But again, getting back to the meat and potatoes of it, you need a good system to succeed. You have to follow it daily. You don't veer off of it, even under changing market conditions. You stay on top of what you know, and then you will succeed. So for me, like I said, what do? I focus on gaps. Now, what is a gap? A gap is the difference between the close and the open. So the market gap down today. So do I short every bearish gap? No. Do I go long every bullish gap? No. Do I go long every bearish gap? No. Do I short every bullish gap? No. So it's not that easy. People want to do gaps as gap fills. If it was that easy to trade, no one would ever lose. You have to analyze and look at what's happening in the gap itself on the chart to be able to figure it out and pick it out. So it's about, for me, the reason that I prefer to short, I will just tell you, is because I like the fast moves. I like the quick moves. And many times that does come along with volatility. It's the unexpected. You could get volatility to the upside. That's very rare, very, very rare actually. But for the most part, you get volatility where stocks are selling off. And that's how you get the fast moves. And obviously moves to the downside do move bigger and faster than moves to the upside. So here's a chart. This is a chart of Apple. This isn't from today. This is from yesterday, actually. I'll just look at here what happened. But you can see really, again, several gaps and the momentum. Let's just go over it. Oops. Anthony, I still don't see questions, so I don't know if I'm set up as a presenter to see questions or no one's asked any yet. I'm seeing your chat, but just FYI, because I can't see any questions if anyone's trying to ask me anything. Anyways, this is a gap. Stock closed here, gap down. Apple was up here. I'm going way, way back, almost a month ago. This was April 2nd. Apple was up here, closed around 222 and change. Boom, gap down in the morning. This was April 3rd. Opened above 200, fell. So this is a bearish gap. So again, it closed at one price at 4 o'clock and opened at a different price at 9:30. That's a gap. Now, that's a bearish gap, okay? Now, what is a bullish gap? This is a bullish gap. Let's take a look at it. Stock closed here at one price, around 196 and change, and opened up here around 208-ish, 209-ish. This is a gap up. Now, again, I didn't short this. Again, this is a bullish gap, but I just want to show you the difference between a bullish gap and a bearish gap. So you can't, like I said, just take every gap in the direction of the gap or reverse it. Again, if it was that easy to trade, no one would ever lose. You wouldn't even have to think. You could just be a robot. But what do? How did I determine Apple was lower? How did I determine the market was lower? How did I get this train to do it, to get this sell-off, which I did? Again, I'm rating the gaps based on a 26-point criteria, which has nothing to do with fundamentals at all. It has to do with the daily chart. So I'm on the daily chart, and this is what I teach in the class. It's a 16-hour class. So no matter what, whether Trump talks about tariffs are paused or tariffs are on, or the earnings are good or the earnings are bad, I'm looking at the price action of what's happening in the chart and the gap to make a determination if I want to take a trade in it or if I don't want to do a trade in it at all, okay? Any questions here so far? I don't know if I can see the questions though, because I don't see a questions box. So I don't know if I'm set up to see questions or not, Anthony, and you're not answering me back. So I'm sorry if you're asking me questions, I can't see it unless no one's asking any. Okay, I'm going to keep talking. So are you doing everything you can right now to position yourself for the future? Again, this is one of these things where if you're in the thick of it and you're like, oh my God, my 401k has been really hit this year. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if I should go long here, if I should sell, if I should have sold, whatever. Again, if you're an active trader like me, what I consider myself an active trader where I'm trying to chunk it out, take quick trades, even an option in a week or two is a quick trade to me. I'm looking to pull money out of the market on a consistent, regular basis. But it is important to know, even for your long-term positions, your retirement positions, swing trades if you're doing them, again, your retirement account, where is the market headed? Where could we go? So again, if you like to follow fundamentals, if that's your thing, the market gapped down this morning because we had a contraction in the economic data report that came up this morning that people now are worried or concerned we could possibly go into a recession, which has been a point of discussion that I've been talking about on TV for the last several months because everyone's been worried about tariffs. Does that mean that we're necessarily going to go into recession? No, but it's certainly something you should be aware of for your long-term positions. And again, if you're someone that does not know how to short, if you only know how to go long, that could be a problem. Because what if you're going to miss out on lots of opportunities to short, which again, you might have already missed out on this year if you didn't get the moves down when we sold off. So again, like I was saying, we had a lot of volatility this year. It's been a great start to the year. I did not anticipate some of the moves we've had this year. I don't think it's over. You know, I think we're going to see more volatility. And to be honest with you, this is some of the best trading I've ever seen that I've seen this year. Like even COVID, which was a once off, which knock on wood, I hope we never see anything like that again. But this volatility that we've seen, and you could say it's a result of the tariffs or whatever you want to say, but it's some of the best trading I've ever seen in my career. Never really seen these types of moves like this. So I really think there's a lot of opportunity in the market this year. And again, like I said, it's some of the best trading I've ever seen, and I've been trading now for 17 years. So I think it's a very special time to trade. I think there's going to be continued opportunities this year, particularly to the downside. And again, you can't short everything, but you need to know what to short and where. So how do I figure it out? I rate the gap using a 26-point rating system. This is what I teach in the class. So I get up in the morning and I prepare what I want to trade even before the market opens. So the market opens every day at 9:30. So I usually get up early, take an hour, go through, rate the gaps, and decide what I want to do. And then I have a watch list, and I usually look at one or two things and I, narrow it down to what I want to do and try to figure it out and try to do one trade a day if possible. And again, I'm doing it based on the gap. So what is a gap? A gap is a difference between the close and the open. Stocks gap most every single day. Not every gap is a good gap, or what I call a golden gap. I'm looking for gaps that are predictable. And how do I do that? I use my gap rating system. And again, if you have something where you could give an opinion on it, but everybody has a different opinion. Again, we had 2 data points this morning. The second data point, you could say, well, I have a good opinion on that. Some people might say, I have a negative opinion on that. This isn't a question where it's maybe this or maybe that, or I think it's good or I think it's bad. I have a criteria that I look at and I follow it to the letter. And again, I've been doing this for 17 years. So if it rates 20 points or more, the gap on the daily chart, then I take the trade in the direction of the gap. And again, I prefer to short, so I go with the short side first. It's not maybe, or I think this, or I think that. I'm going with the rating. So it takes the guessing out of it. And again, I know because I've been trading my system for a long time, what are my percentages? I'm looking for high odds in the trade. That's why I'm trying to keep the trades 20 points or more, stay within that criteria, not skip around it. And if I do, then I know I'm going to have around a 70% win ratio. Again, it doesn't mean that every trade works, but it means that more will work than don't. And that's where I try to stay within it to keep myself on the right side of things. Again, even despite all kinds of chitter chatter with different economic data. So again, let's take a look at it. What is a gap? So here's the QQQ. Stock closed here, gap down, closed up here around 473. Again, we're back here on April 2nd, gap down here on April 3rd. Okay, again, open lower, and we were right here, snug as a bug, around 450 something and change, open, fell. So again, this was almost a month ago. And then wherever we are today, we were down in here today, and then we dropped, and then we were pushing back. But again, this is a gap, okay? So every day at 4 o'clock, the market and everything closes, and every day it opens at 9:30. Any questions here so far? Anthony, I don't know if you're there. I don't see questions, so I don't know if I have the right box up as a presenter. But you're not answering me. But if anybody has any questions and I can't see any questions, just email me. So anyways, like I said, I'm looking for momentum in the gap, okay, to make money. So again, how do I do that? If the stock drops $1 and I have 1,000 shares and I short it, I can make $1,000. So again, it has to do with getting the move. Number one, you have to get the direction right. And number two, I preferably want to see a big move, okay? And I think $1 is a big move, okay? Or more than that. It depends, obviously, what stock I'm doing. But even in the market, even if I'm shorting the QQQs, I consider the $1 a pretty big move. Again, think about it. Momentum, momentum. If you have 1,000 shares of a stock and short it and it drops $1, you'll make how much? Like I said, $1,000. And if you have 1,000 shares of a stock and short and it drops 10 cents, what are you gonna make? $100. So what would you rather make? So again, I would call that a scalp. Okay, so I'm not scalping. I'm trying to get big moves, momentum moves, $1, $2. Again, Tesla today dropped down almost 10 bucks. Okay, so again, that is what I consider momentum. Particularly if you're doing options, you have to get momentum because again, the cost of options and some of these things we've been doing, I mean, some of them have been a little pricey. So you've got to get the move and you got to get the direction right. So again, the key to day trading stocks successfully is using a system, trade a system that sets up daily with a high level of predictability in the directional move. And number two, trade a system that works independently of the market and does not need the market with it to work. So again, I've been shorting since I started my career when the market over most of the years was mostly bullish. Now, I will say this, and I could be the only person that says this, but the market is actually in a downtrend right now. So the market is still in a downtrend since we had that move back from a month ago. So most of the life of the market, though, it is usually in an uptrend. And there's times when the market will go in a downtrend. Of course, we did that with COVID. But again, there's different times it will go and it will move in a downtrend. But I've been shorting stocks even in the market in an uptrend, okay? So you can short stocks or the market in an uptrend or a downtrend. So what's the difference? Well, if you have the market with you, you can get bigger moves, which is good, okay? Obviously, that's what we want. So again, success or failure has everything to do with the quality of your system. You have to have a good system in order to trade. If you don't have a system at all, it's going to be very difficult for you to make money. And again, you're going to be listening to this person, that person. Again, I talk on TV, but I'm not going over my system on TV. I'm giving my opinion, and everybody's giving their opinion on TV. How do you know what that's going to do in order to see what actually happens to take a position or risk your money? You need to be more thoughtful about that when you're making trades. So like I said, my niche is shorting. I'm looking for the fast moves, the quick moves. And again, that's what I want to do because that gives me a niche because most retail traders, and I don't know why, this was never me, but most retail traders prefer to go long. So a lot of people don't know how to short, but you really do need a niche in order to be successful. If you want to trade like everyone else out there, then your results will be like everyone else. And if you want to have outstanding results in your trading, you need to be different. It's extremely important. So my method is based on reading institutional money, like we saw on the Apple, like we saw in the Qs, like you saw even in the Tesla sell-off today, that moves stocks and gaps. Not all gaps are made with institutional money. This is one reason why people often are confused reading gap direction, but it is not confusing if you have a method to review it daily. So again, here's another chart of the QQQs where again, we were in the market, okay, before this move happened. So we were in puts before we got this drop, which was huge. I don't know if anybody remembers this. Was down in here. This was April 7th. Again, that was less than a month ago. And the QQQs touched and broke 400. So this is the type of trade you want to get, not these little wiggles and jiggles here we've had for the last couple of days. The market, in my opinion, has been very choppy in the last 2 weeks. Now, last week was a holiday, but or the week after the holiday. But again, 2 big earnings out tonight, 2 big earnings out tomorrow. The market's going to have a big move between now and Friday. Plus, we have data Friday for sure. So are you on the right side of it is a question. Are you going to see it to play the right side of it? Again, is a question. So my niche is gaps, like I said, and also shorting. So how can you make money shorting? You make money short when the stock price drops, period. Easy, simple. And again, who can short? Well, you can buy a put if you don't have a margin account. You can set it up as a cash account. You can buy a put as a short as an option. If you want to set up a margin account, you can short. Again, I'm doing both. Anyone can short as long as you have an account to set up to short. You can even set up a prop account to short. Retail traders and professional traders can both short. So again, selling happens fast, very, very fast, done usually early in the morning and quick. That's what I'm looking for. Here was one that we did. This was Apple. Again, this feels like a long time ago. Apple earnings were Thursday night. I don't know what they're going to say, but I'm certainly going to be watching it. So here was Apple here on the 3rd. We did a day trade. I shorted it, 203.70, boom, got the drop. Again, a little bit more than a buck, 202.60. Profit was $2,750. This little tiny guy here, and again, I could have held this longer. I didn't even get out of this near the low of the day. I just got in and out quick. That's what I like to do. That's what I'm into doing. Did the day trade, done. Again, did an option in this too, but I'm just showing you the fast day trade, boom. And that's what I call in the room. I also did a video. This is one of my top watches here. I've been watching this, 417 right here. Stock close here, gap down, open, drop, boom. Again, shorted at 103.60, got out, 102.90, made 2,800 bucks, out, done. This continued too. I just want to show you who this came all the way down and broke 100. So again, that's another opportunity, quick trade, in and out. And again, you could have done a put if you had wanted to do a put in it if you didn't have a margin account. But for me, I like to do both because if I'm doing an option, I like to hold it. If I'm doing a day trade, I like to get out quick. Again, there's some people in me that are doing one or the other of both, but there's opportunities no matter what. If you get the momentum and you're willing to look at it and see and say, well, this could go here. What's the normal target? What's the dream target? Do we have the market with us? Here was the one Apple trade that we did, which was 328. And we did the 215 puts that expired the 4th. So here's what happened with this trade. Here's where, this is the week that I was telling you we were in the trade, we're ready. Stock close here, gap down. We did the trade. We did the 215 puts, backed up. And then we got it. Anthony, I think you just opened up the questions. I don't know if that means I'll see back the questions or not. Let's see. I didn't see anybody's questions up until now. I don't know if I can go back and see back ones or not. I knew something was up with that. Anyways, here was the Apple move. You see it? Let me see if I can answer people's questions now. I didn't have access to the questions, sorry. Let me just try to go back. Sorry about this. I couldn't see what was going on because I didn't have access to questions. Let me just go back. For the results, someone's asking, Larry's asking, what should a balance sheet have to start for the results? First of all, if you're starting out trading, you mean the stats at the beginning are showing you to risk $8,000 an option and $3,500 for a margin trade. You know, honestly, if you were going to take the class and you're going to risk as much as I am, I think that's, I wouldn't advise that because you need to learn and start doing it first yourself, even if you have the cash. I would start out slow, no matter what, even if you had the cash. So that's my 2 cents, because you're going to have questions, you're going to learn it, you're going to have a learning curve no matter what. Even if you're following me, you're going to have a learning curve. But again, ideally, you would never want to risk your entire account anyways. So I will tell you, I could be in 15 options at once. So if I'm doing trades and I have $8,000 at risk, you know, times 15, you got to figure I would be, you know, just on the safe side of it, have a couple $100,000. Now, again, ideally, you should have $500,000 to $1 million to be able to hit these kinds of marks. And then you're still looking at making, you know, a 400% on your money or more at the end of the year. But I want to be clear, even if you have that cash, I think you should start out slow. And you also don't need to be taking the risk that I'm taking. I just got done telling you, I'm trading for 17 years. When I started out trading, I took my day trades. I was risking $150 a trade. If I made money, then I made 300, 400. And if I lost, then I lost 150 bucks. When I started doing options, which I didn't start doing right when I started trading in 2008, I started out trading $1,500 risk. And then I bumped it up to 4,000, and then I bumped it up to 8,000 too quickly, and I started losing, and then I bumped it back. So you have to gauge yourself, even if you have the cash. Like, let's say you have 100 grand. You could do, all the trades I'm calling, but you couldn't risk $8,000 a trade. You could certainly risk 1,000 or 1,500, and that's still good money. And then as you grow that $100,000 account to 200 and 200 to 300, then you can start layering on the risk. So that's my take on that. Again, I would start out slow no matter what you're doing. And I want to say something else. Let me just see these other questions because I want to say something else. Oh, that was it. That was all the questions. I did a video. It's on YouTube. I'm getting short of time here. I only have 15 more minutes. I want to get through some stuff. But there are places out there. I just have to get this out because people need to understand. There are places out there that are offering accounts where you pay a fee, and you may hear some speakers today say that. Make sure you do your due diligence and ask the right questions. If you are opening an account and putting your own money at risk, you're trading that money. That's what I consider a prop place. If you go to a retail place that require $25,000 for a retail account, options $2,000, it's your own money, you're trading it. They're under certain SIPC rules in the US. If you go to a place where you're paying a fee for an account, I can't verify if that account is real or not. And there'd be no way for you to do it either. Chances are it could be not real. So usually what these places do is they charge a fee. It's a fee-based system where they have certain requirements. If you meet the benchmarks, then they say they give you real money or you can get the money out. Make sure you do your due diligence with those. They're popping up like toadstools now. I don't do that. I'm not a broker. I'm going to call the trades and teach you how to trade and teach my method and do it with you. That's what I do. If you want to go to a broker, go to a licensed broker. If you're going to a place where you don't have to put up any money and they collect a fee from you, some of them are cheap and some of them are thousands of dollars. No, that's a practice account. That's a practice account. And you can practice on a demo and not pay any fee at all. So again, please be careful. I'm getting solicited for these things. And I'm having people call me and tell me horror stories. They paid thousands of dollars and are wasting 6 months and a year, and they never meet the benchmarks because the benchmarks usually are impossible to make because I don't think the accounts are real. And even if they are real, the benchmarks are impossible to make. It's designed to collect a fee from you. That'd be like me. That'd be like me saying I'm going to charge you $1,000 and I'm going to give you a $100,000 account to trade. Okay, why? If I said if you made 10,000, then I'll give you the profits after that at 90%. Listen, if somebody would offer me that, I'd say no. Why? If I made 10 grand, I want the 10 grand. I want it today. If I made it today, I want it right now. So why would I work for 10 grand for you? So there's no quick fixes out there. There's no quickie thing. You got to have cash to trade. You got to have money to do my class if you want to learn it. There's a fee for my time and my information, and you want to get my calls. There's no quick get rich quick thing out there. It does not exist. Just know that. And be very careful when you're spending money on these types of things that I'm talking about, because they're out there. Like, I'm getting an email every day about it. And I did a video on YouTube the other day because someone else just told me another horror story last week of something. And I said, gosh darn it, I'm going to have to start talking about these things to people because people don't realize what they're getting themselves into. They don't realize it. Okay, let me ask the last question. You're new to trying to understand what your gap system is. Can you explain better about the criteria? The criteria is what I teach in a class, which is 16 hours. And I only have another, 10, 12 minutes here. So that's what is worth the money that you would pay me for to learn. That's number one. And it would take me 16 hours. And I don't have 16 hours here today. But that criteria is a process and a learning process that you go through. Okay. I think I answered Larry's question. I didn't see it until now. Derek said I'm doing great. Okay. All right, let's go over this trade really quickly, and then I'm gonna kind of go faster here. So this was one of the biggest trades. I think this was the biggest trade we had in April. It was $1.80 to do that trade in Apple. The trade was down until it went. Sold it at 22, and again, I risked $9,000. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to take the risk. I did. You could have risked one contract. You could have spent $180. And you would have had a 1,122% return on investment. So it doesn't matter what your risk is. It's not going to stop you from making money. You will make money if the trade works. You will lose if the trade loses, okay? So your risk has nothing to do with the quality of the trade. You can take a small risk or a big risk. And if you have the money, you can take a big risk. But no one should be trying to make $4 million a year if you're not even making 100,000 a year or 50,000 a year or 20,000 a year. Again, most people are losing. So again, there's a lot of different people in different camps right now. Some people are losing trading. They need help. They don't have a system. They don't know what to do. Some people are break even that I talk to. They're really wasting a lot of time. They're not getting anywhere with it. That's why they're trying these other types of demo accounts. They don't want to put money up to risk anymore. They're not really losing. They're trying to see if someone else can fund them. They're not really getting anywhere. They're just spending a lot of time but churning and burning. Then there's 3 people that are profitable, are making money, not enough to support themselves, not enough to quit their job, not enough to really get excited about it anymore, too scared to take a lot of risk, and they never really have any big trades, and when they lose, they tend to lose a lot. Those are the 3rd camps of people that I'm talking to as I'm talking to people about my class on a regular basis. So there's 3, and the 4th type of people are people that never traded, have no experience, never learned what to do, don't even know anything, and they come to me and they're starting from square one. So again, talking about in an ideal world, you should have, you know, if you want to do as many trades as you possibly can, and even if you had a big week, or if you had a losing week, you could suffer through the losing week and carry through. Again, that's where you want to be if you're experienced, which I think takes a couple of weeks or a couple of months, even if you have the cash. For someone that has a very small account, obviously, if someone has a starter account with $5,000 or less, then I would be risking no more than $200 per trade, 300, maybe 500, even that's a lot. Again, because you should never have half your account at risk at any one given point in time. And you have to be able to go through, because again, what I'm saying, you can go back and look at the stats. I want to keep going here though, but you can go back and look at the stats at the beginning. If you have 5 weeks in a row of winners, and then week 6, you don't get the market right, or you're the opposite against the direction of the market, you lose, you need to be able to push forward. And that's why, again, when I'm saying a 70% win ratio or 76% win ratio, it's not even Steven throughout the year. Does that make sense? Like, we could go weeks and weeks and weeks where every trade works, and then we could have a losing week. So again, that's why you have to consider your risk with your entire account balance. Does that make sense? And what you can stomach. Okay, good. All right, I'm going to quickly move through this here. Again, short moves happen fast. Again, I like to short because of panic. I'm looking for institutional money. It's a 26-point checklist. And again, shorting gives me a niche because people are scared when something drops and they sell off. And again, you can do this with a small account. I'm showing you my results, but you know, I'm in the emails, in the marketing emails, if you're on my list, if you're not, if you decide to sign up for the list, you can email me and get on my list. But I show smaller risk. I show beginner risk. Again, we're talking about options. You could do an option as a put. There was another huge one we did that same week. We did the 475 Qs, which we did on that same day, the 28th. And this was another huge trade. Now, this was more expensive. We did it, it cost $5. I sold it at 45, 800%. This week made our whole month, basically. Again, did this trade on the 28th. Here was the sell-off. So I tend to be early, just so you know, in trades. So this backed up before it went. It's exactly what Apple did, actually, too. But again, you could have done one contract. You could have risked $500. And if you had risked $500, again, you would have made $4 grand. That's good. That's good. You don't have to risk 9,000. Here was another one we did Amazon. This was the same day, 328. Again, this was so cheap when I think about it. This is, again, the Thursday night. Amazon is earnings Thursday night. We'll see what it does. 320, sold it at 21. Ridiculous trade. Another one that same day. I did a bunch of stuff that day, the 328. Again, what should you expect to earn 1-to-1? You would learn the checklist and the entries and the exit in the class. It's important to have a positive attitude. But I think once you see a couple trades like this and you're on the letter and you're trading with me, you get your attitude shifts, is what I was saying. But learning is key. Learning is very important. And everyone wants to make a lot of money. I get it. But you have to take the amount of money you have and use that to build it and trade and learn as you go. And so again, it's about taking calculated risk, not just risk for risk's sake. And I teach all of this in the class. It's a 26-point system you'll learn in the class. And I'm using this to read the market. That's how I read the market was lower, which I called in February. And that's how we were in these trades early to get that sell-off. And if you want my opinion, I actually think the market's still lower now too. So we'll see. But again, one strategy is you only need to be successful. You do not need a general overall broad-based view to make money. Tons of people have that and they don't do well. So I use a checklist daily and I teach my method in the class. It's a class on how to find, pick, and play professional bearish gaps. Class is online. You can be anywhere in the world and take it. Class tuition is $69.99. Class dates are May 3rd and 4th, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern time. Classes online. You can be anywhere in the world and take it. And again, it is going to teach you how to trade bearish gaps. I am doing an earnings season package special this week for the class, which ends on Friday. Of course, the class is Saturday. You will get 1 year free of the options newsletter, 1 year free of the trading room if you sign up by Friday the 2nd. This is a good deal. So you get all my trades for the year free, do the class this weekend, get going and start to trade. Any questions? Let me see. Can you show an intraday chart of your trades? If I put this up, I don't know if I have to take it off or not. I'll show you the E. I have videos on YouTube, you just go there. Can you see my chart or do I have to take it on and put it off again? So this is what we did yesterday. Boom. And again, I didn't do an option in it. Some people did an option in it. I didn't. I didn't do it, but some people did. But if I had done a put, it continued down today, actually. I said 130 dream target. There were some people that did puts because it didn't do the day trade. But anyways, 130 dream target has basically got there. This only had monthly puts, but the put worked. So we'll go back to yesterday. I'll show you this really quickly. What was yesterday? Oh my God, tomorrow is May. I can't believe that. What the heck? This year is going so crazy fast. Anyways, here's the chart. Here it is, beautiful. I forget exactly where I got in here, somewhere in here. Yeah, I think I got in here a little bit above this maybe. And I got this drop into here and I got out. So I did not hold this all the way down here. Where did it go? 133.60. I didn't hold it all the way down. So I got this drop in here, got out, done. That was it. It was a good trade. I think I put the room on my YouTube, so you can watch the trade. Actually, you can go watch the room live. I posted it on YouTube from yesterday. If you go to the Stock Swoosh, join my Stock Swoosh on YouTube. Any questions from anyone about anything at all? Again, please be very, very careful if you're trading right now. I know what the bias is of a lot of people. Again, I've been going on TV. People have been asking me my opinion on this thing, that thing, the other thing. You know, my bias in the market is that we're going to have another drop. I don't know when. Again, there's a lot of things that are happening in the next 3 days that could affect the market. They will affect the market. So be very, very careful when you're trading. And I think it's important to follow a system, and that's the only way really you can be successful. But you have to have a winning system. And think about what I said about a lot of these accounts that are out there. Know them when you're doing these accounts. They're practice accounts. You're paying a fee to practice. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But you can get on a demo somewhere for free. So be careful. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Anthony.
Melissa, thank you for that incredible presentation and for your generous offer. Shorting alongside institutional money is truly a game changer. Thank you for sharing your expertise. Now let's keep the momentum going with our next speaker. Next, we welcome Norman Hallett of the Disciplined Trader. Norman has decades of experience helping traders not only build strong strategies, but strengthen the mental and emotional discipline it takes to consistently succeed. He'll be covering prop trading bullets that what it takes to get paid consistently. You're going to love what Norman has prepared. Let's welcome Norman Hallett.
Hi, Anthony.
Hi, Norman.
I just heard the last part of Melissa's presentation. And for all of you out there, Melissa knows what she's doing. So, but I do take deference with something that she said. The theme of today is all about prop trading, correct? Am I wrong about that, Anthony? Are you with me?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct, okay. Norman.
Yeah, and although Marissa seemed to have a different take on the possibilities for prop trading, She mentioned hearing a lot of people who just pay the fees and don't win. That hasn't been my experience. My experience is really kind of a mixed, just like normally traders win and lose, and the majority lose. It's not really because of the fact that they're trading somebody else's money. She did mention something I wanted to correct, at least with Apex and with Top Step, two of the firms that I look to drive my people to. She mentioned that you want your money when you make money, you want to be able to get it, and that's true. I do too. The rule that I live under with them is as long as I request profitable money 2 months in a row, on that third month I can take it all out if I want. So there is a delay because you're charging somebody, you're trading somebody else's money or a pool of somebody else's money. But the idea is that I believe that prop trading is probably the best thing to happen to the small trader since exchange traded options. And the people I hear from are a mix. Many are winning and just can't believe this is all true, as I didn't when I first started it, that you could trade somebody else's money and make 90% of the profit. Actually, with Apex, 100%. And they do that not because, and they do that because you get the fees along the way. And they also know that it doesn't matter if you give people money to trade or they're trading their own money, the majority are not going to win. So maybe it'll go from the normal 90% to 85% when you prop trade, because there is a little bit less cortisol level because you're not risking your own money. So maybe there's a few people on the edge that were losing that are now winning because that edge is favorable to your angst, to your emotions. But generally, you need to understand that especially if you're winning with small money, you could be winning with a lot bigger money just by doing the same thing. And maybe you have to wait, a few months to get everything, but you can still pull out several $1,000s a month for the first 2 months. So I just wanted to just let people know that I do think prop trading, I mean, it's expanding. Most traders do not win in prop trading, just like they don't win, and they do pay those fees. But I think if you added up those fees, it's not anywhere close to those same people who, if they're just paying fees, it means that you're probably losing plenty of money in your own money. Anyway, let's get going with my presentation, because I do believe that prop trading I'm writing a book on it that should be released next month on prop trading. And I really do believe that for the right person, for the person who's willing to act and trade like a professional trader, prop trading could be very, very lucrative for you. So let me show you a few things. I just wanted to, I don't know if you can see this. These PA accounts are all funded accounts that I have. Some are 250,000, some are 50,000. I'm not showing you all the numbers because I don't want to show you my account numbers and so on, but I am showing you today's result of 2 trades that I took, $850. Now that $850 is my money. It's my money. And so it is real. So I want to make sure that that you understand the possibilities and probabilities here. Okay, let me give you my presentation. I'm going to go pretty fast here, but I'm going to make you an offer at the end that you've never seen before. I know, because I don't believe that that most can do what I'm doing here, so they don't have the confidence in the trading plan that I'm about to offer you, this simple trading plan. But let me expand this for you, and I also want to show you some action from today. Anyway, I want to show you some bullets. I want to, for those that are trading right now and are doing well until they get to the funded account and then their emotions come up. That's part of what I'll be addressing today in not blowing up your funded account. Again, the majority of people who are losing because of the mental and emotional angst. There are a lot of good trading plans out there that you can win if you can follow them, but most can't follow because they're not willing to admit the ego hit that they're getting in their own way. I think once you can do that, what I do though is I build my emotional fixes into my trading plan in a lot of ways. I don't know that anybody else does that. It's because of my appreciation. Anyway, know that futures trading is risky and can result in substantial loss. Only risk capital should be used or considered for further past performance, not indicative of future results. I went to the University of Cincinnati, graduated in mathematics. Within about 8 years, I was running one of the largest option firms in the country in the 1980s. That's not an exact picture, but I had 63 professional traders in my room that I was responsible for their production and their success. After my really good years with that option firm, I was kind of bought out by Payne Weber, where I was commodity trading advisor, trading millions for individuals who trusted me with their money. And in fact, as a commodity trading advisor, I was making 20% of the money that I was generating for these individuals. It wound up to be a pretty good amount of money because I'm trading millions. In prop trading, maybe when you get good at it, you can be trading a couple of million, but 90% of a couple of million is a pretty good number too, and that's really where I'm heading here with you. I've written several books on designing and constructing effective trading plans. This one is still available, I believe, on Amazon. This is what I learned from that room in that upper right that I just showed you, that the simple trading plans are the ones that work. The less complicated, the better. I'm going to show you just one or two charts of how I look at it. One is going to be a little bit more complicated than normal, but I wanted to make a point about the current market. Inspirational quotes. I'm the disciplined trader, so books have been written about me. I tend to get excited on stage because I primarily talk about the mental piece as well as the trading piece. I started the Disciplined Trader in 2000, in October of 2000, and it's morphed into now something called Their Money, Your Profit, which is focused on prop trading. For the last few years, I have been focused on prop trading, and I want to show you the result of that focus. Again, I've written many institutional papers. I just wrote an article for Traders World magazine, technical magazine. And so you may know me from my 4-minute drill for traders. I've done over 200 of them. I've got over 1 million views in my 4-minute drill for traders. It's on YouTube if you want to take a look at it. So I wanted to show you this chart first. It's really not part of my presentation, but I wanted to. This was done about 2 hours ago, so there's a little change. This is a daily chart of the S&P. What I wanted to impress on you is that simplicity is really where it's at when you're dealing with effective trading. This is the daily chart of the S&P index. You can see where it fell, it reacted, made that dramatic bottom, and now we're trying to work our way up. Well, I drew the tops line here. Now, it's important to say that when I look at a chart, when I look at whether to take a trade or not, and I'm a day trader, I don't trade off a daily chart. I trade off a 2-minute, 5-minute, sometimes 10-minute. But this is a daily chart. It gives me the undertow of the market, where I believe the direction is going to be in general. There's a lot of influence on the daily chart. So I always take a look at this before I go to my day trading chart. This is the tops line. I give this a lot of weight. Trend lines are a lot of weight. I give them a lot of weight. I look around at the different, whether it's RSI, whether it's moving averages, whether it's double bottom or double top. They all have a weight in my head. But one of the more important weights, one of the heaviest, are these trend lines. You can see this trend line held really nicely when it made its bottom down here. We've come up, this is the tops line. So this is, you see the market kind of gyrating, right? Up and down, up. And now what I wanted to show you, and I sent an email to people on my list. If you want to get on my list, just go to thedisciplinedtrader.com and sign up for my 4-minute drills. That's thedisciplinedtrader.com. And right here is we are getting a confluence of different indicators. We are at a very critical point as far as where we're going from here with the indexes. And here's why I say that. When a market comes down and then moves higher like this and then breaks this initial low, that this right here, before it broke the low, this right here was a support level. When you break a support level, it becomes resistance on the way up. And that's exactly what happened right here. It broke this initial level, came down and made a new low, and came up and is struggling now with this new resistance level on the way up. We've come down again, and now we're coming up again to the same level. Now I want to say one thing. So this is an important line. This is an important line, and this is an important line. All have heavy weights in my beliefs. Okay, these are moving averages. This is the 8-bar exponential moving average, which I like to use. I call it the golden mean. You can see where the market is now. It hasn't extended here, but when this day is over, this yellow line will come in this area also. But you're seeing that right in this area, you've got the 34 EMA, which the 34 is a Fibonacci number. I use this for several reasons. If you join me, I'll let you know how I use it for defense. And you can see where this, the 34, the 8, my tops line. This is the 50 up here, which I don't usually draw, but I did for this demonstration. And you can see that everything is culminating in this area. Okay, so where we break from here, to me, is going to be the next direction for at least a couple of days a week. You can never tell with the volatility of the markets. But I want to make one strong point here, and then I'll get to my presentation proper. When a market makes a dramatic low like this, it usually tests this low before it can move on. There are very few what they call V bottoms, where it goes this dramatic and then it moves higher. Normally a V bottom is made over a couple of days when it is made. I don't believe this is a V bottom. I don't know. I'm letting the market tell. I'm anticipating a check of this, because generally when markets have this kind of a dramatic move down, they will check this bottom before it extends. Now, some may argue with me and say this is the check. I don't think so. I'm not seeing the bar energy. I'm not seeing the drama that I'm seeing here. Usually that check has its own drama. Not seeing that. So now, if this market does break down, and if the market today ends on its low, I believe that is confirmation to me that we're at least going to check this bottom, and I believe more likely the absolute bottom. So again, a market generally does not make a V bottom. It will check a dramatic low. So I'm looking for this. Now it goes up, that's okay too. Again, I'm not trading from the day chart. I'm trading from the 2, the 5, the 10, and I'm doing that because I'm a day trader. But I am being influenced by this for my position sizing. If this breaks down, when I see a trigger in the shorter term chart, I'm going to take 1 or 2 more contracts. That's the idea. That's why I measure what I call the undertow, which is the daily charts tendencies brought as an undertow to the shorter term charts. Okay, so I'm showing you this because we're in a critical situation. If we trade on the lows, this market has actually recovered somewhat up to here now. So we're still again in this neutral area. But if we close below the 8-bar exponential moving average today, I believe we are headed south. Okay, so just want to show you that. A lot of people that ask me know that I'm a technically oriented guy. But again, I do have a solid appreciation and even more appreciation for the mental and emotional aspects. Okay, so I wanted to show you that. Let's get into my trading plan proper here, my trading advice to you proper. This is an overall recognition that as we move through this presentation, we're going to be recognizing the importance of the mental and emotional aspects of trading. The specific trading techniques I give you will be laced with the understanding that without the mental and emotional, I spelled that wrong, I guess I was emotional, you won't succeed in prop trading either. And at the conclusion, I'm going to give you a special offer. It's an offer that I've never seen anyone else make. Okay, let's get started. Again, from the mental and emotional standpoint, I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. This is more for more experienced prop traders who have been struggling. New people, just follow along with me. I can help you too in the end with my offer. The $50,000 account, that's the basis of which I'm going to talk about today. You need to make in the early stage, in the evaluation stage, you need to make that $50,000 into $52,600. You're going to make $2,600 before and I'm sorry, before you lose 2,500, there's a 2,500 floor. I won't get into the floor except for to say that's the red line. Okay, 52.6 is where you need to reach before you can then be funded with a real 50. I'm sorry, I'm incorrect about what I've just said. I am looking here at a funded account. Okay, so I'm taking you to the funded account. I'm assuming that you've now gotten to the funded account. In the evaluation, if you make your 50,000 into 53,000, if you make $3,000 in your funded account or in your eval account, you'll then be funded. So that's where we are right now. The $52,000, the $50,000, if you make it 52.6, you can actually start drawing out money. Now the red line at 52.6 becomes 50,100. It's 2,500 below that. That never moves. Okay, but what I'm saying that at this point, at the 52,600, you've got a $2,500 floor. If you bust, if your equity goes below 50,100, you've got to go back to the evaluation stage. Okay, so 50,000. If you make that same $50,000 funded account, if you let it extend, don't touch it at 52.6. Let it extend to $60,000. That red line still remains at 50,100, and now your floor is 9,900. So now you've got a little bit of room to be a little bit more breathy. You can not be so careful with your position sizing. You can expand, but really, I want you to understand the real nature of the opportunity here. If you have the patience to even let it grow more, and if you have multiple accounts, you can have as many as 20 accounts. I don't want to get into that. You saw 7 that I have, but you can get 20 accounts. People use a trade copier and they have the same trade going all those accounts. I'm not one of those people, but many do, and many that I train do, and that's okay. But I'm just saying that in that one $50,000 account, if you can build it nice and slowly to 7,500, that red line remains at 50,100, and you got almost $25,000 of give before you would bust your account. At this point, you're not busting your account. You're not going to bust your account likely. You can take out 5,000 or 10,000. It's all your money. In fact, if you wanted to quit the game, you could take out 24,900. Okay, but you want to leave some in because you've got this 50,100 to contend with. Okay, so I hope I'm not going too fast, but please, I just want you to get the notion that maybe I know what I'm talking about when it comes to successful prop trading, okay? And that you'll join me at the end. Prop trading challenge number 1, staying away from that red line. That tight drawdown limit, 5% off the open trade equity high. They count open trade equity against you. I won't go through that, but that's something that professional traders don't let go of, open trade equity. Weekend traders, public traders, whatever you want to call them, that are not really serious about trading in the long term, they don't worry about open trade equity. If you have a $50,000 account, you put on a trade and it's up $1,000, and you let it come down to break even, a public trader may say, hey, that's okay, I still have my $50,000. A professional trader, and like me, when I was supervising professional traders, if they did that, they wouldn't have their job for very long. You cannot let go of that kind of you can't let go of a 2% open trade equity in a single trade. You can't do that with a $50,000 and really any account. So I'm just saying that they count open trade equity against you. It just makes you a better trader. Okay. So in a $50,000 account, you can't breach that 47.5 level. Okay. The $2,500 differential follows you along the way, as I showed you, until you get over that 52.6. Okay. Now, as you're working toward your goal of 2,600 profit on the 50,000, the closer you get to the red line, which is that $50,100 line, the more stressful your trading becomes. Often when that stress happens, you get pulled off your plan. You start revenge trading and doing stupid things. So the solution is every trade should include some scalping, whole or part, because when you scalp, you're taking that open trade equity value right away, and you're padding your distance literally from that red line. So the less you ask from a trade on initiation, the more you're likely to have a favorable outcome. That's why I like scalping. I like both. I like putting on at least 2 contracts with every trade. And this way, one is for scalping and one you let it run and manage. That's the way I look at the best way to trade in prop trading. Each successful scalp pads the distance from between you and that red line. So I use that scalp runner combination. All right. So another problem is identifying the problem. What you need to do, you need to identify a set of reliable, frequent triggers. It needs to be frequent so you don't challenge your lack of patience, and it needs to be reliable. And when I say reliable, gives you a pop at least 2/3 of the time so that you can take advantage 2/3 of the time of that scalp. Okay. So in order to keep the risk-reward ratio in line, a reliable trigger, one that gives you a pop in your direction upon application, at least 2/3 of the time is needed. A pop means one that moves in your direction within the first few candles, okay? The trigger must also be frequent, okay? And often enough, and appear often enough not to challenge your patience. So the solution is have at least 2 of these A+ triggers, of which we have 2. I'm testing another one also right now for those that are with me, that have been tested thoroughly, meet that frequent and reliable standard. If you trade a single market, change time frames to expose more triggers. For example, 2 short candles can combine to 1. So if you have a limited time to trade, you can go from a 5 to a 2 and get more frequent candles, or from a 5 to a 10 and combine candles. So you can move around your time frames to expose your trigger. You need to have the trigger. So trade more than one market is another way to do it, or move your time frames. That's all I'm trying to say here. I wanted to show you, this is the chart we trade from. So this is not a complicated thing. The RSI below here is really not whether we take a trade or not. It's more for position sizing. But look at how simple this is. So if you want to join me, this is the simplicity of the way that I work. Simple trading plan. Here's the prop trading challenge number 3. Okay. Because when you get close to that $2,600 level, when you start at 50,000 and you're close to that 52.6, there's another nervousness there. You don't want to back up. You're almost crossing the finish line. You need to push through it. That's another mental and emotional challenge. When the account balance gets near the finish line, nerves increase, leading to being too careful, causing hesitation and mistakes. Okay, but the solution is you want to trade a couple of accounts. I like to see you trade at least 2 $50,000 accounts. That's the way you want to start. And maybe you take the same trade, but maybe you take 2 contracts in one and 3 in another, okay? And maybe you take a micro in one and a couple of minis in another. So the same action, but different intensity, okay? A positive result in both will result in that breakthrough with one of them. A negative result will keep one close because you made it smaller, and one will back off a little bit more, but you won't back off on both of them. You want to keep that positive direction as much as you can. You want to adjust your trading plan to match who you are. And I'm talking about emotional truths. In addition to training your subconscious mind and strengthen your weaknesses and emphasize your strengths. The disciplined trader is really the world's leader in helping traders with their mental and emotional weaknesses. We have programs for that you're welcome to. We can talk about that at a later date, but generally you have to have mental and emotional control. Otherwise, no plan will work for you. But as you see here, I'm trying to build. I do build with what I call nuances. I build those mental and emotional differences into the trading account. There's small adjustments that you can make to the basic trading plan that fits you as an individual. If you're an impatient person, there's a couple of things that you can do that I can show you that just tweak the trading plan to allow more triggers to appear so that you're not challenging your weakness from a mental and emotional standpoint. I think you know what I'm talking about, okay? So we're at 12:28 right now. I've got about 15 minutes. Let me show you what I have here. But before I do, I want to, if you're a prop trader, I think it's important which contracts you're trading. Here are some futures contracts to consider, okay? The micro, NQ, and ES. We all know about that. Very flexible in your exposure, but can add up a bit with round turn fees. But don't let that stop you. Listen, if you're person that's tripping over pennies to get to the dollar, you're not going to make it here. Stay small. You're better off trying 5 NQs instead of 1 full account, 1 full contract, 1 micro contract or mini contracts instead of a micro. So stay with the micros when you're small, okay, especially when you're looking at the 50s. Also, the Euro FX and the Japanese yen, 6E and 6J on NinjaTrader. Full contracts often fit easily here because it's somehow they can be nice bite-sized pieces. 100 points is $125. So you can take on quickly, you can easily take on 2 contracts because I want to limit in their $50,000 account every trade to no more than $250 in risk. And you can do that with 2 contracts, often with the yen and the euro dollar. So I really like these contracts. You may want to take a look at them for yourself. And then I mentioned that the currencies tend to trend. I really like it because once you're riding a moving average, which I show you how to do, these trends can really work into really over $1,000 in a single contract many times in either of these 2 contracts. And also the people don't know that there is a mini crude oil contract. It's a half contract in crude oil. It's called the QM. These are half contracts, so in cases you can apply. And remember, I said I want you to always take on 2 contracts when you have a proven trigger. One is a scalp, one is a runner. And here you can easily do it because those 2 contracts in the QM add up to 1 normal crude contract. Okay, so it's really a nice size, and crude tends to run also. So I really like this contract. And it's a nice bite-sized piece, especially if crude is kind of doing nothing for a while and then gives you a signal. You have a nice short risk. You can take on 2 contracts and still stay within the $250 limit when you're trading a $50,000 account. So I wanted to show you these contracts. If you're not trading them and you're trading the $50,000 accounts in anybody's prop trading, you really want to try to stick to these, I think. Okay, let me show you what I got because I think you're going to want to join me if you're as enthusiastic as I am about trading someone else. Look, I could trade my own money. Why should I do that when I could be trading 8 of the or 7 of these accounts with 250 and $50,000 accounts? I've got several of each. Okay, loaded gun simple trading plan. It's I'm going to give you the core loaded gun trading plan. It all fits on 1 sheet of paper, and you get the videos and all the rules. Enter and exit fit on 1 sheet of paper. I'll show you the general the core chart before, and the videos. There's only 2 videos, and they include all the examples, and it's only the whole thing is an hour and a half long for both of them together. So this is a simple trading plan. It doesn't mean it's a simplistic trading plan. Simple is good in this business. I showed you that room of 63 professional traders that I was in charge of. It's those that had the simple trading plans that use the indicators that are the heavyweights that influence the chart the most, and go with those instead of waiting for another 4 or 5 indicators to confirm. By that time, the market's usually halfway to where it's going. Okay, so all the nuances, I mentioned the nuance is that little tweak you can make in your trading, in the core trading plan to match who you are. We're going to meet one-on-one as many times as you want, and when you're in this program, and when we meet, I'm going to find out your weaknesses and your strengths. I'm going to recommend some of these nuances so that you can manage even my trading plan even more comfortably. I'm going to see your weaknesses. I'm going to ask you tough questions, and then I'm going to say, here's what I would do, so that it complements you. It doesn't strain you because you're a revenge trader or you're over trade. I'm going to show you how to adjust the trading plan to fit you. Now there are 7 nuances right now that I can help fit into. I'm testing 2 right now, but there's 7, and that's really enough to fit pretty much any hard-headed trader. We have monthly get-togethers. It happens to be the last Wednesday of the month, which is today. So there is a chance at 4 o'clock today. There is a chance that if you purchase today, you can get in that meeting. You would be able to, and even though you wouldn't understand anything, you'd meet some of the people and you share in some of the success that they're having. In these meetings, I give you any updates that I have to share with you. We share experiences. I answer questions for the newbies, and it's all recorded so that you have it all working for you if you can't attend. Okay, there should be about 30 people or so at this meeting. I think there's 50 registrants, so it'd be a nice size meeting. We all have our little boxes, okay? Here's the first bonus. I've mentioned it to you. It is 90 days of unlimited private one-on-one Zoom coaching. You and I will get together on Zoom. I want to learn about your pain. I want to learn about your successes. I want to learn about your experience. And then I want to guide you into using the Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan to your best advantage. Now, when we have our first meeting, I want you to have at least looked at the videos and at least looked at the nuances, which are only 10, 15 minutes per nuance. And I want you to look at a couple of the past get-togethers. Once you've done that and have a pretty good understanding of the simple system, then I want you to book your first meeting with me. And you can have as many of these meetings as you want if you somehow feel uncomfortable along the way. Now, I want to mention something about the 90 days of unlimited private one-on-one coaching. It doesn't start until our first meeting. So if you have a lot to do between now and the end of May, take advantage of what I'm about to show you because it is disappearing today. I want to, well, you'll actually be able to do it today and tomorrow, but you won't have the vanishing bonus, which I'm going to show you. But I am going to say that if you, this 90 days doesn't start when you purchase. It starts when we have our first meeting. So you can purchase today, go through all the videos, or take vacation for January, for May, and start looking at the videos in June, and make your first private session with me on July 1st. That's when the 90 days will start. So don't worry about the fact that the 90 days will run out if you have something to do in the near term, because your 90 days starts with our first meeting, okay? This is important because I've managed a lot of people. I can manage you, and it's safe to say I know who you are. You may have a different name, but most traders fit into about 10 or 15 different categories. I want to be with you every step of the way. I know nobody else that takes this much close attention. And here's the vanishing bonus. Again, I'm into the mental part. And private, I want to give you a private session with Tisha, who's my wife, and she turned me around 25 years ago because she is one of the world's top subconscious trainers. I want you to meet with her. This is a bonus that vanishes today. You'll meet with Tisha in a private session, and you'll eliminate the primary mental and emotional issue that's causing you to be your own worst enemy. And I don't care what it is, if it's fear of losing, lack of patience to wait for your ideal setup, revenge trading, hesitation to pull the trigger, overcoming fear of greed. It doesn't matter what it is. You will spend an hour with Tisha. She will ask you some tough questions, and then she will literally record a subconscious training for you. Sometimes she does what is called EFT, emotional freedom technique. She has a number of things in her bag that she can work with you on. Emotional freedom technique is being used for the soldiers that come back, post-traumatic stress disorder. It's the go-to therapy for soldiers who come back and have post-traumatic stress. I'm not comparing what we do as traders, but we do have a certain degree of trauma. If it works for them, it can work for us. She has that in her bag too, if she believes that would be best for you. She will record whatever type session she wants you. You will get that recording to work from. So not only will you be able to undo your issue, but you'll also have a trading plan that recognizes what your tendencies are. This is a vanishing bonus. We charge $500, and we get it from institutions who come to us. They know me from the old days, and when they have a professional trader who just can't get out of their own way, the company pays most of it, but they usually have the trader pay at least a couple of $100 for it. We do offer it to retail traders for $250, the one session with Tisha. I am giving it to you. I want you to succeed, okay? I am giving you this, all right? So here's some praise about Loaded Gun. I now have 3 funded accounts with Apex, requested my first small payout from 2 of those accounts yesterday. That was from Sandra and Yakimo. Mike says from Atlanta, great guy, he's actually a real estate agent that does trading also. I still have a few trading days left to finish, but I made $6,000 in 4 days this week. And Ken, who's an aggressive guy, not everybody's going to get these results. He's aggressive and he's got a lot of experience on those 10 funded accounts. He was qualifying for 5 at a time. He was profitable $21,000 real life money, all in the NASDAQ. I didn't give you the complete quotes. You can read them on the site that I sent them to you. And there are numerous video testimonials for how well this works. If you're considering prop trading, especially if you're doing it now and you're struggling, join me. Let's get this done, because it's the opportunity that you've always thought it was. So let's get it done. So here is my offer to you: Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan, the core Loaded Gun Trading Plan, all the nuances, the monthly get-togethers. Again, we're having one at 4 o'clock today. The bonus of the unlimited one-on-one coaching for 90 days. I will say that most have 1 or 2 meetings with me, but there are some that meet with me every couple of weeks, and that's okay. Maybe you have no friends. I'll be your friend, but we'll talk about trading, okay? So unlimited one-on-one coaching for 90 days. This is the vanishing bonus. I want you to have that special issue elimination session with Tisha, okay? So here's my personal guarantee. I am so confident that you're following the Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan will result in you getting funded by a prop firm so that you risk their money, not yours, and still receive 90% of the profit you generate. Just share your trading experience with me, that you followed the simple rules and it didn't work for you, and I will refund your purchase price plus $500 for your trouble, okay? Plus, you'll get paid. I want to take you to the get paid stage. If you are following the rules and it's not working for you, I will refund your money plus the $500 for your trouble, okay? So this is about the most trading firms don't offer any kind of a guarantee. I say, if you follow my plan and just show me you did and it didn't work, I will refund your money, okay? So here is the offer for you, okay? Loaded Gun Simple Trading Plan, which you'll see on the site when you get there, at $24.97, okay? And it includes the core, the nuances, and the monthly meetings. It also includes the coaching for 90 days, which is an additional $2,500 value. I put that up recently. But you're going to get the $250 value for retail traders. It's $500 for institutional traders. Special issue elimination with Tisha, $53.97 is when you add up the value. People like to do that. I'm slicing that by 70%. So however you can take this number and say it's about half, whatever. But $13.97 is the discounted price that I want you to consider. It's the investment that you make, but I don't want it all up front. And here is something. There is the thing that you've never seen before. I would like half of that now, $697 now, okay? And then I want the other $697 from your profits on the honor system. I don't have time to chase all the people that are on the program, but when they pay me, sometimes they pay me $100 every month, so whatever it is, I don't care. I don't care. I'm not going to ask you for it. I won't even mention it. But you're going to want, my experience is that you will want to pay what I have asked you to invest in, $13.97. So it's $13.97, but all I want is half of that now and the other half from your profits on the honor system. Again, I'm not going to bug you. It's not my job, not my, I believe from experience that you're going to want to pay for it. So all you need to do is go to theirmoneyyourprofit.com and use the coupon code GETPAID. Your money, their money, not your money anymore, their money, yourprofit.com. Use the coupon code GETPAID. Let's work on this together. Okay, I want to be with you on this. Now, this offer is only good for 10 traders only. The vanishing bonus, I really want you to take advantage of that. So get it now. For the next couple of days, the offer is still going to be good. I'll keep this Get Paid symbol alive, but if you wait till tomorrow, you won't get the special issue elimination. I really believe that for a lot of people, you're going to find, and it's from my feedback from people, this is the most important part of this offer. I mean, yes, you'll get a good trading plan. Maybe you haven't I don't think you've seen a simple trading plan like this, but this mental part is really where you want to take advantage of also. So I'll let you decide, but the vanishing bonus is good for today. The offer is only good for 10 traders. Once 10 traders are in, you'll see Get Paid vanishing. Okay, so that's my offer for today. I think, let me see if there's any questions. I usually end right at there. I've got about 2 minutes. Let's see if I see anything in the chat. Let me put my glasses on here. I appreciate you staying with me this long. I hope I know I talked fast and whatever. On your chart, I don't, you know, can you read any of those questions, Anthony, for me? It's very hard for me to somehow see this at an extended level. We can't see where you're pointing on your chart. I really wasn't pointing anywhere. I was just showing the simplicity of the chart. Okay, the problem is if I show you too much about the chart, you're going to get what people are paying for. It's so simple that, but it does need some explanation. I just want you to let you know we use a couple of moving averages. We use a candle chart, plus we use the RSI for position sizing, but we're using it in a very unique way, okay? So that's about all I can say about it. Again, you've got the guarantee, you've got the pay with your profits possibilities there. So if you don't have any other questions, I think I'm gonna move to the next speaker. Let's see, what time does your group get together? At 4 o'clock. We try to do it at the same time, 4 o'clock the last Wednesday of the month. So 4 o'clock today, Hernandez. Thank you for the question. No worries, it was earlier. Okay, I appreciate that. I like no worries. Okay, well, I think I'm right at my time here. Let's get the next speaker on, but I do believe that prop trading is the best thing that's happened to us as retail traders, but you got to put your professional trader hat on, otherwise nothing is going to work for you. Really want you to do it today because of the vanishing bonus. All right, Anthony, that's about it.
All right. Thank you, Norman, for providing such valuable insights and a clear roadmap for our audience on how to stay consistently profitable in prop trading. And thank you again for your generous offer you've made available today. Let's move right along. Our next presenter is Gary Donahoo, founder of Viper Trading Systems. With over 25 years of trading experience and 15 years of helping other traders through Viper Trading Systems, Gary is passionate about making trading accessible and profitable for everyone. Today, he'll be sharing real trades, real results, and real profits, and how to leverage trade cloning and daily discipline are the keys to maximizing funded account profits. Please welcome Gary Donahoo.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here. By the way, everybody, just to let you know what Norman said just a minute ago, I agree totally 100%. Prop firms are the way to go. I'll tell you why real quick on that, and then we'll get started. With a prop firm, you're not risking your own money. As a matter of fact, if you blow a PA account or whatever, nobody comes after you. But if you ace them, they pay you like clockwork. And that's the beauty of prop firms. You know, a lot of people years ago when I started trading used to start with like maybe $5,000 in their account. Well, you're always trading scared money because the wife or significant other says, you know, you don't blow my $5,000 in that account. And then let's say you drop it down to 4,500 and you start getting scared and you trade different. And then pretty soon you've lost the whole amount and you ask your wife or significant other for permission for some more money. That's the way it used to be. But nowadays it's prop firms, and that's the beauty of trading nowadays is these prop firms. And I'm going to show you some real proof, real profits, and also a system that is pretty much unbeatable. My name is Gary Donahoo, and I'm with Viper Trading Systems. We've been in business since 2009, so we're not just a Johnny-come-lately or anything like that. And you know, we're a NinjaTrader platform. That's the only platform that we use. I teach futures trading. I have a room that I open every day of the week. We open that room at 7:35 Central Time until 10 o'clock Central Time. The reason for that is that's the meat of the trading. You're going to find that you're going to get nicely green and turn off the machine, and that's what we're all about. Now, right here on Viper Trading Systems, you can see my website right now. And on our website, we do have remote support, so you can simply click on remote support. Team viewer, if you need any help, you know, I take care of things like that. I'm here to help you. And we have even prop firm discounts. There are different prop firms out there, Apex Trader Funding, Take Profit Trader, Tradeify are three of my favorites. We've always got discounts on those. Okay. Now, one thing that I want to mention to you real quick is on my website, we have the proof. The proof is in the payouts. I don't care what anybody says out there. if they can't prove to you that they've been getting certificates and money in their actual accounts, then they're just blowing smoke. And I'm not saying that about anybody in particular, but there's a lot of vendors out there that will show you, you know, some systems that work, you tweak them and different things like that. It's all about the payouts, okay? You'll notice here that this is just some bank, you know, right off of my online banking, basically, and it shows some Apex Trader funding coming in. This is through 2/7. Here's a page right here. You just click to see proof. You click this right here, and it'll show you my actual trades and everything, my wife's. And these are profitable. You'll also notice as you go down the list, there'll be some that aren't profitable because that's what happens in futures trading. You notice that those are pretty much profitable there. Looks like there. And you've got lots of sheets to go through. You can go to the second sheet, the third sheet, and everything. See, there's some losses right there. 230. Okay. Notice that on my page here, though, see how this is like $1,820? But notice how many times that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 accounts. What we've designed at Viper Trading Systems is called the Viper Clone. And with the Viper Clone, you can actually clone these accounts as you're trading. For instance, you just make a trade on one chart and it mimics it on all the other accounts that you choose. And I'm going to show you that in just a minute. But anyway, the proof is in the payouts right here, okay? These are actual, you know, straight off the trade manager type stuff that's in NinjaTrader. Here's actual deposits, so you don't have to add all these up to make sure. It even keeps a running total of what we've done. And this is just since November, by the way, November of 2024. And you can see the real payouts. There's your deposits, lots of deposits right through there. How about certificates from Apex? Certificates is when you get paid by these people. And by the way, Apex Trader funding is a little bit more difficult to get paid than some of the others because they do have rules. And they've got pretty substantial rules, but we've got those built into our system so you don't have to worry about those rules, okay? Here's even another certificate for 35 grand, 10,000. My wife got 10,000 here. She got 16 of these. And you can just go through and see how beautiful our clone is. You can get these accounts just going beautifully. And then you get these payouts from Apex or Take Profit Trader or whoever else you decide to use. Okay, now at Viper Trading Systems, we're all about teaching futures trading. Been doing this for 16 years. So if you want to, for instance, decide to be a part of us, you can simply even take a 10-day trial with us. I have a 10-day trial with everything that we offer for just 39 bucks. Nobody can't afford 39 bucks. That's literally our scripts with everything that we offer for $39.99. It does, however, only trade in sim. Our real scripts trade your accounts. Okay. We even have some free videos. If you just want to watch some videos and webinars, click on this and sign up for that. And we'll be more than happy to give you these videos and webinars, and they automatically come through. You'll have a login to our website. You'll have a members area, and you'll be able to see some of these videos. I do webinars every Monday night. Monday night webinars are always up to date. This is Monday night's webinar from this week. We're never in arrears on our webinars, and you can watch hundreds of webinars if you want to, okay? So all about training, very important on the training part. Let's go to, here's another one right here, by the way. Bear with me just one second. This is another good one right here. This is called Take Profit Trader. And I just quickly popped up. With them, you can get paid literally nightly. Notice that was 429, 425, 421, 417, 415. Those are payouts from these people. So that's another great way to get paid. Another prop firm. Okay. Now, another thing about us too is just very recently, we have been chosen by NinjaTrader themselves to be what they call a strategy leader. That program is going to start in about a month from now, maybe a little less. And this is from the main developer himself. We've been thoroughly impressed by your approach, the quality of your educational content, and the effectiveness of your overall strategy, NinjaTrader to Viper Trading Systems. This is actually from their head developer, Wayne. And we're going to be exposed to 70,000 new signups at NinjaTrader monthly. So, you know, we're going to be teaching people all around the world to trade futures. Okay, now let me show you a little bit about our program now. Basically, we have charts that we've designed, okay, and our charts will kind of tell you the direction the trend is going, okay. Now, notice that we have a feature on here called Viper Clone. Now, what this does is if I choose my clones, I'll just show you some right here. This is take profit, blue sky, and tick trader, okay? And you can even choose to multiply your contracts if you want to. If I hit the button to trade, it'll trade on all 5 of those accounts instantaneously, and then I'll have my targets, stops, and everything. And if they hit them, they take it off of all 5 accounts. Okay, so in the room this morning, basically, we had this trade set up right here. I opened the room at 7:35, and we have what we call a first time into mid-band after a trend change. So here's pretty much where I open the room. I go over basically, you know, disclaimer and things like that, and, you know, welcome everybody to the room and all that. So we get serious about trading when we get our next trade set up. Okay, so here's what happened this morning. Now notice that the mid-band actually turns green. It's letting us know that we're no longer looking for short trades. Okay, that's telling us that the trend is changing. We use 4 range charts, so these form what we call lightning quite nicely. So you can stay with a trade until lightning breaks. Okay, and you'll notice that when you get these type of trade setups, you don't want to just get in the trade on the burst itself. We're retracement traders. We take these retrace trades. So when this comes down and touches that mid band right there, okay, we've got a little feature on our object trader that'll actually fire that trade called mid band trade. It looks for that type of a setup. Now, when that actually popped up right here, see this little cyan colored dot, that actually will fire the trade on that bar and also on that bar. So you could be in like a total of 2 contracts, to give an example. Your target is right up here. We always look to the left to trade the right. Your target is also right here if they happen to break. It's also right here if they happen to break. So that's, you know, for instance, if you're in 2 contracts, you're kind of looking at those swings for your trade. And it broke up. It kissed our top like it should. We took some profit. Okay, that's very important to take profit. And by the way, if you're going to ace these prop firm companies, you got to realize that each and every one of them have what's called a trailing threshold. Now, the trailing threshold is very important because, well, let's say, to give an example, you buy a $50,000 account, okay? And let's say that you get it funded and you're happy as you can be. You got your first funded account. You've got a $2,500 drawdown on that account. Now that means $2,500 from the high. So in other words, let's say if you hit $1,000 and you closed out the day at $500 instead, you're in drawdown of $500. So you can actually literally lose an account and still have money in your account simply because of those thresholds. Well, we've got that stuff built into our system. Okay, let me show you on our strategy here. We'll just let Object Trader come up. I'll disable it for a second. And down here, you'll notice under what we call our cloning, we have where we monitor the clone positions for synchronicity. That way it keeps up with, you know, how many contracts are in each clone. We have Apex's daily 30% negativity profit warning built into our system. If you've read Apex's rules, you'll know that they have a 30% negativity rule, and until you get past that threshold, they hold you to that. So in other words, where they've got a $2,500 threshold, that's only going to let you go 30% without popping up a big warning that says you're breaking that rule. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to lose a payout or anything if you can get back profitable, but our system will alert you to the fact that you're breaking that rule. Now, once you get twice past your threshold, this will no longer warn you at 30%, it warns you at 50% because that's Apex's rule. And we built this type of thing into our system. We've also got the ability, and a lot of our people love this, you can set your account max. Let's say that you've got 5 accounts and all you care about is $500 a day, okay? You can simply set that at $500. You could set this to alert you when it's reached, or you could set it to where it closes the position when it's reached. Now, by doing that, that will actually, the second you hit $500, it will close all your accounts that you have cloned and your main account, okay? What about a daily loss limit? Well, you've also got that too. What if you didn't want to draw back more than 750, which is their threshold? This will alert you when it's done, or it will close positions when it's done. We've even got it for people that have discipline problems where you can lock out our little system when that max is reached, and you can't trade again today, period, once you reach that drawdown, okay? So you have that ability in our system right there. We've got all kinds of things built into this, and it is a little bit on the basically difficult to learn side. I'm not going to fib to you and say it's not, because we built a great trading system, but we have videos that walk you through every single nuance of Object Trader. And Object Trader is our strategy. Our charts are our indicators. On our indicators, we have basically built in where mid-bands change colors, and it'll tell you which side of the trade that you're wanting to be on. We have what we call line in the sand long short trades, okay? This trade was right here, and you'll notice that if you went long here, you got a quick 15 tick trade, and it pulled back exactly to that point. We even have what we call a break and kiss trader that'll take a trade like that when it breaks X ticks and pulls back and kisses even. So we've got everything built into our trading system, probably one of the finest out there. I've personally spent over $100,000 and some odd on this system over the years. I spend $3,000 to $5,000 every month, making sure there's no bugs in it and making sure that it's updated with the features that we want on it. Okay, so when you do this, you just simply turn it on, enable it, and there's Object Trader. Okay, so when I called this trade this morning, I simply told my traders, we're going to turn on mid-band trade, we're going to turn on mid-band power dots, and we're going to go for a max of 3 contracts, and it fired on that right there, and it fired on that bar right there. We took one of our two of our targets off right here, and it stopped you out right there at that swing. But guess what? There's another trade setup. We teach what's called ratcheting, ratchet it up above the swing. Notice that this mid-band is just stair-stepping beautifully. See it, stair-stepping? So guess what? We went for another trade setup. This is called a mid-band trade. We simply turned on mid-band power dots, mid-band on. First time in the mid-band no longer works because this is no longer a first time in the mid-band. It's a second time. So we use what we call mid-band. That trade paid off. Okay. This is a beautiful way to trade. And by the way, with proof, actual literal proof of payouts, you know this isn't just blowing smoke. Okay. There's so many vendors out there that are just interested in getting your money for indicators or this or that. I teach people to trade futures, and I prove to people that I personally know how to trade futures. And the people that I teach to trade futures that become profitable, we also share a lot of the things that they tell us also. Now, we don't audit them, but we do audit ourselves, because you see on my website actual trades, actual losses, actual profits, and you also see actual bank account deposits. And by the way, NinjaTrader will only let a vendor show, like buying a new car or something like that, which we can do, because we do show actual trades and actual profits. So by doing that, that qualifies for their compliance department, where we can continue to do so. Okay. Now, if a trader's not willing to do that, then you don't get to show anything real at all, because they require that you show dates, the trades themselves, the amount of contracts, the whole 9 yards. And that's what we do. Okay. And we back it up, obviously, with proof from right here, the real trades and everything. And you can see it anytime you want to. See if that's going to load. There we go. All right, so it's loaded, right? And you can look through every trade that's been done. Now, I haven't updated this in the last 15 days because frankly, I've been busy. We've been getting everything set up with our latest features on Object Trader. So this is only through 410. There's a little bit of a process to get all this downloaded off of TradeViz and all that. I'll get that done and I'll have it updated today or tomorrow, but it'll have the other trades in it by then. All right, so here at Viper Trading Systems, we're all about teaching. You know, I could show you lots and lots of trade setups and things like that, but you're only going to really learn how to trade our system once you come on and be a part of us, whether it's the $39.99 trial or if you decide to become a full-fledged member. You know, I've got memberships for $249 a month. You get everything that I've got. You get updates that I pay for. You know, my bill with my programmers, like I say, usually $3,000 to $5,000 a month because I add things. I like new features. This new trader right here, I love it. And it'll take that trade for you. It'll take this trade on this little trader right here. We've got trend line trades. We've got Fibonacci trades. If you're a Fibonacci trader and you want to get a 61.8% retracement off of a thrust, you can so easily do it. It's unreal. You just tell the little system what you want. When the system, by the way, when you actually go to the downside, you'll notice, let me see if we got down. See, there's a little down starting to right there. Notice that my midband changes and everything. There's what we call a stair-stepping midband. And you're looking for the first time in, and there it is. It's beautiful trade setups. Okay. That trade right there, by the way, called in real time with 2 contracts, that's a $400 trade real easily. This is called a phantom trade. That's a $400 trade real time. Okay. And keep it in mind, that's all you have to do. And if you clone your trades, and I'm not saying go out there and buy a bunch of Apex accounts, although they're very cheap through today, they're 80% off with my code. But if you don't know how to trade yet, buy 1 account, because frankly, why buy a bunch of evaluations if you're going to blow them? But I'll teach you how to do this. And I'll show you some things just real quick too. Let me show you this real quick right here, just to show you how powerful our clone is and how you can even pass an account in 2 days if you want to, because I did it. See this little setup right here? Those are $250,000 accounts with Apex. The first day I did a little over 5,000 on them. The second day I did $10,937, okay, and funded those accounts right there. That's how easy it is to do. And I teach people to do this. Now this is a little out of normal. I didn't trade just 2 or 3 contracts on that. I saw these trade setups and I went 10 contracts. But you can still do these beautiful setups like this. Look at this right here. This is the power of our clone. Okay, notice this right here. Here's an example. There's 2 PAs on Apex. That's my personal 2 PAs right there that I had at the time. And I've still got my PAs, by the way. But these PAs, what you want to do is you want to get them past their thresholds, and don't even draw money on them till you do. Okay, because notice this right here. That's 17,000 above the threshold. That's 19,000 above. And so when I draw money on that account, I only draw like 3,000 or 4,000. That way it stays above 10 on that account, and you get to keep drawing on it. Okay. If you go jumping in to a prop account and empty it out when you first get your first paycheck, you'll never keep it. I talked to a guy one day, to give you an example. He got $5,000 on a $50,000 account. So he decided to go ahead and withdraw. I think it was 3,000, or no, you could only withdraw 2,000 on a 50. So he withdrew 2,000. Okay. Now then he got it up like 1,000 after that, and then you're able to still draw 2. So he drew 2 again. Well, that only gave him a threshold of $2,000. And then he ended up messing his account up instead of doing what I teach, and that is to double and triple and even quadruple your threshold. That way you're home free. You know, I've showed before where I've had $50,000 in an account with Apex and only withdrawn 10, left 40 grand in there. Guess what? Then if you get a burst from trading gold or something and all of a sudden it shoots down 30 ticks when you're long, you're not going to blow an account. You see what I mean? So, you know, trade smart, trade wise, and you'll be surprised how well you can do in trading. And my whole goal is teaching people to fish so they can feed themselves. I'm all about making sure that everybody knows how to do this. I don't, basically, I don't put a dome on the screen. I don't want you to trade what I trade. I want you to trade what I teach. Now that's kind of the same thing, but in a way it's not. If I was to throw a dome up here and just throw a trade on, you'd probably learn to take it because I'm good at it. But does that teach you anything? No. No, the teaching is in seeing first time into Midman, first time into Phantom, those trades, $400, $400. You know, wait for a trend change again. You get you a Midman trade, you got your stop in, and that one got stopped out. No big deal, right? But your line in the sand long short was right here. And guess what? We teach to go short there. See that high, that low, that higher high? We teach to short that. Okay, then you got another trade here that sets up, and here's your stair-stepping mid-band again, and you got your long trade again. And if you do a few of those, you're done for the day. See, that's my total P&L for the day, but that was cloning and everything, and that's good enough. You know, my wife trades side by side with me, and all she went for today was $240, and she got it times all of her accounts, and then she stops. But again, that key is that feature right there, clone those trades. Because if you fire a trade, like right now, to give an example, you're kind of starting a little bit of a downtrend, but not quite enough just yet. Well, if you decided to clone those trades, it fires on all accounts. Now, another thing about us here at Viper Trading System, let me show you real quick, is in the members area. We'll go ahead and refresh the members area here. Hopefully it will. I've been out of it for a few minutes. It may have. There we go. All right. We even have download your latest scripts. This is the module I recommend watching first. And by the way, if you even take the trial, you've got this module. Let's begin. Click it. It loads, hopefully. There's not too many thousands of traders using it right this very second. I may have timed out possibly on members area. There we go. All right. Phantom trades explained in detail. Watch that webinar. Midband trade setups in detail. Watch that webinar. Line in the sand trades. If you take those 3 trade setups, I would venture to say that you'll get 90% of your trades correct. And that's pretty important to get 90% of your trades correct. And learn to also do one other thing. Get nicely green and then turn off the machine. Okay, I'll show you something here real quick. I started a brand new account yesterday because they sent a deal saying what they were offering, and I thought it seemed like a pretty good deal, so I thought I'd go ahead and sign up for it. And I just have this connection on right now, but this is TickTick and they offered like a 40% discount on a fully funded account, and I bought one of them. That's the first day. See, that's what I teach. You know, I didn't buy 2 or 3 of them because I thought, well, I'll bet them first. You know, I've never really traded with these people yet, but I've got accounts with Apex Trader Funding. I've got accounts with Take Profit Trader. I've got accounts with Tradeify, My Funded Futures, Top Step Trader, but they're rhythmic. You can't trade them at the same time as Apex. So, you know, I like to trade all of them at one time because all you got to do is just put on the different connections. And with our clone, keeping in mind that if I decided, by the way, that was first time in the mid-band after a trend change. There's another $400, by the way, if you just waited on that trade to come to you. See that pink dot? That trade would fire first time in the mid-band after a stair-stepping mid-band on that dot right there. And that's a $400 trade. See, this is real-time data right here. This is real-time stuff. That's the way our stuff is designed. And it looks like I've only got about 1 more minute, and I don't like to get into the other speakers' deal at all. So what I just want to tell you first off is if you just want to go to my website, vipertradingsystems.com, and if you don't want to pay $39 for a trial, no big deal. Just sign up for some videos. Click the little button here. It'll go to a sign up link. You put your email, your name, your phone number, check out for free. Okay, if you do decide to do the trial, you click on it, it's 39 bucks. You simply sign up for it. You can pay with PayPal or regular credit card. And I'm not asking a lot out of anybody. Another thing also, real quick, and I'll hurry because I've got one more
Gary,
minute.
I think you have until 1:30.
Oh, I do have till 1:30?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
you're right. Yeah, because she was 40. Good. Okay. So we're good to go on this. So what I'm going to show you here is under Viper Trading Systems. If you click on my website, you can get in touch with me. We've got a chat widget that you can just simply click and go to support. You can go to my frequently asked questions. You can get team viewer support. Skype's getting ready to disappear, by the way. So we won't have Skype very much longer, but I'll change that as soon as it does. But if you just simply go to my website and sign up for even free videos, you'll see lots and lots of videos. You'll notice that you're also invited into my trading room for 10 days. That's kind of unheard of in this business, but I'll let you come in, and that's without paying a dime. Okay. And again, keep in mind that these are real payouts and everything. I show people how to trade. I've got some of the best scripts out there. This little trade right here would have so easily fired if you just simply turned it on. And that's a stair-stepping mid-band, a trend change, first time in. Do we stay with these trades forever? No. Matter of fact, this trade right here, we would simply draw lightning on it, and I'll show you how to do that. So how long would we stay with this trade? Anybody? You got a low, you got a high, you got a lower low. If they take this out right here with a closed bar, they're no longer heading down on what we call lightning 2. But see how they kissed it and rolled? So you don't have to take that trade off the table yet. A lot of our traders use a 1, 2, 3 system, 1, 2, 3, and put their stop right there. Okay. And so if you were in that trade and you still had one contract left, you're still riding that puppy. And every time it ticks, you're making 10 bucks. But what if you were making 10 bucks times, well, I've only got that set on one account right now because I turned the connection off. But if you had it set on all your accounts, it'll clone every single one of them. And it's so easy to do. You just simply take your control center. I'll go ahead and get it over here to the left. And let's say I want to do Blue Sky. I want to do Take Profit Trader. I want to do, let's see, like Tradeify. All right. And then it's just a matter of resetting Object Trader because it's only going to remember the one clone for now. If you try to turn it on, see, it's only got one clone. But all I've got to do to change that is simply turn the strategy off, disable it, go back in, and you'll notice all the clones are there now. See, so that's Take Profit Trader, Blue Sky, Tick Trader, Tradeify, and all you got to do to trade all those at one time is simply either choose them one at a time as your clones, like so, or notice if that turns blue, this is no clones, okay? But I can clone them all by just going to all on, and now they're all on. What if I wanted to do micros? What if I had a $25,000 account and I only wanted to do micros? I can just simply double click that, and now it's micros instead. So it'll look at GC, but it'll only trade MGC on that account if I hit the button. That easy to do. It's pretty cool. Let me show you something else we got built into it. We've got what we call a Viper Prop Account Manager. And what Viper Prop Account Manager does is it lets you choose to multiply your trades. Okay. Notice that I didn't have this connection on a little while ago. These are $150,000 accounts. So I need to set up my Prop Account Manager. And let's say that I just want to trade one contract on these 150s, but look at these larger accounts. What if I wanted to double my contracts on these? And this new Tick Trader has a $9,000 drawdown. So what if I wanted to do 3 contracts for every one? All I do is save that. And by saving that, then if I choose one contract, then this account will do 1, this will do 1, this will do 2, this will do 2, this will do 3, by just simply multiplying my multiplier on here. We've also got a feature on here too. Let's just go ahead and save and close this. We've got another feature on Object Trader that you can choose where you can keep up with your multipliers and all that. And like I say, this gets a little bit on the drinking out of a fire hose is what my son used to call it. He said, Dad, this is like drinking out of a fire hose. And I said, yeah, son, but if you want to learn to trade, you don't have to do it all at once. You just have to learn it piece by piece. If you studied the Bible, to give an example, do you think you could just read it in one session and know everything that the Lord himself said? No. You're going to read a chapter here and there and ponder it. You're going to pray on it and everything else, right? Well, it's the same way in trading. You've got to take it a little bit at a time, take a little bite at the apple, so to speak, okay? This little feature here, we have a clone position status text font. Let's see, is 14. Show clone position status. You can choose that. You can monitor clone position for synchronicity. You can use advanced features on clone. And then when you set this up, it'll actually, once you get in a trade, there will be a little box pop up here that will show you the different setups and all that. You'll be able to actually see, for instance, how many multipliers do I have? That's multiplier 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 1, 1, and 1. So if I hit that button, it's going to trade 1, 1, 2, 2, and 3. What if I hit it twice? It's going to trade 2, 2, 4, 4, and 6, right? Because it'll multiply them all the way up to the max, but times the quantity. So in other words, if I have this set at 3 max and I do 1 contract, I can only do 3 total. But if I do 2 contracts, I could do 6 total. And if I do 3, I could do 9. Okay. And that's the way that's designed. It's a beautiful setup. I trade that like that all the time because, you know, for instance, with a $300,000 blue sky account, you don't want to just trade 1 contract. You want to trade, you know, a couple of them. Okay. And you can do that with our clone. Turn them all off. If it's blue, it's only trading in sim. If it's green, it's cloning. And you'll always be able to see if it's cloning or not cloning. Okay. You could, for instance, if I want to trade this like this right here on no clones at all, that's just sim. That's not going to cost me anything on my Apex account or anything else. Okay. But if I clone them, they'll instantaneously go on the particular account. Like, to give an example, that's a blue sky account. That's real money, and it's showing you that you're cloning 2 instead of the normal of 1. I'll go ahead and close it. Okay. that was real. And that's all you got to do is do your clone. Okay. Anybody have any questions at all? I don't have a question log, but if any come through, if you'll let me know, I'd sure appreciate it, because I'll be happy to go over anything with anybody. But again, we've got a fine system that we built. I'll teach you how to use it. You notice also on our charts, you notice that we don't have RSI, CSI, FBI, ATF, any of that stuff. Why do we not do that? Because most of your vendors, as a rule, will have, if you look at NinjaTrader, to give an example, you're going to see like ATRs, you'll see, simple moving averages, you'll see RSI, you'll see stochastics, fast stochastics. We don't get into all that. You know why? Because trading is based on price action. And since trading is based on price action, and you want to pass these accounts with like Apex and the different ones, then you don't want to be getting in late and getting out late also. Because to give an example, if you're trading a $50,000 account, let's say that today when I called this trade, okay, let's go back over here because my room's open at this time. All right, so here's a clear stair-stepping mid-band. That's first trade right before we close the room, as far as closer to the room close. So let's say that you got in that trade there and you saw it go all the way up to here, but you didn't take it off the table there. And you said, whoa, wait a minute, that's pulling back. Well, in hindsight, obviously it hit a predictor and it started pulling back. But do you realize that every time one of those bar closes, that's costing you 40 bucks, 80 bucks, there's 100, there's probably 120, about the same. There's maybe 150. Well, guess what? If you made X amount of dollars with Apex, but you let it go all the way back to mid-band, then your drawdown is there. You could have started the account today, but that's drawdown because you were this high and you pulled back this far. Okay, so it all depends on where your stop is and how you manage your trade. Because it's extremely important to manage your trade, especially with some of these prop companies that have thresholds that float. Now, end of day thresholds are a lot better than intraday thresholds, but most of them have thresholds that are intraday. Notice Take Profit Trader, to give an example, has a threshold that's end of day while you're evaluating. When you get funded, it's intraday. You got to pay attention to all that type of thing, because those little pullbacks like that, see, that was 24 ticks. Well, if you had 2 contracts still on, you lucked out and it went on up again, see? But how much heat did you feel? Every single time this pulled back, that was costing you some of your threshold. That's how people lose accounts. Because to give you an example, let's say that you were in a $25,000 account and you were doing 2 contracts and you didn't get out here and you got out way down here, then you pull back a full $480. Well, if you look at Apex Trader funding, you'll notice that a small account like that, let's just go to Apex real quick, and I've got 3 more minutes. All right, and we'll go down here. By the way, one thing that I don't like about what Apex did recently, they've got this select your wealth charts. That's not even NinjaTrader. They go down to the rhythmic is down here and Tradeovate's down here. But I've had so many of my customers that have accidentally signed up for these here and they will not refund them. So if you're going to sign up for rhythmic or Tradeovate, don't sign up on wealth charts. All right, but anyway, right here, you'll notice on a $25,000 account, that's only got a $1,500 threshold. Now, what I just showed you, you just you drew down 480 of that 1,500 if you had a small account. See what I mean? Now, you might have passed that account with 2 contracts too, because that was a killer move, but your drawdown's important. And we teach people all of that. We also have risk reward built into our scripts. Apex doesn't like you to go more than 5-to-1 risk reward ratio on a single trade. We've got that built in also. But above everything that we do at Viper Trading Systems, I want you to know, by the way, this was a trade I took a little bit earlier right here. Notice that. Oh, that's the one I took just a few minutes ago. Let me show you one I took with one of my accounts too. It was Take Profit. See that right there? I entered at mid-band. It didn't work out. I saw Phantom and I added here, and I was on the phone even. I took it out right up here. That was a $1,000 trade with Take Profit Trader. Just a simple $1,000 trade with Take Profit Trader. So what I teach at Viper Trading Systems is people to trade futures so that you can feed yourself. You want to quit being a burden to your parents, get out of their basement or whatever, then, you know, you got to teach yourself to fish. And, you know, they can feed you a fish dinner. They'll feed you one time. They teach you to fish, you can feed yourself. And that's what I'm all about at Viper Trading Systems. I want you to be able to learn to do this. And then you'll see with my payouts, my everything that I do, that I'm the real deal. Here's an example right here while we were even during this meeting. There's what we call a mid-band trade stair stepper. Look at that puppy go. Look at this while we were still in the meeting. Mid-band trade to the downside. I rest my case. There's a beautiful trade. There's a beautiful trade. And those are all Viper trade setups. Okay? So I appreciate everybody for coming to my webinar today. Be sure and go to Viper Trading Systems website, vipertradingsystems.com. Sign up for the 10-day trial. Love to have you take the scripts and everything. But if you just want to watch some videos, you're welcome to do that too. Okay? And by signing up, you'll be on my email list and you'll see everything we do in the future. And again, if you want to see proof of payouts, just click the button and you'll see them. All right, thanks everybody. Have a great rest of your day. I love futures trading, been doing it for a long, long time. Bye now.
Gary, thank you for that excellent presentation and for the real world insights and strategies you shared today. And thanks as well for the special offer for today's attendees.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Coming up next is Leigh Goldstein from 10-Minute Trades. Leigh is a master of appointment-based trading, a simple but powerful way to trade futures markets during big events like earnings reports. Today, Leigh will be showing you safe setups for volatile markets, perfectly timed advice for this market environment. Let's give a warm welcome to Leigh Goldstein.
Okay, everyone, let me know if you can hear my voice. Give me a heads up, please, that you can hear me, and I'll get started. Some type in. Okay, very good. Thanks, David. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm very glad to be here. I always thank the folks at Traders Corner for inviting me and my company, 10-Minute Trades. It's always a pleasure. Always enjoy listening to everybody's presentations, always something to learn. So I just have a couple of quick questions. How many people in here have gotten regular payouts from prop accounts? Regular, not like just once, not just twice, regular payouts. I'm just curious. There's quite a few people here, and I'm just wondering how many people have actually gotten paid. And if you don't mind typing in also how many people are actually trading with prop accounts. And that's just those two questions. If you'd be kind enough, only one person has answered. So I know I'm kind of a boring guy, but give me a heads up. How many people? This is, you know, I assume most of you are here because you're not getting regular payouts. And I think just like regular trading, if you trade cash, if you trade prop, I think the truth and the reality is it's very hard to succeed at trading. It often feels like the game is rigged. I mean, the game is rigged. And it is rigged against us. And it's rigged against retail traders. Look at all the insider trading that's going on these days. It's unbelievable what goes on in the world today. So now I'm starting to see, which is great, people that are typing in never passed, prop account trading, only a few payouts. It's really hard to get payouts. I mean, that's the truth. Everybody can say, follow this, follow that. It's simple, but it's really hard to follow someone else. How many times have you gone into a trade room, followed the mentor, and it didn't work? You know, your trades just were not as fast as their trades. You got stops, they made a profit. It seems like that's the difficulty of trading. And I'm gonna say something that probably won't get me invited to the next Trader's Corner. And I'm just a person that really believes in telling the truth all the time. Not that people aren't telling the truth, but I would rather trade cash. I would rather trade a cash account. And I'll tell you why. Number one, I don't have some company looking over my shoulder telling me, oh, wait a minute, you had too much risk on, we're not going to give you points for that trade. I don't want to be told when I can take money out, when I can't take money out. When you trade a cash account, if you make $1,000, you can withdraw $900 to $1,000 that day, and you've got the money in your account. That is a fantastic way to trade. And this trading world has gone completely crazy, is the only way I could say it. A year ago, all the traders in our trade room, no one barely heard of prop accounts, you know, a year and a half ago. Now, every single trader, except maybe one or two, is trading with a prop account. People don't even know what a cash account is anymore. It's mind-boggling. It's absolutely mind-boggling. So we all have to deal with the new reality. You can't put your head in the sand. You can't refuse to deal with the reality. So we deal with prop trading, and we deal with companies that change the rules all the time. One month you can trade news, the next month you can't trade news. You can trade news in your eval account. You can't trade news in your funded account. It's very hard to keep track of everything that's going on. But when you're a cash trader, you are the boss. And my only thought for today is I love trading prop accounts. Don't get me wrong. They serve an incredible purpose. But in some ways, I think we've all gone insane and crazy thinking that they are the answer to our lives. Always, there are people that take tons of money out of every account that they trade because it's the nature of the beast. There's always people that do much better than we do. So what can you do? What can you do to make yourself better? Because that's the real key to trading with a prop account, a cash account, a SIM account. You've got to be able to trade. You've got to be able to look at the charts and figure out what to do. So you need important, reliable setups that are going to work. And that's no different than if you're trading in a prop account or if you're trading in a cash account. So that's my goal today, is to just show you two and a little bit of a bonus setups that we use at 10-minute trades that over and over again, you can count on them to work no matter what the market is doing. And that is the beauty of the setups I'm going to show you today. And I really agree with, I believe it was Gary who was right before me. It is price action. That's the most important thing. You can load your charts up with 1 million indicators that don't keep up because most indicators lag. The key is the price action, what's going on at the exact moment, especially in these markets today where one tweet can make the instrument you're trading move 100 ticks in a nanosecond. So you've got to watch the price action. You've got to be on your toes. These are the most volatile markets I think we've ever had, even more than the pandemic. But there are fantastic opportunities because of that. So our best prop trading tools are really simple, and they're so simple as to almost be silly. And that's what I'm going to show you today, reversal continuations and magnet trades. My name is Leigh Goldstein. I'm the trading director for 10-Minute Trades. Please remember, all the trades that I'm discussing are for educational purposes. It is possible to lose money trading futures, and that's what we do, 10-Minute Trades. We trade appointment-based trading. We use the NinjaTrader platform, and we trade futures. When I talk about earnings season, when I talk about we're going to trade earnings today, I can't wait till this afternoon. We're going to trade Meta and Microsoft, and there's a really good chance that we're going to have high profit trades today. I love trading earnings, and we use futures to trade the earnings. I'm not trading stocks. And the big thing that we do in our service, in our trade room, is teach our members the tools to use to have the most successful outcomes possible. And that's what we do at 10-Minute Trades. NinjaTrader platform, trading futures. Appointment-based trading is really a simple concept. We schedule our trades every week. We send our members a weekly schedule. And on that weekly schedule is the times that we're going to be in our trade room and the events that we think are the most important events of that particular week. So for instance, this is our weekly schedule for this week. And we started out 5:30 in the morning Eastern time. We were in our trade room and we made money on UPS earnings. And actually, when we got there, we realized it was actually Honeywell's earnings that were going to move the market even more than UPS. We made money immediately this week on UPS. Then we traded CB Consumer Confidence. We watched Visa and Starbucks and Snap in the afternoon, and we finished out our day with the API crude report. Our weekly schedule has the time of the event that we're looking at, the time that our trade room opens, the trade trigger, which is just simply the name of the event we're trading, the dates, the index, the risk, whether we have a daily trade report, and if we're streaming on YouTube, maybe it's an educational room because that particular event has not been very good in terms of its recent performance. It might be an event that we're just watching. Maybe it's new, maybe we haven't traded it yet, maybe we don't have a setup. But the point is, we trade on a schedule. We know when we're going to be in the room. I know I'm going to meet up with everyone at 3:30 today to trade Amazon earnings and Apple earnings. Those are the two big ones. Sorry, Qualcomm, I'm a day early. Qualcomm, Microsoft, and Meta is today. Tomorrow is Apple. And in fact, if you're not a member, you can stream and watch us trade Amazon and Apple tomorrow. But today we'll be doing Qualcomm, Microsoft, and Meta in our trade room. We'll start at 3:30 and we'll hang out there trading until about roughly 4:30, 4:15, 4:30. And it'll be fun, it'll be exciting, and we will show our members the setups and the way that we are going to trade and all the tools that we're using. Most of the tools that we use are inexpensive, if not free, okay? And exactly as it says in the chat, I like this appointment-based method instead of watching the charts all day. And that is the key point to what we do. You don't have to watch your charts all day. We have a system, we have software, and we have four main elements that make up our system. The weekly schedule, which I just showed you. Then we have a daily schedule or a daily trade report, the DMM. So for instance, this morning, when we got to the trade room, we send out our daily trade report the day before the event. So it's important to know you have knowledge of what we're going to do the day before. So there's no big surprise when you show up in the trade room. If you do your homework and you make the effort to read the report and just look at it, you'll be at least moderately prepared to trade. For this morning, we traded Caterpillar's earnings. We have a mini DMM. This is a mini DMM, and I'll show you a more extensive daily market mover. The ADP report has a mini journal on it. Some of our events get more of a deep dive. More data is available for them. And some of our events have multiple ways to trade. You can trade the same event, obviously, in more than one way. We would never be so foolish as to try to tell people there's only one instrument and only one method that's going to work on Amazon earnings, for instance, or on Apple's earnings. That would be foolish. You've got to keep your mind open to multiple setups. And that's something that when we first started out as a company, I've been working here for 8 years. When we first started out, we only had one setup for every single event. And we had a very small amount of events. We only had about 10 or 11 events a month. And it was always one setup for each event. As the years went by, we got more experience. We realized every event has multiple ways to trade it. And that's part of the challenge, finding the right way to trade the specific event. Okay, so the elements, 4 elements, the weekly market mover. And you can get that for free by just going to our website, www.10minutetrades.com. Just sign up for the free video, how to find 10-minute trades, and we'll automatically send you the weekly schedule. Then the daily market movers, that's part of our pro membership, along with trade room access and our JOBB News Trader software. Those are the 4 elements that make up our system. Our News Trader software is a custom strategy add-on to NinjaTrader. It's actually 3 strategies now. The News Trader setups, that includes what I'm going to talk about today, reversal continuations. Then there's the magnet trade setup and the trap trade. Those are 3 different strategies, real simple to load in. The News Trader setup is what we're going to concentrate on today, along with the magnet, and the News Trader has multiple setups. It'll automate your trade entries, targets, and stops if you want it to, or testing 1 2 1 2. Are you able to hear me now? Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Okay, you can hear me? So let me continue. I apologize. Something happened to my mic. Let me just set the level if I can up it for you all. Give me 2 seconds. I've been having a tough day with mics today. I don't know what the problem is, so forgive me. 2 seconds. And I'll get right back into this. Okay, testing 1, 2. I hope that's better. Let me know if that's better for you. Still very faint. Okay, so let's do this. Let me try one more thing. I've not had this happen in a long time. Let's see if we can use this. All right, testing 1, 2, 1, 2. How's that, folks? Let me know if you can hear that better. Okay, I'm really sorry. So what I was talking about is our NinjaTrader software is an ATM. It's a super ATM. It's a custom add-on. It has multiple setups. It automates your trade entries, your targets and stops, and it's also a super ATM program. And what that means is instead of you having to control the way that your trade will be managed, our software does that on its own. So you only have to type numbers into our software and it will manage your trades. It's very easy to use. So I'm going to kick ahead a little bit because I lost a little bit of time here. So just so you understand the appointment-based trading system, it's a time-based, simple approach to the market. We schedule our trades a week at a time, up to a week in advance. All appointment-based trading is no riskier than regular trading, discretionary trading. A lot of people try to get you scared of news trading, but as long as you have tools that are safe and easy to use and understandable, it's no riskier to trade news than it is to trade any other type of trading. There are 3 major categories that create news-based trades, appointment-based trades: high impact economic reports, jobs reports, GDP reports. We saw a whole bunch of those today. You've got category number 2, which are the big company earnings reports. And then category number 3 are your market opens and closes. Those are very, very popular trades. And people forget, we're not just talking the 9:30 market open. Sometimes you can get great setups at the 6 p.m. futures opens. You can get excellent trades around the gold market open at 8:20 in the morning, the oil market open at 9. So there's all sorts of great ways that you can trade the markets. Keep that in mind. Market opens do not mean just 9:30 Eastern time. How do we pick our trades? How do we find these events? The big way that we use are the calendars that are available to everybody for free. You've got investing.com, forexfactory.com. Just to give you an example, all the calendars are very similar. They show you a full week of trades usually. They all have different systems for determining whether an event might have high impact or low impact. For instance, this is Forex Factory. You just click the word calendar. You get a whole week of events. Jolts is a red. We saw Jolts yesterday. It was very volatile. The German preliminary CPI is a red. There's all sorts of events. ADP this morning was volatile. GDP, I'm going to show you something about GDP. That's how we find our trades. We use the calendars, but the key is our members learn from us which are the events that are going to move the markets the best. It doesn't make sense to spend 800 hours doing the research we've already done. We are happy to share our knowledge, of course, because that's what we do. And a lot of it we share for free when we stream on YouTube. And we're sharing what are the events that can move the markets the best. And those are the news events. And the reason we trade the news is because instead of, like we said at the beginning, sitting in front of your computer all day, we trade either exactly when the news is released or around the news. Also, the best of the best events are what we call family money trades. Family money trades started as kind of a joke between my daughter and myself. I just used to say to her, hey, you know, if you give me some of your money, that would be a trade I would trade my own family's money with. That's how we came up with family money trades. We now put that moniker on the best of the best trades. And that is also shows up on our weekly schedule. So if you want to trade with us just what we feel are the absolute best of the best trades, then you might meet up with us tomorrow to trade Amazon and Apple, and then Friday morning for the US jobs report. Truthfully, you'll miss a lot of trades because there are tons of trades that aren't family money trades, but they still offer tremendous opportunity for profit. And that's the key. You can trade in a prop account, the methodology that we use. The important thing to understand is just make sure the companies you choose, check their rules so you know what they're going to allow. Another bit of truth that a lot of times people won't tell you, even though they have these incredibly strict rules, you can still fly under the radar. It is possible to do what they say you can't do and get paid. And the most important thing that we have seen when trading these accounts is being consistent with your profits. In other words, if you have a $300 profit on a regular basis, 280, 220, 170, and then all of a sudden you have one trade that's $2,000, that's a red flag. Also, if you keep your risk in consistent levels, most of the prop accounts have consistency rules. Those are very important rules to follow properly. You can fly under the radar. That's what we have seen. We have seen people get paid even when they're doing what supposedly has not been allowed. And what we have discovered is flying under the radar and being quiet and consistent are some of the best things you can do to help you to get paid in a prop account. I'm not saying look to break the rules. That's not the goal here. My goal here today is actually to show you our key tools to help trade this volatility. And these key tools are totally tradable in prop accounts. Tool number one, I'm going to do magnet trade. So our magnet trade strategy is a very new strategy for us. It's a brand new add-on, or brand new, it's about a year old, and we've been perfecting it. It's a strategy that's based around chart magnets. So here's the thing. I'm going to exit my slides for a second and just explain what I mean about magnets. Now, if you look at our charts, they almost look like naked NinjaTrader charts. And that to me is very important. We don't want our charts to look like Christmas trees, where they're so confusing that you get lost in the charts and it screws up all your trading. So our charts by design are very simple. Also, our charts by design, 90% free. All the major indicators that we use, except for one, is free. The squeeze, which is this indicator here, a lot of people have heard about the squeeze. John Carter, Hubert Centers popularized the squeeze many years ago, and over the years it's gotten better and better. It's an excellent momentum-based indicator that we love after the news. It's not great exactly at the news because it's a lagging indicator. One other indicator that we love, and it's not free, is tick strike from Financial Juice. It's one of the only indicators I've ever seen that lags the least of most other indicators, and I love that indicator. But you'll notice we don't use it in our trade room because we only need mostly free indicators to trade our method. We don't need the squeeze to trade our method. So I will say definitively, all of our charts are free. You have the current day OHL, open, high, low, free indicator in Ninja, pivots, free indicator in Ninja, and volume. Also, net change display. Very simple indicator built into NinjaTrader. It shows you how bullish or bearish an instrument is from the previous evening. And that for us is very important. And then finally, NinjaTrader has a free VWAP, or if you're a lifetime NinjaTrader subscriber, you can use their VWAP. That isn't free, but it's exactly the same as the free one that they offer. They're a really nice company, in my opinion. Also, very good as far as brokers go for trading. So keep that in mind. Our charts are simple, they're clear, easy to understand, and that's very important because it makes price action easy to see. It's kind of funny, but while I was waiting on this webinar, I took a reverse continuation trade and made a couple of dollars just trading some micros because the price action all of a sudden clearly got negative, and it takes about 1 minute to set up a reversal continuation trade. So, but here's the thing, we were talking magnets first. Getting into these charts and these areas on the charts, pivots, high of day, low of day, which is a red line, those are magnets. Pivots, PP, S3, R3, there are important levels that traders, so many traders look at these levels over and over and over that they become magnets for price because they lay their orders around these levels and all those orders attract price. What happens is you can set trades up based upon magnets being tested. Also, if you do have a lot of paid indicators that you like to use, Fibonacci's or Elliott waves, if you can actually tell what an Elliott wave is, or other indicators that you enjoy, you can use our magnet software to set up custom indicator magnet trades, and it really only takes a couple of minutes to learn how to do it. So let's say, for instance, right now the market happens to have quieted down. We're at a time of day where we're just getting ready to go into the market close. And there are some very interesting market close trades that have been working these days as well. But let's talk about why magnets work over and over and over. They've been working since the beginning of time with trading, and they'll probably continue working until the end of time with trading, because everybody forever is going to look at the high of day, they're going to look at the low of the day, and they're going to put their orders around those areas. It's just the way it is. They're going to do the same thing with a VWAP. And because those areas get tested, you can put an exit. Keep in mind that the magnet is an exit. You can create a trade that has an exit, and an entry before you get to the magnet. So let me show you a real magnet trade. Let me just grab my file folder here. I've got everything covered up. When I had that little audio problem, it kind of screwed up my screen. I apologize. But we have these magnets. And give me half a second. I can't find my file folder. Here we go. Okay, so what is a magnet trade? Let's say you love trading gold. I love trading gold. Gold constantly makes magnets. So keep your risk down. No reason that you can't trade a low risk micro trade with gold. So here's the concept. Perfect magnet. The magnet is your exit. The low of the day is that chopped red line. The magnet trade pulls you down. It tests the magnet, and you're out of the trade, at least with your first position, when you get to the magnet. That is the concept. So your entry is going to be somewhere above or below the magnet. Very, very simple concept. What's nice about our magnet software is you can really customize it. You can automate it. You can trade it discretionary. And there are great times to trade magnets around market opens. Around market opens, you could trade magnets starting at 9 o'clock in the morning. They're very effective. You'll notice gold is getting ready to test the high of the day. We're in our profit. This one was a playback, full transparency. Watch what happens. We're going to test the high of the day. Very simple concept. So we put our orders on before we get to the high, and then you can put a second order on if you want to trade through the high. Take your profit at the high, move your stop to safety if you so choose, so that your trade can't lose, and then you could go for further profits as you go through the magnets. What's nice about micros, you could use sizable stops because these markets are very volatile. They're up and down. We hit our first target, second target, bursts to the magnet out of the trade. That is the concept of trading a magnet trade. What our software can do is it can automate the trade as well. Let me show you another one. Give me a second. Magnet trades, they just take place over and over and over. Here's an oil trade. Okay, we traded the oil market. Now, with our magnet strategy, you'll notice there's a magnet entry button. And before it's purple, it has no color. And you press the button to make the magnet trade automatic. We can also move this line, which is our entry, and make it either bigger or smaller. So in other words, you can move your magnet entries. Remember, the exit stays the same. Your exit is going to be the actual magnet itself, the low of the day, the high of the day, your custom level. Any level that you choose to be the magnet will be the exit. So in this oil trade, we were in our prop account. This was actually natural gas, my apologies. We were in our natural gas account, in our prop account, trading natural gas, boom. Natural gas shoots down, profitable magnet trade. Very, very common behavior, in particular after a news event. That is our magnet trade. Now, unfortunately, it would take this whole webinar to show all of the things the magnet trade can do. But you can set up any area on a chart. If you want to trade the PP pivot as your magnet, we have a setup in our strategy, the magnet trade, that's called custom level. And we have an automated high of day, low of day magnet system. When you choose custom level, any level on the chart, you can choose as your magnet. All you have to do is type in that level. So for instance, the VWAP is 1931. I can type in 1931, 19431. Okay, let's do it right. 19431 is my VWAP. Look at this market. It's going to test the high right at this second. Someone must have just said something, right? Here's our magnet. The magnet is testing. When I turn it on, hang on a second. I got thrown, I apologize, by the market bursting up. Here was our magnet for the VWAP, okay? This was a short magnet, not a long magnet. So I would turn off long and I would wait because obviously the market, something just caused the market to burst, which was, I'm sure, something said in the news. So this would negate my short magnet. I wouldn't trade it now, but I have the ability to move that order, and that's what I wanted to show you. What I'm seeing now is a possible long magnet to the upside. Now, I wouldn't just randomly jump into this trade like a crazy person. I would want to turn on all the tools that I normally use to make a decision if I want to enter this market. Okay, I don't want to just throw money away, but we do have a high of day, low of day, almost completely automated magnet system. And I can put that on All I have to do is tell it the proximity to my magnet, put the number of positions I want to trade, and turn it on. Apply it, okay it, click the enabled button. I now have a magnet trade set up. I'm in sim, okay? If I want to move my target of entry, I can do that. If I want to enter down there, I can. If I want to enter closer to the magnet, I can. If I want to automate the trade so that it enters the trade automatically, I turn the button purple. Now I have an automated magnet trade. When it fills, it will put my targets and stops on the chart, and it will trade it completely automated. That is our magnet strategy in a nutshell. The other setup that is phenomenal for prop accounts are reversal continuations. What's a reversal continuation? It's so simple. So how many times have you watched a news trade take place, and then after the news, there was a complete change in direction on that setup? Happens all the time. So we have the most simple setup that you could put on your chart. Watch how fast I can put a reversal continuation on any chart. I right-click the chart, click the word strategy, double-click our news trader, turn on reverse continuation. Now I just choose a target. I've got 2 of them. I've got a stop. I'm trading micros. We can make our stop 40, apply it, okay it, enable it. I now have a reversal continuation. Excuse me. I like to put the time on every chart. I want to know what time it is. If I want to enter this market right now, long, all I do is press the instant long button, and it'll take me in this trade. Now, I happen to think something's going on in the news, and I don't have my news open because it's a webinar. I wasn't planning on trading. But if there was something that said, hey, maybe something was said that's going to push this market up, I could click that long button. I'm now filled. I could move my target. It happened so fast. That was such a fast, profitable trade. Let's spread our charts. Let me show it to you again where it's a little bit clearer. Press that long button. This market is screaming, folks, to the upside. Something is going on, right? Here's the instant long. Let me see if I can find. Now I'm in sim. So we're in sim. Watch. That one would have taken me out. All right. Reversal continuations. Normally, the way you want to trade a reversal continuation, let's say when this market started moving down here, right? It really started moving about 4 minutes ago. I'm on a 1 minute chart. As I was talking, we noticed that the market exploded up. Somebody must have said something about tariffs, right? Put that reversal continuation on, enable it, right? And we actually have a double magnet that's taken place here, a double trade. We've got a reversal continuation. We've got a continuation of this upward move, and we've got a magnet that's going to start pulling the MNQ price towards it. Now, there are things that turn me away from the magnet right now. The NQ is negative 90 points. I'm not dying to go long, but look at what's been going on since 115. The market's really been pushing up. So even though we're in a negative stance from this morning, whatever the reason, this market is now pushing up. And you can use these simple setups. They're almost like intelligent scalps. They're scalps with control. Scalps where the software puts your targets on, puts your stops on, lets you very easily change the number of contracts. A lot of people don't know that with a simple trade in NinjaTrader, right? Let me expand some of this stuff so we don't get taken out in 1 second. There are ways in NinjaTrader. Let's say you're in the trade. Look at what's going on, and these markets are crazy. I love these markets. what if you decide, oh my goodness, I got to sell this market. I got to get out of this market. Or I'm long, so I'm not going to do it here. But you could add another contract. If you were crazy, I wouldn't do it on the long side. But most people don't know with NinjaTrader, even when you have a custom strategy, you can add a contract by just using ChartTrader to buy the market. And then by just clicking the number in NinjaTrader, it will easily add another contract to a position. So now I have a safe trade with the proper number of positions. Now, obviously, this market has gone short now, okay? I was in sim, so don't worry, I haven't lost any money. Want to show you one quick reversal continuation that we took with natural gas, and my time is already up, so I want to make a quick offer for everyone. Let me get my slides back on. And before we go, I would love to teach you how to use the features that we have. People have been making money on earnings already. We had significant money that we made on Caterpillar. For 97 bucks, folks, you could spend a month with us in our trade room, full member, get our software, get our daily trade reports, everything included. You'll learn all about our software, all about the daily market movers. We'll send them to you for a month. All about our trade room. You can come into the trade room for a month, use our software for a month. Everything is included. Trap trades, magnet trades, software, earnings with futures, all the earnings, trade rooms, breakouts, range trades, news reports, news trader software, reversal continuations. Here's the link. I'll put it into the chat. This is the screen you get when you go to our link. It's just $97. You're going to make easily on one trade. It is so easy to make $97. I don't have to tell you. I mean, if you trade even with micros, a couple of micro contracts in these volatile markets, you can make back your money. All of these items are included for just 97 bucks. I will teach you how to do this. I love teaching in our trade room. Everything is included. The software is the key. This deal expires Friday night. So if you want to learn all about appointment-based trading, learn about these magnet trades that happen over and over and over. They're fabulous for prop account trading, as are reversal continuations. And I want to thank Traders Corner for inviting me here today. There's never enough time to trade these crazy volatile markets, but I'll leave you with this. You want to have setups that work in these markets, and reversal continuations and magnets are beautiful for these markets. So thanks everybody for listening. I really appreciate the time, and I'll see you all in our trade room soon, I hope. So take care, everyone, and thanks Traders Corner for having me today.
Thank you, Leigh. Outstanding as always. Thanks for helping our community see how futures trading can be systemized into consistent, high probability opportunities. And thanks again for your generous challenge offer for our attendees.
Thanks very much for having me.
Thank you. Now let's hear from Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators. Joel and his team specialize in developing some of the best software and trade management tools available for NinjaTrader users, making professional grade tools accessible to everyday traders. Today, Joel will show you how to upgrade your NinjaTrader Elite tools for everyone. Please welcome Joel Wyse.
All right, what's up everyone? Getting situated here. Can you guys hear me okay? Can I get you, Anthony, to just speak back to me here?
Yeah, you're good.
Cool. All right, well, thanks for the opportunity. And like Leigh was saying, I want to give you guys some trade setups today. Have been loving listening in on the end of Norm Hallett's presentation, followed by Gary Donahoo. Really just seeing the payouts really inspired me there. And also Leigh, just having specific trade setups to capitalize on what the market's doing. And so I hope I can continue to add some value today and show you guys some of the things I've created. So I see you guys in here, Rodney, David, Francis, Frank, Barbara, some of you guys participating in the chat. I want to encourage you guys to keep doing that. I'm going to be watching for your questions and things that you want to hear from me. So yeah, I'm just making sure I've got that up. Yeah, let's get into it. So the title of my talk today is Upgrade Your NinjaTrader with Elite Tools for Everyone. My name is Joel. I've been pretty much in this industry as a software developer ever since I graduated from college many years ago. In fact, it feels like more years, but around 15 years I've been doing this stuff full time. So I want to bring you guys into my world real quickly before we get started. Today I'm presenting from my office. Here's a picture from the outside. There we go. And then I'll take you inside to my desk where I'm sitting right now and presenting to you guys. So I also want to just quickly take you into my personal life. This here is actually a picture from last night out on my back porch. Every Tuesday night I have some friends from church where we kind of get in the word and just kind of share and encourage each other through life challenges and experiences. So kind of building friendships and community that way. Right below the deck, if you can picture this, go down the steps, is my sauna and cold plunge. And this is something I'm very proud of, taking on as kind of something I enjoy, to be disciplined. And I think I didn't hear Norman's presentation, but I think he calls himself the disciplined trader. And so these practices have helped me kind of learn to control my mind, my thoughts, which is so important in day trading. Then also have some fun. So one of the fun things I've done recently is gotten back into skiing. So here's a picture with some of my buds out here in Breckenridge doing some snow skiing, something that I haven't done since college, which is many years ago. So it's like one of those things of like facing my fears, right? I get up there and I'm like, man, can I actually make it down the mountain alive? You know, was a thought I had even in the moments where I was still kind of learning to ski again, and I was like able to face my fears, something that we do in day trading as well. So just a little bit about me. Enough of that though, let's get into it. And so I wish I had more payouts to show you guys, but I've also gotten payouts as recently as about 1 year ago through Apex. And so here's some of the values, the biggest one being 8K across 4 accounts. Now, just to bring you up into what's really happening in my world is that, you know, I'm primarily a software developer, right? Also a day trader, have aspirations to day trade for a living, but I just want to level with you guys that it has been hard for me to do both, right? My company has experienced tremendous growth. If you guys know prop firms, you know that the trade copier, or as it was called by Gary, the clone, is a key tool. And I built one of the best trade copiers on the platform. Company has recently exceeded over 6 figures a month in software sales. So I've got my hands full on the software side. That being said, like I'm working on building a team because I know what you guys want. You guys are here today to learn how to day trade. You guys are here to understand how you can be successful in day trading. And so I think I still have some value to offer you guys in that, specific trade setups and how I approach the market and will approach the market in the future when it comes to futures trading. So I want to show you guys what I've got, but I also just want to kind of update you on exactly where I'm at right here. It's almost May already in 2025, and my software company is hitting new heights, developing, you know, kind of the trade copier tools with the chart trader tools that I'm going to show you guys today. And man, I hope you guys will be a part of it. Yeah, April's been a record month. We're on the last day. And so no pressure from me because it's already been a fantastic month as people jumping on my products. But yeah, I think that you guys are going to find some value here. So that's kind of a transparent update on what I've been up to. Let's keep moving. And this is how I approach trading with a trading plan, right? So I'm sure there's been speakers even this morning that I didn't hear that talk about discipline. By the way, like we're nearing the home stretch here, and I'm excited to hear from Rory after this on automated trading. I think his talk is titled kind of the playbook for automated trading, which is going to be incredible because I'm kind of focused on discretionary trading. I'm focused on discretionary trading in this presentation, whereas Rory is going to give you an excellent presentation on automated trading coming up here at 3 o'clock. So stick around for all of that. But anyways, as far as the trading plan, I even heard it say by Gary, right? His room is open from, I think he said 8:30 to 11 o'clock. I'll convert it to Eastern Standard Time, or maybe it was like 8 o'clock to 10:30, whatever it was, it's right away in the morning, right? So I think we need to define that, right? Because we can get into trades and think, man, it's 11:30, but I haven't hit my daily goal. Let me just take one more trade. Let me take a trade. And then what happens? We take a trade over lunchtime, the market's dead, and all of a sudden we go backwards, right? So I think it's having these parameters. Let me just move through these real quick, defining how many trades you're allowed to take in a certain day. I know that Gary talked about over trading. What markets am I allowed to trade? What contracts am I allowed to trade? How many, right? In this market, it's probably at the most 1 mini or 5 micros or something, right? Because this market is so volatile and moving so quickly. And then I'm thinking about language and mindset, right? All the things I talked about earlier that I think just, I think our character and our mindset matter a lot when it comes to day trading. Like, what are we doing this for, right? How are we going to keep our attitude in control? So yeah, David, I love seeing you participate, man. And so I hope this is helpful, just thinking about like, yeah, revenge trading. So, but I hope this is helpful, just thinking about, hey, maybe you just print this screen off, adjust the numbers for your personal goals, and just say, hey, this is it. Like, these are the rules that I'm no longer going to break from this day forward, May 1st, 2025, right? I'm going to stick to the plan. All right. So I hope that's helpful. I do want to get directly into the charts. I'm just going to ask you guys some questions here so we can all just kind of get on the same page and relate with one another. Have you ever missed a trade entry because price is moving too quickly to get the order in? Right? Of course we have, right? And so this is where Vincent, yeah, I hear you, man. I mean, I'm working on that as well, right? And it's a thing called grace that's so important. We have to love ourselves and be kind to ourselves even when we screw up. Yeah, I think language is so important, right? When we're trading, we have to keep a calm mindset and keep our language in check. So, do you struggle with trade exit decisions, such as following your plan for target and stop loss orders? I'm going to have some ideas for you guys on that today, about how you manage your trades. Do your trading tools make day trading easier or more difficult? Guys, I think I'm here today to keep it simple, right? We've seen a few things today, but I want to show you exactly what indicators I use. Nothing hidden. Everything's fully disclosed in here. Even from the fact that I haven't gotten my payout recently since last year, since February of 2024 was my last payout. But guess what? Building the software company has paid off for me, so I'm okay with that. As I build a team, I'll get back into day trading because that's ultimately like my biggest passion. So anyways, tangent. I'm a little bit of a squirrel if you can't tell, ADHD. Next question. Do your trading tools make day trading easier or more difficult? I think I already covered that question. Let's get to the next one, which is, I don't know why my keyboard is doing this. All right, it's time to start trading futures with excellence. No more silly mistakes. Cool, guys? So we've all been there. We all make silly mistakes. We all think, why am I dealing with this lag on my NinjaTrader platform for the 100th day, right? Why don't we solve these problems, get some tools in place for what we need to be successful, and focus on our entries and our exits? So I'm going to showcase today my most popular NinjaTrader add-ons for trading futures with excellence, guys. And I just sent an email out to everybody who bought one of my products. It was over, I think, 258 customers since Easter. My Easter promotions have come on board with at least one thing that I offer. And so, yeah, super excited to show you guys some of this stuff today. So thanks for being in it with me. So what are we going to do today? We're going to cover 3 main topics. First of all, I'm going to cover fully automated support and resistance. So almost like Leigh was saying, I think he called them his magnets, right? The highs, the lows, the opens, the closes. I've developed an indicator that plots all those and looks back multiple days on the chart. Let's keep moving. Trade setups with risk management practices. And then lastly, chart trading features for all trading setups. All right. So let's keep moving into the charts. I'm going to X out here and just show you my chart window. What I want to do is just give you guys some value here and show you exactly what I'm offering today and kind of how I approach the market. We can see this is a live edge here, just as Leigh was presenting. The market shot up, we formed a triangle, and now it seems like we are breaking down out of that pennant pattern. Let's see what happens with that. But I'm going to scroll back and just cover these indicators that are on my chart window. And much of this is actually free, exception being, you know, my key levels indicator that I want to pitch to you guys, and a few other things. So when the market opened here, we were right at these moving averages. So I've got this colored so we can clearly see what the trend is. This is nothing more, guys, than a 20 and a 50 EMA. And so I believe these moving averages are super important. The market responds to them all the time, right? So I've got two sets of moving averages here on this 1 minute chart, 20 and 50. And then up here, you can see this wide red band is a 20 and a 50 from the 5 minute chart, okay? So if we only focused on moving averages, we didn't worry about anything else. By the way, let's add one more thing. So 20, 50, 5 minute chart 20, 5 minute chart 50. This is a 200 EMA, okay? And lastly, the VWAP. So several guys, I think I mentioned VWAP. It's right here in this line that's red and turning green as it slopes up, if you can see my mouse on that. So let's say we only focused on those, okay? Let's say, in fact, I think, yeah, let's say we only focus on those moving averages and just have one simple trade setup. When this 20 and this 50 crosses over, we're gonna take the first touch of the 20. Let's see how that works out, okay? So this went blue, first touch is right here at 1037. How did that trade work out? Okay, let's say, I mean, if you got stopped out on this, you have a very tight stop loss because it went up to here, right? To the previous high. Let's look at the next one. I'm just gonna, again, kind of brainless scroll here. First touch of the 20, fail, right? But this is lunchtime. Crossover here, pulled back to the 20 and the 50. Again, I would say as a winner here, you take 10 points of heat on the NASDAQ, and then it returns to the high. Here's a loser, right? Didn't go anywhere, hit the 20 and never bounced. But again, the 20 EMA, cross back blue, winning trade, right? Now, depending on how you manage this, obviously we know that you could take a break even here, or even a small loss if you keep your stop down here below this low. This is what I'm trying to say to you guys, is that keeping it simple is the way, right? We have to be able to see the market and learn the market. I mean, kudos to Rory in the next presentation for having the proposal on automated trading. I think, you know, there's also value in just seeing the market and making the decisions yourself, right? Understanding with some intelligence. I'm on a 1 minute chart. These moving averages matter. You know, it's like Leigh was saying, right? So many people are watching the VWAP, right? And why do you think the market responds to these things? Let's look at yesterday's low. It's right here. This is my chart, so we'll kind of move on to another concept. Let's look at yesterday's low. You guys see yesterday's low? It's the low with the parenthesis 1. That means it's yesterday. The 1 indicates it's 1 day ago, okay? Do you think yesterday's low matters, guys? Stopped dead right here. Came up and through. Where did it pull back to? Yesterday's low. Okay. So these things matter because other traders are watching them, right? And because other traders are watching them, the market responds. Market responds when multiple, you know, traders are placing orders at these levels. So that's one idea for a trade setup. But yeah, this is how I would trade. Like if I had to give up the software company tomorrow and get back into trading, this is part of how I would trade and what trade setups I would employ. Okay, so let's take a look at a concept of targets and stops, right? Because you could say, I just got disconnected from TradeEvade. Can you guys still hear me? That was weird. I'll tell you what, these data feeds, you guys, can someone just give me a yes if you guys are still with me in the chat? These data feeds, cool, thanks David. I don't know why TradeEvade, that pop-up happened. I see the market still moving, but these connections, Rhythmic and TradeEvade, give me more problems as a trade copier developer than that I even want to get into or can get into. But anyways, so all right guys, so continuing on here, how would I determine targets and stops? Let's give one concept on that. It's called the ATR. So this is the ATR down here, average true range. And truthfully, I'm looking at usually, I would propose to you guys a concept of 2 times risk on this. So let's say the market opened, our ATR is at 25. That gives me a number of 50 right here. If I'm taking a trade here, right, ATR is sitting at 25. That means the average size of a bar from the high to the low is 25 points. Multiply that by 2, you get 50. You guys with me on that? So that gives me a stop of 50 points at max, but trying to keep it between 25 and 50. So I think so many times, guys, I think just say, look, it's going to come back. It's going to come back. If I get short, you know, on this pullback here, I get short up here at this whole number, I'm going to let it go all the way till yesterday's low, for instance, up here, right? By the time, let's say that the market had gotten short here and it goes up to yesterday's low, what happens? You're down 80 points, right? Not worth it. You have to take, I believe, guys, smaller risk, larger gains, right? If I'm short here at the 50, we've been talking about these moving averages, right? And how many times the market respects them, right? Even here, this isn't the first cross, but when you can see the opening trend, the first 15 minutes is clearly bearish. I can see as we're coming up, the volume is low. A short here is such low risk, even stretching a target out to the previous low. If you can make it through this little pullback here, again, guys, high reward, low risk on these trades. Okay, so again, taking it back to the basics, I'm sure some of you, because I'm like this too, guys, like I'm sure some of you are rolling your eyes thinking, man, seriously, a 20 and a 50 EMA, like I'm ready to tune out on this guy. But stick with me, guys, because I really believe that even the concepts at the beginning, the trading plan, so on and so forth, I think these concepts matter. I think that even myself being at these presentations earlier, want to be teachable, want to understand, want to learn. Look, none of us are perfect. We're never done growing, right? I've been leaning in with John Maxwell lately, and he says there's always a next step. He's 78 years old, to grow, to learn. So we're going to continue learning together. So those are kind of the trade setups. This is my key levels indicator, which again is just something that I would implore you guys to grab today. I mean, at the end of the day, like it's highlighting yesterday's low, high, open, close, pivot points, and fibs. So let's scroll and see how some of these have responded. Even yesterday's open here gave you a nice pullback twice for a profit. And it's also about confluence, right? So as I hover, I see the pivot point up here, which kind of gave us the high on the news spike. In fact, the pullback up hit the pivot point. If you guys know what pivot points are, if you don't, Google it. I just had one of my clients, he was asking about key levels. I said, man, just Google pivot points, PP, R1, S1, floor pivots, right? And so I've combined these all into one place. So for instance, if I hover my mouse over here, if the market decides to come down and bust through all of this, here's a good point, right? Yesterday's low combined with the VWAP, okay? And then we can see if we hover the mouse, we've also got the high of 14 and 13 days ago. In here, the open of 3 days ago with the middle point of 3 days ago. So these zones, while the only levels that show are yesterday's, there's zones that form based on confluence with things from 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 5 days ago. And you can set this in the settings up to 20 days ago, these zones form and give you places where you can expect the market to reverse, right? So even as this is coming down here, looking at the 50 EMA on the 5 minute is what we're approaching, right? I told you guys this is the 200 EMA off the 1 minute. A lot of times those kind of line up. So I would debate whether that 200 should be on there at all, but I like having it on there just to see where we're at. But this area here could be a decent place to buy, right? So again, not making any promises. I've been fully transparent with you guys on my activity as a futures trader, been focused on the software company. But again, just giving you guys some ideas, some things to look at, hopefully some software that will help you guys. So let's take a look now at my chart trader and spend a few moments on that. I know I have 20 minutes left, so I want to let you guys know about my chart trader and some of the things that it can do. And then I'll show you the trade copier, which has been a huge success. This month, I've sold for the first time over 300 trade copiers, right? So if you guys are in this, you know them all, right? Replicanto, you know some of the cloud-based solutions that are coming out. They have issues, right? And so I'm really made a living on solving issues and building a trade copier that can be trusted. And so I'm very proud of that, even celebrating that right now. Hopefully that's okay. Yeah, over 300, I think about 310 trade copier sales this month. But first we'll talk about the chart trader. So you guys take a look here. On the left is the standard NinjaTrader chart trader, and on the right is the chart trader that I've designed. I call it the enhanced chart trader. This is the basic version today with 40% off. You can get this for like $115 this year, but basically it's got some things like, let's take a look here, the buy and sell click button. So if I buy, click the chart, my order's in, right? I can buy and precisely get right where I want the order to be and click, and the order's placed, right? Versus Ninja, you're right clicking. You guys know these things, right? You right click, have to select the right thing. It's just, do I want to buy or do I want to sell? That's all I'm thinking about. I also have attach to plot. So watch this. If I buy, begin to hover my mouse, now I can see this is the 5 minute 50 EMA. And I'll just hover these to remind you guys of what these are, right? 5 minute 50 EMA, 5 minute 20 EMA. Let's confirm this one. It just says MA. That's a label issue. Go up here, 50 EMA, 20 EMA. So let's say I want to buy at the 5 minute 50 EMA. I just hover my mouse until I get that yellow circle and click. And now my order is attached at the 5 minute 50 EMA. How cool is that? Hover 5 minute 50 EMA, it's confirmed. And now that order is going to rest and trail with that moving average until it is filled, right? So cool, simple little feature that you could use to attach stops, targets, everything. Let's take a look at, just get into a trade buy market here at the targets and stops. So I can see my money, right? I can see that I'm risking, how much money I'm risking on this trade right away, right? $765. Click this to convert to points or ticks, right? So a very interactive display can change here, dollars, ticks, points, right? So this ends up being a good trade, kind of expecting a bounce. I think I would just sell again somewhere up in here. We don't want to be cheap, right? We want to believe. I'll give my dad a hard time. He's in Africa right now on a missions trip. He won't hear this, hopefully not, but I'll say, man, dad would be like getting out right now. He's like, oh, I'm in the green, let me just get out. And I'm like, Dad, you gotta let it play out, man. You gotta go for some significant profits, or I don't believe you'll come out ahead, right? So we have to wait. We have to let this thing play out. Just a side note. Watch it come back and stop me out. I'm sure it will, since we're in a presentation here. So but yeah, this is my display, right? Compared to Ninja's, right? You look at Ninja's display, right? Not as much to offer there. All right, so break even button, check this out. I'll hit break even, immediately moved my stop loss to break even, +2, right? I can change the amount, +6, +13, all right? I'm gonna close this trade in the instance, keep it moving. So let's take a look at this, mini micro. You see this button up here, I'm clicking, toggling between mini and micro. Guess what, guys? I can trade micro contracts on a mini chart. So no longer do I have to have both charts open. I can just toggle between which contract I want to trade. And now I'm trading minis or micros in the same chart window. So just a few features, guys. Like, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. We got to keep moving here, but we can look at even more things like position sizing. So if I jump to here, you can now see that we can begin to plan our trades. Again, this is more of an upgrade thing. Bobby, thanks for being here. Francis, David, yeah, I don't know. I guess that disconnection threw me off. But I appreciate you guys. If there's any questions, like, begin to put them in. I know that time is going to run out on us quickly. But here you can do position sizing, right? So let's say I want to plan this trade and I've got, say, a 25-point loss of $1,000, right? Well, if I'm deciding that I want to risk $1,000, which is a lot, even for a prop account. Now, as I change my stop, look what's happening here as I turn position sizing on and move up 3 contracts, 4 contracts. So depending on how many points, it's going to automatically adjust my position size. So this is better seen even on micros, because right here is 20, right? So now as I move this, I'm going to 25, 26, 27, 28, 30 contracts, right? I would never recommend trading that many micros. So let's go down to a better example. Let's change it to $400 risk or even $200 risk per trade, right? Now in micros, I can see I can trade 6 contracts. If I want to get long here and put my stop right below the low, I can trade 5 contracts and I'm still only risking $185. So for some of you, this is going to be a lot, right? And Rory invites me to present, or Trader's Corner, I should say, invites me to present. And you know what? You know, sometimes I wish I would make time to refine my presentation because there's so many different directions I can go. But just trust me when I say, like, this chart trader I put my blood, sweat, and tears into this thing. And I think you guys are gonna be well served to go look at what's in this thing and see if there's anything that's gonna work for you. Yeah, David, we'll get there. Thanks for asking, man. He's asking about the trade copier. All right, so position sizing, all right. Advanced exits, right? Do you got anyone here use trailing stops and you want to be able to build like a custom trailing stop? Well, here you can do it, right? You can immediately, you don't have to have an ATM with a trailing stop configured. You can just use any ATM and then right here configure your custom trailing stop based on any indicator, based on the previous bars, high, low, all sorts of different options in here for custom trailing stops. Now for Renko and range bar traders, this is actually, I think, some impressive stuff. At least I hope you guys think it is. So right here, when I click this red button, order goes in immediately because we already know where this bar is going to close, right? So if I'm expecting a reversal, I can just place my order, and then as soon as that bar closes, I'm ready to go short. Same thing here on Renko, right? If I want to get the next long, I would place this order. And it's going to put the order at the known close. I call it the known close. We already know where the bar is going to close, right? So why not have our stop order in place? By the way, spoiler alert, Rory, he's the king of Renko bars, and I think a lot of his systems over at Right Line Trading use range and Renko bars. So I'm sure he'll be showing you guys some of that. But okay, these are entry tools that I have for you guys, range and Renko traders. Again, these charts are naked, right? No EMAs, but you might use a pullback to an EMA. You know, you might then use this to enter, right? Obviously, we're long, so I would just say, let's work this thing. If we get a green bar up, we want to go long. We want it to pull us in, right? So just some examples here of tools that I built in the chart trader. How about on bar close? Again, very, very similar concept, but now we're waiting until the bar closes to place the order. So if you've ever tried to enter when a bar closes, this is your tool. I call it closed bar entry orders, right? This set of buttons right here is the feature that you'll want to look at. So it's worth noting some of these trades I took, this long down here. This is cool. I built this out. You can hover your mouse and see exactly, you know, what happened here. Whereas Ninjas, you guys probably know this. It's just kind of, in fact, I won't even be able to see it. I might have it turned off, but it's a much improved display to be able to see your trades. Or I can see a green line where I got in, where I got out. It's not cluttered with extra text. It's just showing me the trade. So another thing that's included in the basic chart trader tools, the very beginning starting point of this whole panel. So obviously, there's a few other things, bracket, kind of like what Leigh, this is for like the news trades. So kind of what Leigh was talking about. Let's bump this up to like, say 15 points, hit the button. You can see I've got orders above and below. Now I'm ready for a breakout either way. If there was news, say at 250, I would be in place and ready to capture that in either direction. You can set that up with a timer as well. So yeah, David, most of these things do have videos. And so I do feel like I'm gonna have to make some adjustments in the end of my presentation because I don't want you guys to feel, I would never want to pressure anyone into a decision today, but I was gonna do an expiration today and I'm trying to close April even stronger. It's already been a record month, but trying to hit a key sales goal today. But anyways, there are videos. The point is that question, David, I want you guys to explore those videos and have time to do that. So what we'll do is we'll click through my website here at the end and I'll kind of show you guys how to get, you know, what you need to make your decisions here. So that's the chart trader. Again, it starts with this, just the basic panel. Again, your limit entry order buttons, all sorts of stuff. And then you can expand it with other features kind of that I've quickly demonstrated in the tabs below. So any questions about the trade, sorry, not the trade copier, any questions about the enhanced chart trader, drop them in and I'll try and answer every question. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to look at the trade copier. So here it is. This is what's fun. I actually am excited to show you guys. I forgot about this, but it looks like my Apex has been disconnected. I guess I'm still running data because of Boolinox, but these are my Apex accounts. So I recently got all these PA accounts, haven't touched them yet. Okay, because I'm like obviously getting back into this, back and forth. I set up a new business account with Apex, so a fresh set of PAs, 1 to 10, $50,000 accounts. Super excited. Hopefully I can be showing you guys my $20,000 payouts soon. So these are funded accounts. Up here I've got some evals and then more evals from Boolinox. But how is the trade copier different? Again, I would just direct you to the website. In fact, let's just jump over there quickly. There's no way I have time to like go through all the features in here. But yeah, this is it. I mean, here you're going to configure a master account by double clicking follower accounts. You can see here now I've got these 5 accounts selected. 82 is the master, 83, 4, 5, and 6 are the follower accounts. But again, no need to go through all this because guess what? There's a great video that explains all of this. So anyways, I think it's a heck of a value at $175 or $295 for life. I will point out it's one of the things that Replicanto, if you read the fine print, 1 year of updates and support included. I'm saying, look, you're my customer for life. For life. Unlimited updates, unlimited features. I want to take care of my people. So yeah, all instruments. I mean, quickly I can explain that. One of the things that's different about mine versus others is that you can set up one window to copy all instruments. So you don't need to have a tab for each instrument. One tab, one window can copy your NASDAQ, your S&P, your gold, whatever you're trading. So yeah, let me get back to the slides and make you guys my offer. Then we'll jump to the website. Still looking for your questions. Thanks, David. I'm glad you like that. So let's take a look. So I showed you guys my key levels confluence indicator. This is going to be a special offer for you guys. This indicator at $395 is even cheaper than I was making it available for my Easter promo at $495. You guys get it for $395. All right, and let's keep clicking through here. The support and resistance suite. So if you saw the charts and you say, hey, I like what Joel's showing me, I want my charts to look exactly like his, this is my offer, right? This bundle, these 4 indicators, along with the 2 bonus indicators, that indicator that's drawing the colored moving averages, and my ATR indicator, all that for $895. Okay, and I'm going to give you guys the link in a moment. In fact, I'll put the link in now. Let me see here. Let's do this right now, real quick for you guys. Okay, so I want you guys to go to this page right now, and then I'm going to walk you through this page in a moment. Okay, so again, just as a reminder, I talked about my trade copier. This is a lifetime license. You can get the copier for $175 or the copier with the risk management features, daily goal, daily loss. You're able to see your trailing drawdowns in the accounts, all that for $295. All right, the basic chart trader tools, I'm going to go quickly here. Essential chart trader tools, which includes that position sizing stuff at $595. Again, and then you have all sorts of options, right? So each of these are $295. If you want to build your trailing stops, that's advanced exit orders management. If you want to trade Renko and range bars, that's what I call price-based entry orders. You could also call it trailing entry orders, right? If you want to enter on the bar close bar entry orders, bracket entry orders for your news events, and even other features. So all these include the basic chart trader tools, right? So what I was showing you when I attached the indicators to the plot, I attached the orders to the moving averages, and the order trails up with the moving average, all that stuff, the mini micro in the same chart window. All right. And this is for a few of you, I think, who may want to go all in today. So if you go all in, this is probably the highest priced thing that was sold today. But I will say this, like, I put my whole career into building these products. So if you want to go all in with me, you're getting all the enhanced chart trader features. You're getting the support and resistance suite. So you can set up your charts exactly the way you saw mine. Okay, today, $23.95 for that. I want you guys to just go take a look at the customer reviews. I'll show you this. We're going to jump to the website here in a moment. Here's the offer. I'm going to make it good for today. Oh yeah, Richard, take profit trader. I know that there's been a few presenters talking about that. Anything that's connected on NinjaTrader works with the trade copier. All right. So this is where it's different from even like Viper's clone, right? This is a trade copier built to work with anything. So any third-party indicator. Of course, no trade copier is perfect. All right. There's always challenges with copying trades. I'm working through challenges every day with my customers, but I care about my customers. And we are tirelessly working to keep up with everything. So looking at this landing page, guys, I've laid it all out. I want you to use the coupon code CORNER. That's going to adjust the pricing. So like, for example, I laid out the key levels confluence. If you want to watch a video, click the more information links. You guys can see my screen. I'm going through the website right now. You know, the support and resistance suite, $8.95. Again, all the prices have been laid out. When you put this coupon code CORNER in on the cart page, you're going to see the adjusted pricing. I will, for example, go to the cart right now and show you, here's the key levels confluence with the discount applied, drops it down to $3.95. If I go back to the key levels page, we'll see here, you can see where you click add to cart, super easy. You can see the pricing is $4.95, but for you guys, it's $3.95 today. Take a look at the video where I cover this in more detail if you guys want to do that. I talked about the reviews, right? So I'll open the reviews as well. But yeah, so I've laid it all out right here. And again, this is, if for those of you that do want to go all in, I've laid that out right here. Click more information. I'm doing this for the first 3 people are going to get the support and resistance suite as well. Guys, I know it's a lot, man. Yeah, Richard, updates are included. suggestion box, Vincent. I'm coming up on a couple minutes or less here. But the suggestion box is gonna be right down here. So you see this button, you're gonna click this. It's cool. So this pops up. This is where you get in touch with myself and my guy, David. Dude, it's the two of us. Can you guys believe that? Like, we had like 400 new customers this month, and it's only the two of us that's taking care of everybody. All the questions, all the challenges. Okay, so I'm really trying to build a team, and actually going to record some YouTube ads tomorrow, which I'm super excited about, because I've had a hard time like having time for YouTube and having time to even publish more on YouTube. So excited to get help with that. So I'm no longer editing and recording and scripting, and it's just like crazy. So trying to get some relief, get some more guys help me with support, and then ultimately, guys, I want to trade. Like, this isn't BS. Like, I'm over here busting it, trying to figure out the whole trading game too. I mean, you don't think I want to see a $40,000 payout hit my account? I mean, that would be so satisfying. Even if I am selling 6 figures a month in software, like, I don't think it'd be more satisfying than actually trading for a living, because I know that's what all my customers want to see, right? They all want to see it. So any more questions? I know I want to be wrapped at 3, but here, guys, again, enhanced chart trader, all the different options at $295 each. If you guys have a question, I want you to hit this send a message button and chat with our team right here. And you can chat with me immediately when this presentation ends. I'm going to be taking your questions. But man, I think that sums it up. Here's the reviews. We've got, super proud of this. Like, very, very grateful. Hard days, man. Seeing these reviews pumps me up to keep going, keep building a team, hopefully get back into day trading as well. So that's about it, guys. I put the link in the chat. I'm going to pass this back to Anthony, and then super excited to stick around and hear Rory's latest updates, because I know it's going to be good. So any questions for me, guys? If I didn't get to answer them, hit that website chat button and we'll see you there.
Thank you for that deep dive, for showing how the right tools can make a huge difference in performance. Thanks for the special offers you've made for our Traders Corner attendees. And now for our final speaker of the day. Last but certainly not least, we welcome Rory Powers of Right Line Trading. Rory is one of the top voices in the retail trading automation space, leading the charge with cutting-edge AI bots and systems designed to eliminate emotional errors and help traders stay consistently profitable. Today, Rory is sharing the fully automated prop trading playbook, a strategy that's delivered over $27,000 in profits in just 3 months, trading live and funded accounts. You're about to see what's possible when you combine smart tech with disciplined execution. Please welcome Rory Powers.
Hey, thank you, Anthony. Really appreciate that kind of introduction. And I love being on Traders Corner. Thank you for having me here today. So, Joe Wyse, listen, I gotta, give credit to where it's due. My father always told me, he said, son, keep it simple, stupid, KISS. And if you have any tools that can make our trading easier and simplified, it's worth its weight in gold. And that's exactly what Joel Wyse has, not only with his chart traders, but this trade copier is just incredible. I use it every day. And I've got a really great presentation. Stick around. I know it's been a long event, but we've automated a PA account hack for prop traders that is absolutely crushing it. The best part about it is it automatically conforms to the consistency rules, to these stringent rules that these prop firms put on us to prevent us from getting payouts. And we know as traders, that's the end goal. Without payouts, there is no satisfaction. So stick around. I've got something that's fully automated that's going to get you consistent payouts. I'm going to show you the strategy that I've made personally, $30,000 in the last 90 days. So stick around. Let's get these bots are integrating some really powerful technology, and I think Joel touched on it. Technology is really what makes our life simple. And if we can integrate this cutting edge technology that's coming out now with artificial intelligence, it has made our bots bionic, and the results that we've been achieving really speak for themselves. Before we go into it much further, let me get the CFTC out of the way. It's important to know that I'm not a licensed financial advisor. If you're not familiar with the risks associated with trading, please do yourself a favor, consult with a licensed financial advisor. You very well could lose your entire trading account. So with that being said, let's get on with it. Every morning, I think something that distinguishes right line trading from our competitors is our transparency. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to invite everybody here in attendance to come join us live on YouTube. In just a moment, I'm going to put in the chat box a link that will provide you with access to our live stream tomorrow morning at 9:15 a.m. Eastern. We set up the day, we go over the news reports that are going to be coming out, and then we start trading at 9:30, and we're done by 10:30. So we give it a full hour from between 9:30 and 10:30. But the transparency is really something that sets us apart from our competitors. If you've gotten involved with a bot or an automated strategy or even a trading system that just it sounded great, but once you got it home, it was a bit of a disappointment, a real bummer. We know how you feel, and we want to invite you in to get a firsthand look at the system in action. And it's important to know that these bots are good for all experience levels. Listen, I've been answering the phones here at Right Line Trading for 11 years now, and the vast majority of people that I speak to, they always ask me, what do you think is a better system to go with? Do I go with the discretionary or do I go with the automated bot? And let me tell you, by a long shot, in my experience, the ones that have it automated are doing far better. This is a prime example. Marcia, her name's right in front of me. It almost slipped my mind. Marcia, who happens to be has become a personal friend of mine. I think the world of her, and I respect her a great deal. But she came to us as a complete newbie. That's the main message I want you to understand. If you have never traded futures before and you're completely green, you don't even know what NinjaTrader is, we've got something that you can make money. The learning curve is extremely short. This is something that simplifies the trading learning process, shortens the learning curve significantly. You see, Marcia came to us. She had bought a bot from a vendor that had an automated bot that traded the Forex pairs. They kind of sold it to her, wished her well, and delivered it to her, and then they were gone. Ever experience a vendor like that? No support, no pre-formatted templates, just very shoddy instructions and good well wishes. Well, naturally she failed, and she came to us after a bad experience. And let me tell you something. She insisted on sending us this video testimonial. And I would really love if, I don't have time to play it right now, but if you go to our YouTube channel and listen to this woman, she's a God-loving woman. She's probably never told a lie in her life. And when I think of testimonials, I always wonder, when I see other companies that have testimonials, I always wonder, is it genuine? Is that really what my experience will be like? And I really believe, honestly, that Marcia, knowing that it's 100% genuine, I think that you can expect the same type of treatment. But Marcia, the takeaway, as a complete newbie, she was able to pass, within her first 60 days, 10 $50,000 evaluations. Now it's been about 6 months, she has 20. Still the same 10 accounts that she started with, and since then she's added 10 more, and she now has 20 funded accounts. We all know the main benefit of trading these prop firms is we're not putting our own capital at risk. In the past, in order to get the experience to pass 20 evaluations, we'd have to put up 5 or 10 grand and take our best crack at it. And we would have to graduate the school of hard knocks, which becomes very expensive without these prop firms, to learn how to make money trading. It's like a college education. Marcia was able to achieve accomplishments that would have not only cost us tens of thousands of dollars in educational costs, but she also shortened the learning curve significantly, probably times 20. So that testimonial is really a great testimonial, and it is genuine. I'm part of a very experienced team here at Right Line Trading. Our mission here at Right Line Trading is to develop innovative trading strategies that help predict the future direction of price. Now that's the money maker. That's the, like, having the winning lottery numbers before the drawing. Imagine if we knew for certain which way the market was going to go. It's very valuable information. And we've been around for about 14 years now. And along the way, we've built a beautiful community of traders, and we all collaborate and share and support one another through this trading journey. We've got a beautiful community of traders in our Discord chat, and of all experience levels, from the entire spectrum, from the far left, the newbie like Marcia, to the far right, we have a couple of members like Robert, who is in this niche, and he's a professional at the optimization of strategies. He trades for a living. So I know it's been a long day, and I'm going to make this short and sweet because I know really what it boils down to are the numbers, right? But we don't really believe in selling a black box system. So we do want you to have an understanding of the way these bots work. So just to give my team, I want to acknowledge my team, because it's not just me pulling the switches or flipping the levers here at Right Line Trading. I'm part of a very talented, educated, I'd like to think handsome team of professionals. We have 3 professional traders on staff. We have Mr. Craig Emery. We have our prop trader who runs our Right Line Trading futures room. We have David the Kushner. He's our prop trading extraordinaire. And we have David Wyse. And I always refer to David as the Pete Rose of options traders. Why the Pete Rose? Pete Rose was always on base, right? Listen, you can never have a bad day by closing winning trades, okay? If you're closing profitable trades and quitting, you're never going to lose money, right? So that's kind of David's methodology. Is he doesn't look to swing for the fences. He gets a 15% gain, a 20% gain, a 25% gain, a 10% gain, and he's constantly moving the ball. He's constantly growing his account. All of his decisions are based on really the technicals. Almost like a robot, he's able to channel out all of those outside distractions and static, and he sticks to his game plan. He's very conservative, and he never swings for the fence. Now, he will hit a few home runs here and there by chance, but the vast majority of his trades are singles and doubles, okay? So behind the desks here, we have Mr. Brock Miller. He's our college student. He's getting his master's degree in computer science. He really wears all hats here at Right Line Trading. He's really helps out in every single department, and he's really a great guy. Then we have our software engineers, a graduate of UCLA. He's a software developer for over 30 years, is Mr. Charles Sider. Sergio Luque Rodriguez also has his master's degree in computer science, and he was the main beneficiary. What Mark Miller, who's the owner of Right Line Trading, when he purchased the company, he immediately, because his reasoning, his number one goal when purchasing Right Line Trading was to integrate artificial intelligence into these automated bots. Okay, so he went into a collaboration with a world-renowned AI development lab. Listen, 2 or 3 years ago, when AI, several years ago when it first started getting, we started hearing about it, nobody really knew how the heck it worked or how to integrate it into our trading systems. Well, Mark kind of put his money where his mouth is and used a significant amount of companies' resources to go into this collaboration with a world-renowned AI development lab. And Sergio went back to school, so to speak. I watched him go from coding complex algorithms to mathematical modeling, and now to the next step, which is artificial intelligence, integrating it into NinjaTrader language. And what I'm about to show you is the product of that education that he was able to gain. So Mark Miller, now Sergio, I want to give him credit. He also has his master's degree in computer science. And man, let me tell you something. If he doesn't know how to do it, he is going to figure it out. And it doesn't matter if it takes him 2 weeks. He'll get to the bottom of it. He's a go-getter. Mark Miller is the leader of our team. He owns Right Line Trading. He has his MBA from Cal State. He's a U.S. Army vet. And what I respect about him the most is he's a man of God. He has principles. And in this niche, there's a few that do. The ones in this venue that today are the ones that do really, that I know for certain. And Mark Miller, and I want to say this because he is a veteran, and if anybody in attendance here today is a veteran, a first responder, really any occupation that spiritually you put others before self. It could be a doctor, a nurse, a truck driver. Listen, we owe you a debt of gratitude and thank you for your service. But Mark Miller has brought these core military values, transparency, integrity, honesty, into everything that we do here at Right Line Trading, and that's first and foremost most important. So a little bit about me, the voice that you hear behind your monitors. My name's Rory Powers. I'm a graduate of Syracuse University, and I reside down in South Florida. My passion, of course, is trading the financial markets. Other than that, I love saltwater fishing. I live right down near the Florida Keys, and there, let me tell you something, there is some excellent fishing, saltwater fishing. In fact, on a recent fishing trip, Mark Miller, Sergio, and myself down in the Keys caught some beautiful groupers and snapper. When the boat came in, the restaurant here in the background cooked us up the freshest fish dinner you could ever imagine. But listen, my all-time best prize catch, and it's God gave me a blessing, is my beautiful wife. My beautiful wife, Christelle, she's an RN with one of the insurance companies, Aetna, and we have 2 beautiful children. I say it's a miracle I caught her because she runs half a marathons. She's a little younger than I am and a lot faster. So it's a miracle and a blessing that God brought her into my life. And we have 2 beautiful girls. All of them share a birthday in the month of March. And this was a recent dinner. Enough about me. Let's keep the ball rolling. The genesis of the AI auto trader, of these automated bots. Listen, I mentioned earlier I answer the phones, and I know the struggle firsthand, not only from me, myself trading, but from answering the phones. I know the struggle that us traders experience with consistency, and which is really, it comes down to being the key to this whole thing, is consistency. That the bottom line, consistency, sticking to our game plan. So the genesis of this AI auto trader was our lack of consistency. And if one slide of my presentation told the entire story, this is the slide. This nice woman, God bless her, she looks like a professional. Like maybe she probably doesn't have these outbursts very often. But what has happened that I see here is she has watched her trading account dwindle over the last few months, several weeks or the last several months, to where it's down to almost nil. It's almost been blown out. And she's come to a boiling point, a bursting point, because she's absolutely sure that there's got to be a conspiracy going on. There's got to be a conspiracy because they keep taking out her stops. It seems like the minute she gets in a trade, they know it and they get her stop. A conspiracy between the market makers, the brokers, who knows who, but they're out to take all of her money. And it's come to a boiling point, and now she's taken the sledgehammer. She's resorted to the old sledgehammer, got it out of the bottom drawer, and she's ready to smash that monitor into smithereens. Ever been there? I'm sure you have. Listen, probably 95% of us all experience problems making money trading. Trading is not easy. Trading is not easy. If you've had problems with consistency, you are not alone, okay? The number one reason, and I was right here at Trader's Corner when I learned this myself, a gentleman by the name of Chris Vermeulen, really smart guy. He did a study, and he did a study on human personality traits and whether or not these personality traits lend well to being a good disciplined trader. You see, we as human beings all share core personality traits, all to a different degree of each. For example, some of us that one personality trait is the analytic. You know, I mentioned Charles earlier being an engineer. An analytic is somebody that pays very close attention to the details. They want all the information. They make calculations with all of the different variables. These are people that may be slow to pull the trigger. They overthink things. They don't want to make the wrong decision. Or you might be a driver. A driver is somebody that overtrades. They want to go, go, go. Or you might be an emotional. I think that's where I fall in. The emotional is somebody that there's an attachment to our money. If a trade starts going against us and we start taking some heat on a trade, we start squirming in our chair just a little bit. Or if we see those green numbers on our P&L, like Joe mentioned his father, he sees that trade go up 200 or 300, he's ready to close that baby and take that money and run. That's me. That's me. And that's just our personalities, these personality traits and how they affect our trading decisions. So to make a long story short, what Chris Vermeulen found was maybe 1 out of 10 of these personality traits that we all share really lend extremely well to being a good disciplined trader. So the vast majority of us by nature, maybe even by genetics, just weren't born into being a good disciplined trader. It goes against our own nature, our own genes, which really makes things difficult. Also, you know, we may have purchase systems that just don't work. But listen, it all leads to the same place. It all leads to blowing out our trading accounts. So I want you to know I come with a message of hope today. I can't tell you how many nights that I've gone to bed talking to myself, and I'm not crazy, but I'm talking to myself because I blew out another account. And I can't understand why I can't turn the corner on this trading. And I really believe that I come today with a message of hope because we have a fully automated system that's going to do the trading for you. So 2 things that we believe are going to create trading success. armed with the information I just mentioned. Number one, we want to have the proper tool set. We want to have the proper technology, okay? Just like Joel showed, his trade copier gives the technology to copy these trades across all these accounts with a click of a mouse. Without that technology, can you imagine trying to do what Joel just showed us? We would be in the dust. It couldn't happen. So by having these tools at our disposal, they make the task that much easier. So number one, we must have the proper tool set. If we're going to battle, and I'd like to use the analogy of going to a war or a battle, because that's really what it is when we go into when that opening bell rings. We want to have the biggest, baddest, most technologically advanced tool when we're going into trade these financial instruments. Number two, if you're anything like me and you suffer from these personality issues, they I always think of someone laying on their psychiatrist's couch, with psychological issues. But if you have these personality traits that don't lend well to being a good disciplined trader, what I'm going to show you today, this system will automatically get you in and get you out at the most ideal moments. There's no more overthinking, no more hesitating. This technology is extremely advanced. It's cutting edge technology. We've integrated AI into these bots that will self-optimize their own inputs. The elephant in the room when you start talking about automation and trading has always been the lack of consistency with bots. Why is there lack of consistency? Because when market conditions change, the strategy parameters go stale. They're no longer effective. They're not optimized any longer. Well, now with this AI technology, we have a system that self-optimizes. It's absolutely incredible. So there's no more mismanaging trades. And as far as prop trading goes, if this is a prop trading special, and I'm going to stay on theme, this is prop trading on steroids, okay? Along with Joe Wyse's trade copier, I've really been able to accomplish great things, and it's incredible. So very briefly, and I don't want to get too deep into the minutia, but what I mean by AI technology and what the features are is it has a machine learning algorithm that not only recognizes certain patterns that continuously reappear during the trading session, that it learns the outcome right afterwards, but what it also does is it's going to continuously optimize the position of your stop and your profit targets and your trading hours. Okay, so these inputs are all going to be self-optimizing as the trading session wears on. And what is it based on? It's based on the average true range of the market. We're in a very news-driven market. We watch it all every day. Well, I watch it every day because, this is my occupation. But if you don't watch it every day, let me let you know what happens. Every morning, they have these economic news reports that come out, or there's some geopolitical incident that breaks out over the news, something that happened in the Middle East, or who knows what politically. Maybe Donald Trump puts out a tweet, whatever it might be. It's a very news-driven market that the conditions change extremely fast. Okay, extremely fast. So the parameters within these strategies, if it's a ranging market, and all of a sudden in the next hour or 2 hours, it's the market just takes off and it's trending in one direction or the other, this system is going to recognize that and put your stop in your profit targets in mathematically, and I mean this, the complex equations that it does in milliseconds would blow your mind. These are complex equations, I assure you. but it will in milliseconds calculate where the best position to put your stop and profit target is based on the average true range of the market. It also does a signal confirmation. Our strategies have several triggers. This algorithm, this learning, self-adjusting algorithm will recognize the best trigger to use in the current trading environment. So coded right into the strategy, it's going to recognize some certain candlestick patterns. The market is very symmetrical. It has what we call our bot and drone technology. The very short, I don't want to get too deep into it, but these bots will time optimize and only trade during the times of the day that they consistently make money. This illustration shows our drone. A drone is very much what it sounds like. It's a bot that takes a trade and it kind of hovers over the entire trading environment, and it shares a database with our bot, and it's telling the bot what the average true range of the market is, so it can position the stop and profit targets. And it's also telling the bot what hours of the day are the most profitable for it to trade. In this illustration, the drone is running 23 hours a day, and between 8:30 and 11:30, it does extremely well. But then about lunchtime, it takes a break, and it's hit or miss. So what does it do? It tells the bot, hey, during this time of the day, don't take any trades, sit on your hands. Historically, we're not making money. So the bot is going to have a much more efficient output. It becomes much more efficient. What do I mean by that? In layman's terms, it eliminates the losers. Okay, then that's our mandate. That's our mandate as developers of automated strategies. We've got to eliminate the losers, and sometimes it's at the expense of some winning trades. So let's take a look at the success that we're achieving. It's mind-blowing. Our top strategies are the ES and the NASDAQ, and I'm going to show you our top bots. And let me tell you something, over the last couple of years, we went through it. And we went through a plethora, just about every instrument that you can imagine. We're not dogmatic about which instrument we're going to trade, okay? I talk to some people that say, oh, man, I just love to trade crude oil, or I love to trade gold. Well, listen, we don't really care which instrument it is we trade. The only thing we care about is whether or not it makes money, period. Okay, so there's a few criteria that it has to have. There has to be a very small, they have to be very liquid, a very small spread between the bid and the ask. But we've been through just so many different instruments, and what we found is that the ES and the NQ make the most money. Okay, so those are the ones that we concentrate on. So the ES, take a look at this. The ES 30 range from March 1st to April 28th. This is a bot that one of the members of our community, Robert, I mentioned him in the beginning. He's at the far right hand of that spectrum. He's a professional at the optimization of these strategies. Well, he optimized this strategy, and within this 2-month period, March and April, it made $15,000 in full automation. Listen, if you have traded, okay, and you're a trader and you've taken trades on a discretionary basis, when was the last time you were able to string together 2 months and made $15,000? And take the number of trades that this bot takes. If you do it, God bless you. You're one of the rare ones. So that's really a testament of the power of this automated bot. I'm going to get to the prop trading templates in just a moment, but one of our top templates in the month of April, one of our biggest money makers, has been our one-day pass. Our one-day pass is our prop trading template for evaluations. These are for evaluations. the spirit of the strategy is to pass an evaluation in 1 day. In fact, in just one trade. It's going to take the maximum number of contracts for the minimum number of ticks required to get you over the hump and the finish line to get your funded account. So when those prop firms are running 80 or 90% discounts, we've got these 1 day pass templates that statistically, sometimes they'll be as high as 50%. But let's just say, and I always like to underpromise and overdeliver. Let's just say 1 out of 3 are going to pass. So you buy 3 evaluations, you run them on the 1 day passes, and 1 out of the 3 statistically passes. And now you have a vehicle or a vessel that's going to get you a payout. So that particular ODP in the month of April was up over $16,000. Okay, so let's keep it moving. The ESVW, if you come aboard, you're going to have access to this new strategy on the ES. It's kind of similar to the 8. I think it runs on an 8 Unarenko or a 30 range. But from March 10th to today, April 30th, this ESVW is up $22,000, trading just one contract. And the NQ contract, the NQ strategy that we're having right now, I'm telling you, mind-blowing success, is what we call our power play. Our power play strategy, and we've been trading this since January, every morning live on YouTube. From March 1st to April 30th, this bot is up $6,550 with a minuscule amount of drawdown. Let me show you right off of my NinjaTrader performance of this power play. This power play, I always look at the what have you done for me lately's, okay? This power play strategy, I use it every morning on YouTube. And what I do is I use the power play as my leader account. And I use Joe Wyse's copier. Now you don't have to, if you have a different copier, you can use any copier. I personally choose Joel's. So I use Joel's copier. I make the power play my leader account, and I stack on all my PA accounts and evals, and I take this trade every morning. This week on these 3 PA accounts, this is the what have you done for me lately. This week we're 3 for 3. $2,847 this week. Okay, well, people always ask me, well, what about what'd you do over the last month? Well, over the last month, these power play strategies on these 3 same PA accounts from April 1st to April 30th have made $10,000. Very impressive, very nice month. What about a little more history? Well, let's go back to January to today. From January to today, this strategy across 3 accounts is up $30,000. I kid you not. And I'm going to show you a very quick trade that will give you the spirit of this power play strategy. Let me just set up the video. I'm going to play the video. It's only a 1 or 2 minute trade. Don't worry, it's not going to be long. And the spirit of this strategy, okay, is, let me set it up. I'm going to turn my trade copier on, and I do it between 9:35 and 10 o'clock. Okay, so the market is just open. There's really good volume and follow through. And one of the core conditions that must be satisfied in order for this trade to trigger is my 20 Unarenko NASDAQ on the left has to be for a long trade above the 50, and my 30 range has to be above the 50, okay? And there's a couple of other conditions on our proprietary indicators that all have to be met in order for this trade to trigger, okay? So let me play the tape, and this is how the power play goes down. And we do it live every morning. So you can see my copier's on, and I'm in the trade now, and it's being copied across my 6 accounts. And my profit target is at 100 ticks. My stop is at 60. So I'm risking 300 to make 500. Now this trade gave me some heat. It came right back, almost, I mean, kissed my stop, but didn't hit it for once, didn't hit my stop. So I'm in the trade, and now it's bouncing up towards my profit target. So what happens here, in just a moment, what's going to happen is when price comes within 25 ticks of my profit target, my stop is going to automatically pop up to plus 50. At that point, when I'm plus 75 on the trade, plus 75 ticks, I've locked in 50 ticks of profit. That's where my stop is. So now, if the trade matures and goes through my profit target, I'll make $500. If it comes back and hits my stop, well, I made $250. Okay, it's not a bad day. It's not a bad thing. So I'm going to replay the tape, and you'll see my stop pop up when I reach into my profit window. And boom, it just popped up, and now it's 250 or 500, and this trade goes right up through my profit target. And that was a $500 trade across 6 accounts. So we do that trade every morning, and let me tell you something, 80% of the time we hit that power play. We hit it. This morning we hit it. It was a 250 this morning, but we hit it every day this week. And since January, we've been averaging 4 out of 5 days that we get in our profit window. So really what it does, if you think about it, because what we're doing is we're beating the prop firms at their own game. Okay, they're betting on you to fail the consistency rule. That's their safe haven. That's what they're using to prevent paying us. As traders, they've got to figure out a way not to give payouts. Okay, that's their business model. So how do they do it? They put these difficult rules in our place. They have the trailing threshold. They've got the consistency rule. Apex 3.0, you can't have more than 30% risk on the total profit of the account, and you can't have 30%. They've got a consistency on top of a consistency. So listen, I've listened to the tape and I've read the website, and I still, I'm still not 100% clear, but all I know is I'm able to get payouts because this strategy automatically conforms to their rules, and I'm not looking to break the bank. Remember I told you David Wyse in the very beginning? He's the Pete Rose of options trading, right? Why is he the Pete Rose? Because he's getting single after single after single. He's not swinging for the fences. He's just making a little bitty bit of profit. And with these trade copiers, even with a little bitty bit of profit, we spread it across multiple accounts as prop traders, and we've got a lump sum of money, $30,000 in the last 90 days. I haven't talked to myself lately when I go to sleep at night because I'm in cloud 9. I'm walking on air. That's why I'm referring to these bots as prop trading on steroids. Whether you want to pass an evaluation with our one-day pass templates, once we get the evaluation passed, and I can't tell you, every day when I trade this system live on YouTube, we have members passing evaluations every day with these one-day passes. Getting an evaluation passed is not going to be the hang up for you, I assure you. And now with this power play strategy, we're going to pivot. Once we pass our evaluations, we're going to pivot to this power play bot that we've customized to trade PA accounts and follow the rules. So we have simplified this entire process to a plug and play strategy that requires zero experience. okay? And that's what's really got me so excited. The payouts are great, but really looking at the spiritual aspect of it and seeing our members also enjoying this success that we're having is more rewarding than really getting the payouts. I've got to tell you. The 1 day pass strategies, I think I discussed those. This one is having just a stellar month. But listen, in reality, expect 1 out of 3. Statistically, it's 1 out of 3 on the 1 day passes. You could trade 3 and pass them all. You could trade 3 and pass none of them. But I'm very comfortable, and I answer the phones here. I want you to know. I don't live in an ivory tower, right? I answer the phones here. When you come aboard, it's the beginning of our relationship. And I see from the people in the room today, thank you for joining me, people that I've had a friendship and a professional relationship now for a decade, for a long time, right? A very long time. So what I'm telling you is the gospel. It's the truth. And that's really why I'm so excited. The key takeaway from my presentation is the discipline of just looking to make 250 to 500 a day. And once you get it, stop trading. Good Lord, capital preservation is so important. Just as important as having a good risk to reward strategy. But capital preservation has really been the key to my success. And I've really learned it observing other people. Man, isn't that a great way to learn? From other people's mistakes, other people's success. We do it every morning on YouTube. So I'm going to very quickly, if you were to go to our YouTube channel, there's a tab called the Live. It says Live tab. That's where you would go on YouTube, and every morning you can go back for the last. You can go back all the way to January. You'll see me take that power play trade every morning, and it's all recorded. Okay, but I'm going to create a stream for tomorrow morning, and I'm going to put the link in the chat box here. And I want to invite you to come and join me tomorrow morning at 9:15. We'll also be there on Friday. And you're invited Friday too. But for that link, you'll have to go to the channel that I just showed you on YouTube, Right Line Trading. So tomorrow, we meet every morning, God willing, at 9:15 Eastern. We'll get that scheduled. And I'm going to drop a link here in just a moment. Now, if I don't get to your question, I know it's been a long event. Please put your name and your number in the chat box. Only I can see it, and Anthony. And Anthony seems like a really stand-up guy. Put your name and your phone number in that chat. I'd love to give you a call and talk to you myself. Here's the link for YouTube. It's at 9:15 Monday through Friday. I use Joel's copier, and I absolutely love it. I couldn't be where I am today without it. And we do that power play every morning, and it's really a fun to watch. So 9:15 a.m. Eastern. Here's the link. If you click in there for tomorrow, you'll be able to join us live. So let me get to the special offer. I know my time's just about out. A very popular, very frequently asked question is regarding payouts. The answer is yes. With these bots, you'll get payouts as long as you follow the 30% rule. By using our power play automation, it automatically conforms to their rules. We have so many members that are achieving their goals, and that's really spiritually what gives me the most joy. Steve, Sood, Simon from across the pond, one day made $16,000, limit up, a tremendous success. One of my favorite members, we have 2 Vietnam vets that I know of, Mr. Ron Nettles and Perry. But Ron has made 10 grand in a day, 20 grand in a day. He's been with us for a decade now. So a lot of our members, Suzanne is a very active member in our Discord community. There's power in numbers. When you get into our Discord, you're going to learn really quick what's working for our traders, but sometimes even more importantly, you're going to learn what's not working. And if you're able to sidestep those speed bumps and those pitfalls, I assure you, you're going to be very happy. So the special offer for Traders Corner, I had to do a little arm twisting, but I got it done. Traders Corner, we love you. Thank you so much for having us. This is our special offer. Our AI Auto Trader, we have 3 membership levels. We have the monthly, the annual, and the lifetime. Okay. We're going to do a 50% off across the board for all of the membership levels. Now, it's important to know that this offer includes the full Monty. What do I mean by the full Monty? Give me one moment. What I mean by the full Monty is it's going to include all of our chart templates. You're going to get a chart template that has all of the indicators. They're very clean charts. There's not a lot of noise, but they're going to show you what the strategy is looking at. When the trade is taken, you're going to see your profit target and your stop right on your chart. The hardest part is not to manage the trade yourself and intervene. You got to really sit on your hands and let this thing go to work for you. But all of the chart indicators are included in templates. All of the strategy templates are included in templates. We also include the ATM strategies. We include the entire workspace. Now, we're also going to include for Traders Corner, and this will be the last time, we're going to include the prop trading portfolio. Soon it's going to be a separate entity. But because in the spirit of the prop trading special, I was able to get this extended, and all of the one-day passes, and we've got 5 or 6 of them, and all of the PA account templates. We have one for the NASDAQ that I showed you. We also have one for the MES, the Micro E-mini. Will be included in this special offer. Everything is included. Now, it's 50% off. Normally, the monthly is $11.98. Take 50% off of that, you're looking at $5.99 a month. Where the real value is in the annual or lifetime membership. Listen, if any way possible you have the means, there's just such a tremendous savings. With the annual, it comes down to $14.99 a month. Okay, $14.99 a month. You pay it in one lump sum. It's $14.99 a year. If you break it down by the month, it comes out to like $120 a month. I'm sorry. So it's really a great value to be able to have this full portfolio. And this is my leaderboard from today. Did all the bots win today? No. If I go to the bottom, these are the losers. But what we do, our methodology is we only trade the bots that are performing the best. So this portfolio of strategies is always going to provide you a path to a profitable trading day. Just stick with me on that power play trade, and I assure you, if things continue as they have been this year, it's going to be the best trading year you ever had. So if you're able to do the lifetime, obviously that's the best value. If you're somebody that just doesn't like recurring subscriptions, we have a lifetime membership. Instead of $49.99 through Friday at midnight, it's going to be $24.99. That includes full access to our Discord. You're going to have not only fast, easy setup, you're going to have a white glove installation. And listen, we've developed a tool that will install the AI technology on your computer in the entire workspace. We give every bot its own separate SIM account. With the click of a mouse, we set up your entire workspace. Okay, that's technology. But we provide you with ongoing hand holding, is what I call it. Leigh Goldstein calls it the bend over backwards guarantee. I call it the hand-holding guarantee. We're going to make sure that you are never in the dark. We're going to provide you with our calendars. We're going to answer your phone calls. We're going to show up for our appointments. We have a vested interest in establishing a win-win relationship. We're going to be starting our own prop firm. It's going to be launched in the next week or two. And we're trying to put together some successful traders to provide you with funding. And so we want to establish a win-win relationship. I don't know if I'll have time to answer the questions. Please, if you have a question, put your name and your number in the chat box, and I'm going to be happy. Thank you, Glenn. Glenn asks, what size Apex accounts do I suggest? You know, before I would have said, you know, go with a bigger one, you know, so we have wiggle room. But now I take it back. I have two 150,000 PAs and I have a 300,000 PA. And then I learned the hard way that, man, it's not easy to get to the finish line. They're all in payout mode now, but it took me a while to get there. And with this automated power play bot, the drawdown is, I'm telling you, it's going to blow your mind. They're tiny. If you look at that equity curve, let me just show you, because it goes into your question, Glenn. The short answer is you can even do a 25, give yourself a little breathing room and go with a $50,000 account, a $2,500 threshold. I think you'll do quite well. But let me show you something on this equity curve. If you notice, in the last year, there has been 1 week that I slipped on a banana peel. It was mainly human error. That I took a drawdown of 900 across 3 accounts. But that was the only week since January that I had a drawdown. And it's important to know that I'm the world's worst trader. You're probably thinking to yourself, yeah, well, this guy's a professional. He works at Rightline. It doesn't mean diddly. I am not a good trader. I'm not like the gentleman that came on here earlier and on a discretionary basis can make the type of money he's making. This is automation, okay? I'm enabling it and letting it trade for me. So $50,000 account, Glenn, you should be fine. There are no guarantees in trading, David. If it doesn't perform, if you're unhappy for any reason, we wouldn't want to keep your money. We would refund it to you, though, okay? We want to establish a win-win. We want happy clients, and if you're not happy, we want to give you back your money, period. Okay? So you're very welcome. Let me just see if there's anything I missed out. So we're going to have the special offer through Friday, and I do not want to put the squeeze on you. Really, what I want you to do is I want you to come in, and I always put myself in the hot seat, and it's not out of it's not out of being the opposite of humble. It's when you think you're a know-it-all and it's not that. It's really, it's not me that's being successful at this. I really give the credit to the technology because I know left to my own devices, I blow out every account I've ever traded, okay? But I invite you and I'm confident because I know the power of this bot. And it's consistently since January has been doing the same thing day after day after day. And I am going to run. Yes, Paul. Yes, Paul, that's fine. And listen, I'm going to ride this wagon until the wheels fall off. And listen, and if something does change, it's important to know that we have a portfolio of strategies. We have plan A, B, C, and D. This isn't just a one-hit wonder. I want you to know that. We have other bots that are consistently profitable. Remember, we have those ES bots. We have different data series and time frames that we're using on some of these other bots. So I just want to end my presentation. I showed you some testimonials, and I really don't want to get too deep into it. So I'm going to wrap up in the next 30 seconds, but I want to show one last testimonial because it's a common theme of a lot of calls that I receive. The calls that I receive most often are from traders that ask, they've had a bad experience. And listen, you're not alone. We've all bought something that didn't work, and we know it's frustrating. I know firsthand. I started by telling you about Marcia and the experience that she had. If you've bought bots in the past that didn't work, it does not mean that all of them will fail. Okay, there are good ones out there. This testimonial from Gary was on YouTube, and he mentions that he has purchased bots from a half a dozen other vendors. And he went on to say that our bots here at Right Line Trading are superior to our competitors. So I truly believe that it is the technology. The technology. Yes, the question is yes. We will give you that guarantee. Okay? If you're not happy with it, we don't want you to keep it, period. We're not in that type of business. We want happy members. And if you're not happy with it, we'll give you your money back. I think 30 days is fair, Ian. Okay? So, listen, I want to wrap up with this. I want to wrap up with a message of hope. If your trading career up to this point has been filled with disappointments, I know how you feel. My very first slide with that woman ready to smash her monitor into smithereens is a perfect illustration of how I felt on so many occasions blowing out my accounts. If that has been you in the past, I come with a message of hope today. Please, at least come check it out tomorrow. I believe we have a solution that's going to help achieve your trading goals. So I want to thank Traders Corner, and I want to thank you for your time. God bless you. Thank you so much for joining me today. And if you put your name and your number, if I didn't get to your question, please give me your name and number. I'll give you a call. Come join me tomorrow on YouTube. The link is in the chat box. Anthony, thank you so much for having us again on Traders Corner. We love it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rory. Phenomenal session. Thank you for not only showing the incredible potential of automation, but also giving our audience a roadmap to plug in and success, and for the special offer available today. And that wraps up today's Prop Trader special event, How to Pass, Profit, and Prosper. A huge thank you to all of our presenters for their time, insights, and incredible generous offers. And an even bigger thank you to our audience for spending your time investing in your trading future. Remember, what you do that next will determine the results you get. Take action and what you've learned today. On behalf of Traders Corner, thanks again, and we'll see you at the next event.